welcome to Monza, one of the oldest circuits in the world. Built in 1922, it's the world's third purpose-built motor racing circuit after Brooklands and Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It is the oldest circuit in Europe and has hosted the Formula One Grand Prix since 1950. It is built in a park, one of the most picturesque circuits in the world. As the drivers head down the front straight, they're able to see the Alps right there in the distance. Built close to Milan and built as an oval, first of all, and then became the speed demon that we see today, nicknamed the Temple of Speed, as the drivers will have to traverse this for 6 hours today in the GT3 cars as they head down into turn 1. It's a super hard braking zone into the Variante del Rettifiglio, then through the Curva Grande and into Variante della Roggia, the second hard chicane, the two Lesmos, very technical part of the track, and as they head then down into Ascari, super fast chicane type of turn, and then Curva Parabolica, the corner you really want to get right to get that exit onto the main straight. Track length, well, it is not that long of a circuit, 5.7 kilometers, but just because of the speed, one of the fastest circuits and one of the highest speeds, average speeds you'll achieve all year round. We're in the middle of qualifying, well, towards the end of qualifying with just 6 minutes to go. Jan Nims sitting on that provisional pole position by quite a margin, 147.340 ahead of 147.805 by the number 29 crew behind him. We've still got lap times coming from a few of the cars. We're still missing one of the favorites for today, Beaver Grease Racing at the front of the field, and we'll see if they can manage anything towards the end of this qualifying session. Today I'm joined by Lorinas, and we'll be taking you through these 6 hours together. Welcome, Lorina.
Hi, hello Gustas, and hello everyone. Welcome to the 6 hours special event on the World 6 Hours of Monza, of course, special event on the World Sim Series platform. As you know, starting from this year, 2023, all the special events on the World Sim Series platform will have a championship system, providing every team that participates in the events with points. So, well, it's really for the teams who want to participate in this championship, it's crucial to participate in every event because there's no drop event and the points are being calculated. So one new feature, and this is already the second event of 2023. And let me get my notes. Think team standings. It's calculations for team standings, and Motorhome Team Racing Esports team are currently first in this championship. I'm not sure if we have that team participating here today, but we have plenty of other teams. And well, enough about it. Let's get back to the qualifying session, which will end in roughly 4.5 minutes with our current leader Jan Nims and the AOR Racing team it is, leading the session. And as Gustas already mentioned, there is a small surprise maybe. Where's the Beaver Grease Racing team in this session, the team that has won all the special events of the year 2022 on the World Sim Series platform, held with the Assetto Corsa Competizione title. And they are on the track. They are currently driving. Let's try and find them. What position they're at this moment. Maybe they have some technical difficulties. I've seen them putting in fast lap times, but they were invalid lap times, I believe.
So
Beaver Grease
behind the wheel, so
yeah,
they did do a driver change mid-session. It is a long qualifying session. It's a 40-minute session where track development is going to play a big role, so you gotta be kind of out there on track the whole time and making sure you're there for those conditions when the track is at its best. It might not be exactly at the end of the session because the track might go colder and warmer, and especially in such a long time. at a track like this where, you know, the conditions will matter, the air temp will matter massively because those engines breathing a little bit better. So many trees around the track as well, but Grantas Caracas, I thought that was a pit entry line, but no, it is a line to start another lap. 149.0 was his time last time round, but let's see if they can improve. They're in the Porsche, so maybe not the ultimate car for straight line speed around here at Monza, but it is 6 hours, kind of playing that strategy game. That's going to be a big effect. You've got a 1 hour and 5 minute stint timer, as you do always in the GT3 cars, running the SRO rule set. And obviously all cars BOP to be as close as possible over a season, but there are obviously cars that are preferable for tracks especially like Monza that are so unique in terms of what you see in modern motorsport today. We're kind of used to those, let's say, stop-start circuits, maybe circuits with more fast turns, but this is just pure power and pure exit speed. But they're still down in P32. Could this be a qualifying session where actually the leader of the pre-qualifying, by quite a margin, I would say, that looks very wide. I don't think that's going to be a valid lap time for him. But the leader of the pre-qualifying session down in P32, so I guess some drivers just holding back a little bit, sandbagging, maybe not wanting everybody else to see their pace. And
I'm not sure if that's the case, because we only have 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining in this session, meaning that this lap that Grantas Caracas will start right now will be the last lap for Beaver Grease Racing in this qualifying session. And the lap that they have completed,
massive off track. I mean, even if that was a big time loss, it is still a 148.6. That is still so far off pole position.
Do the guys have some problems or something is happening? I've seen Tadas Juknavicius put in a lap time of roughly 1 minute 47.8 it was, I believe, but it was also an invalid lap time. And it makes me wonder right now, and it's a 6-hour race. It's not a short one, meaning you will have plenty of time in the race to better your position. But if you start from P32, it's even not wise strategically, because Monza's first corner is usually one of the hardest ones, and hopefully the drivers will respect each other. And there was, well, big discussion during the briefing session that the drivers need to be careful. But anyway, starting from the back, P32, P30, it's really bad for the guys, I believe, to have a great race. So I'm not sure what's the problem and what's up here with the Beaver Grease, one of the favorites of this race, but they are currently at the back of the pack. Jan Nimz currently first, with not that big of a gap.
Well, half a second, that's a pretty
it's
safe pole position.
4 tenths.
But you've got a massive battle for P2 on the grid, though, and we're just watching. This is transport engineers by Vilnius Tech University. They need a 10th to go from 5th to 2nd. And
nice. And a lot of 137.8 lap times, so really close and really tight.
47.9s. That's a lap time that you can find. They are down on the delta at the moment. We saw Lasse Albrecht, and he was on course for a good lap and then messed it up in the middle of the track. 0.4, 0.5. This is not going to happen on the relative. Grantas Caracas has finished his lap, and they're down in P31, 149.9.
I cannot believe this.
That is their qualifying result, and that's a big surprise. Probably surprise of the qualifying session if you don't look at the incredible lap time of Jan Nimz. We haven't spoken that much about them, but this car, it has taken pole by an incredible margin. You know, at a track like Monza, you'd expect a 10th, 2 tenths, but not 4/10. That's a massive margin. We've got 5 minutes until the cars actually roll out for their formation lap. If we run through the grid in just a second here, we do have quite a few surprises, I would say, in this qualifying session. Biggest of which, again, P33 actually at the end. So some other cars improved. P33 at the end for the Beaver Grease Racing team. Definitely one of the favorites for the race. And P1 and P2 in the pre-qualifying session leading up to this event. It is the AOR Racing team with Jan Nims on pole. Sean Clark Racing takes P2. Spaghetti World Racing team in P3. P4 for Manjo Cats Racing. Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech University, debutants on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform in P5, P6 for Firemax Racing Team, P7 for Lopen Pro Esports Limited, P8 for Last Turn Motorsport, P9 for Breaking Point Racing, P10 for Phil Cronet Motorsports, TR Virtual Racing Elite in P11, P12 for the International Racing Team number 2, P13 for ACRT Sim Racing Team, and P14 for International Racing Team number 1. So they might want to change their order around for the race. Then you've got Breaking Point Racing Team 2 in P15, Emil Racing in 16, 17 for Pass Team, 18 for Brescia Esports, their home race for the team, BMW Fans, and 19th, 20th for Dolza con Furore, 21st for Animal Racing Purple, IRT Baclarani, one of the, I would consider them one of the favorites as well, down in P22 with Adam Kashoni and Danus Butvil in that team. Sankor Sim Racing IRT in 23rd, 24th for Pilane Racing Team, for Pilane Racing 1 team, La Deutsche Vita in 25th, 26th for No Name Racing, JCB Dankmila 1 by Brenner Esports, powered by End Serial, probably the longest team name, and I have no idea how they fit that on the screen. In P27, P28 for Pilane 2 team, Overheat Racing in 29th, Team 46 in P30, 31 for Motorhome Team Racing Esports, 32nd to Gutta Racing, 33rd for Beaver Grease Racing, the surprise of the qualifying session, 34th for GC15, 35th for Blue Team, 36th for MTH Esports, and 37th for TR Virtual Racing, 150.2. The gap from pole to last place, well, that's 3 seconds. Not that huge of a margin. Obviously, you had that pre-qualifying session with put the drivers in their places. Just for information, in the second division, it is the DE Racing Team Silver taking pole position ahead of Breaking Point Racing Free and TS Latam Racing with a 148.3. That's the Division 2 pole time. That would have not even landed them in the top 10 here. So competitive grid and that surprise of the qualifying session in the Beaver Grease Racing team. We'll look at, we'll see what they can do from the back of the field. I believe we've got a track guide in a Porsche GT3 Cup car.
I'm not sure if we do, Gustas, because we're almost ready to start the race. I think we have roughly 1 minute and then one full formation lap. So yeah, maybe let's jump in on board for a track guide around the Monza International Raceway in a Porsche Cup car. So see you soon, right for the start of this race. So this was a full lap around the Monza track in a GT3 Cup car to kind of enlighten your imagination about how the lap looks like from an onboard. This virtual version of Monza is laser scanned, so it's accurate to the millimeter, if you could say so. We might have nice onboards during this race, and while the drivers have a full formation lap preparing for what will be the second special event on the World Sim Series platform, let's join Grantas Kareckas in his Porsche in a not that usual position for the Beaver Grease Racing guys. I'm still shocked. I still don't have an answer why this happened. Maybe we will get some information shared about why this one of the fastest cars on the grid starts right at the back of the pack. We have 37 teams, I believe, racing today. Someone
Maybe
is
there's an
missing
extra
already.
prize for most
Overtakes
done in a race.
Maybe, but it's still with extra risk. It's still with extra risks, so I'm not sure if that's worth it. Halfway through the track, so almost getting ready, and it's already a couple of minutes past 1 p.m. GMT time, meaning we will see the checkered flag when roughly 2 minutes past 7 p.m. Oh, I'm talking about the real world time. In-game time is 3 hours and 8 minutes.
We should head into the night today. Or at least into some kind of dark.
Into some sort of darkness. I haven't thought about it, but
The residents of Monza Park will not be happy about that. But it is incredible actually how much the sound reverberates around the whole Monza Park, and if you've ever been there, you can really feel when cars are going around the track. You can hear it all the way around the park. But enough chit chat, we are on the start finish straight. Drivers preparing to go. It is around 80 kilometers an hour that the drivers are requested to keep all the way up to the line and all the way up until we get the green flag. Jan Nims just putting the final bits of temperature into his brakes. It is a front row of Lambo and BMW. Simon Speff and Jan Nims on the front row. Who's going to take P1 into turn 1? That BMW should be very fast down the straights.
It's green light.
We're green. Let's see what the BMW can do from behind them. There is a Lexus behind them as well.
Oh,
that Lexus is going to get
wide already. Contacting, and it was the first corner has special attention, special information during the briefing. And who is that overshooting the corner? It was Michael Gasha, I believe, and already going off the throttle.
Interesting way to take turn 1. Sometimes you have to do it just to be safe in this situation, but I don't think that many incidents. It is obviously a 6-hour race, so the drivers are trying to be more calm and steady up into turn 1. But that is that down the inside. That was the Vilnius Tech University car. And that white BMW going to be very, very interesting to see where they can end up in today's race. Jan Nims already making up a gap. He is ahead of Davide Notario, so Simon Speff lost a position there down into turn 1, well, out of turn 1. And it is P1 for Jan Nims still.
Michael Gashi going for P3 on Simon Speff, and I believe they made that successfully. And Simon Speff goes down to P4, but there is a bigger battle behind them. And oh, look at how many cars. There's someone going around in the distance. I believe we have a huge crash. The cameraman doesn't operate as well, and well, we couldn't catch up with what happened there.
Grantas Kareckas, by the way, already going up the positions, just picking cars off one by one, so maybe that was just some kind of miscalculation in qualifying. But Simon Speff looks like he's struggling. Your front row sitter now going to drop down into P5, being overtaken by Riga de Stabras. That is him down into P5, so another position lost. Maybe not getting the tires up to temperature as quickly as he'd want them to. That could mean more pace towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, that might be setup related, because these drivers can tune up their vehicles to the way they like it, and well, everyone can choose their strategy, and maybe they are a little bit more conservative towards the beginning of the race. Wilnus Tech running a little bit wide into Variante della Roggia, and he's risking to lose the position to Filippo Croti, and actually the inside line was pretty wide open, and that's what Filippo Croti needed, and now he's taking that inside line into turn number 7 onto that Curva del Seraglio straight. Running off the track a little bit, that will not help them with the pace, but it looks like Wilnus Tech University lines up behind Filippo Croti.
Wilnus Tech, both the BMWs actually losing time, so maybe the BMW not as great at putting the heat into the tires, and that's something that well, was said a lot in the 12 hours of Sebring. Well, in the GTP class, some cars really struggle to put heat into the tires. You've got a car that maybe is better on the tires, more healthy on the tires, but just struggles to put that heat in immediately, and that was an issue for the BMW GTP car actually, but it looks like the BMW GT3s here on Assetto Corsa Competizione also struggling a little bit to put the tires into the groove. Simon Speff recovering some places up into P4 now. As you can see here, a battle between Filippo Corti and Alberto Beggiani.
Oh, and it's tight into the chicanes, and there's Catania.
That was Simon Speff, I believe, down into turn 1.
It was.
Skaraska's P15 already, so started P53. That's 18 positions up in the space of how many completed laps? 2 laps completed. So half the grid overtaken, and they keep climbing up the positions one step at a time. Simon Speff losing a lot of positions and getting some damage on the front of his BMW, so we didn't see what actually happened there.
I will try to catch up with that if it's possible. Trying some things out to maybe get a look at the replay, but I think it's not functioning, sadly. So I thought I could have a chance to look at the replay, but it's not working simply. So we cannot see what happened there in the first corner, but Simon Speff and Andrea Catania have lost quite a lot of places. They were actually, well, they came together and they were facing the wrong direction. Simon Speff and Andrea Capoferri battling it through Variante Ascari and also almost getting together. So it's getting hot right at the beginning of the 6-hour race. There's a BMW off the racetrack. So it's hot as it is in Italy. It's hot behind the wheels of these virtual machines.
Sometimes you just you get into that sort of groove, and you get you think it's a sprint race. It is a sprint race, essentially. A 6-hour race in the GT3s is a sprint race, but you kind of get into that. You take a risk that maybe is unnecessary, especially at the start of a race at Monza, because you are having to work with that, and you are at a huge risk. Oh, another crash, and Grantas Grantas has to avoid that.
And he was going for a move.
And drops down a place, I believe. I don't know which Lambo that was actually in, spun around, but turn 1 is going to be a place where you see a lot of those incidents. It's obviously not a multi-class race as we look at a replay here, but obviously not a multi-class race, so it is a bit easier. But down the inside he went of the Lambo, and then just saw another Lambo spun around and had to avoid at last moment. That's what happens sometimes when you're in these big packs, and that's what happens when you start from the back of the field. You kind of start to struggle with it because you've got so many cars around you that can be spun around at any moment.
We have live stewarding actually. In the first division, there is a steward who is watching closely at what everyone is doing on the racetrack, and well, a lot of accidents happened already, so I would not want to be in the laps of the steward right now, but there's a lot of work, and we might see some penalties handed out, and we already see that only fastest lap by Nims, no problems. We see Catania and Cazzoni having some sort of a information which was removed, anyways, the rules apply to everyone, and everyone needs to be really careful if they want to finish the 6-hour race successfully without any penalties whatsoever, which is one of the first things that you should consider with your strategy if you want to finish a race in a good position. Beggiato moving up to P8, that's number 38 Aston Martin Vantage GT3 race car. And that's the team Breaking Point Racing. I think they started a little bit further up the order.
Well, coming back to those penalties, it is very costly here at Monza if you do get a drive-through penalty, because you've obviously got a very, very high speed straight that you're traversing at a very, very slow speed. Grantas Gratzka, by the way, up to P12. Well, he's going to be the highest gainer, 19 places up since the race started in P31 actually. The qualifying results were a bit wrong. Jan Nims still leads the race, and by quite a margin. It is around 2.5 seconds that he's got up at the front of the field, and now he knows that Grantas Kratskas is approaching him. Slowly, but approaching him. So he needs to boot it and get out of, well, get as big of a gap as he can.
Do you think he's minding some business about Grantas Karetskas right now? I don't think he does. I think he's just focusing on his own race. By the way, we're looking at the replay. Catania went off. Catania went off the racetrack. I think Jan Nims is just minding his own business. He's working the best that he can for his team, and I'm pretty sure he's not looking where Grantas Karetskas is running right now. There was a contact, and I think that will impact the way that this McLaren handles on the racetrack. So back to the leaders, and
spinning out at Ascari is definitely not the place we want to crash. If you do crash around this track, well, probably the second chicane is the best place to do it. Probably the lowest.
Choose wisely. The location.
Or on the exit of turn 1, you can do that as well. The lower speed parts of the track where you're more comfortable with crashing the car, not on the exit of Ascari. Davide Notario, he is, well, last time round lost 7/10 to the leader. So the leader really putting in the lap times. Grantas Karetskas lost a second to the leader. And I think that's a lapped car already, so maybe a penalty or a fixing of damage that brought that car down the field.
And now he's using the slipstream and going on Hector Pastrana into Variante Ascari, and well, it looks like he's a little bit confused, and well, I thought he was like going for a move, then he backed out of it, and he kind of thought to maybe go for it again, and well,
he was just testing Hector, seeing if he would give up the place easily. Wonder if there's any relation between Hector Pastrana and Travis Pastrana. We can see if his teammates can answer that in the YouTube chat, but here you go, running from the back of Hector Pastrana's car, seeing that Beaver Grease Racing Porsche behind you. Well, you know what's going to happen. Down to the inside, Grantas Karetskas moves out, and he should be able to, well, struggling with top speed in the Porsche. Not the first time that's been said. Down the inside, and he completely outbrakes him and actually manages to come back onto the racing line.
Does he have a different brake system? How on earth he was able to brake so much later than Hector Pastrana into turn 1?
Well, maybe the Porsche is not the best down the straights, but through the turns, the 911, one of And I think it's also a testament to how quick Grantas actually is in that Beaver Grease racing car, and why they've won so many events here on the World Sim Series platform. Just that incredible speed. I've rarely seen a move made like that on the same class cars. You often see it if you are running in an LMP and you're overtaking a GT, but to see it done, GT versus GT, that is incredible. And already look at the gap that he's built up, 20 places up into P11. Now his goal, a top 10. And that's what's next up for him. That was BMW running a little bit wide there. We're looking from the back of Alberto Beggiato in his pink and white car here. There's a nice battle going on right behind them.
And Grantas Caracas is the third car behind Alberto Beggiato. So 4-car battle for P8 at this moment. It's a tight pack of 4 cars running on track right now. And Simon Speth is looking to recover a little bit further. He lost a couple of places, made a couple of mistakes. Now he's down to P10 and going for P9 into the first chicane. And I think it was successful, and you can already enjoy the views of Grantas Caracas Porsche. Grantas running 11th right now, and that's not for a long time anymore, I believe, because he's only 1/10 behind Artem Ilyichev, and he is taking the correct line for a successful overtake into Variante del Roggia.
Oh, actually Artem putting up quite a bit of a fight and pushing Grantas a little bit to the outside. Let's see if you can try and do anything around the Lesmos round the outside. That's going to be a difficult move to make. No, he backs out of it, but Artem goes wide, and that's going to be move done for Grantas. Moves in front of Artem, and that is move done and up into the top 10 in 7 laps time, 7.5. So if you ever wondered how long it takes to go from P31 to P10 at Monza, here's your answer: 7.5 laps, and you've made it stick. But let's see if Artem can maybe try and do something with the straight line speed of that BMW. And Grantas Caracas now has got Simon Speth in front of him, and he should be trying to close him down. Now Grantas had some laps where he was away in the open, and he did set a 1 minute 48.6, very similar to the leader Jan Nims. They should have similar pace once they both break out of this situation, but Grantas Caracas closing on Simon Speth. Should be able to make the move at the end of this lap. I think, look at how much he gains, and especially into turn 1. We don't see it into the other braking zones, but into turn 1, Grantas has such confidence in the car, and up into P9. That's the number 7 of Rosario Stimoli, who had a drive-through penalty, I believe a drive-through penalty, a penalty of some kind that was reported to us by Race Control. And that was for an incident on a lap, on turn 1. It's probably related to what happened to Simon Speth as well. I'm not sure. But now Grantas Caracas and Simon Speth, they're going to go into battle together. I don't think Simon Speth is going to put up too big of a fight against Grantas. He saw how quickly Grantas closed him down. If I was Simon, I'd just try and hold on to the back of him once he gets in front of me. Coming into the Variantes Ascari, not a place that the Porsche can make a move. I think he's going to wait for turn 1, where he's got that incredible advantage.
I think we had a battle for P4, I believe, or at least Rhaegar de Sidabra has made some sort of a mistake. Oh, he just went a little bit too aggressive on the curbs through Variante Ascari, and that just sent that Lambo to lose traction. It was pretty lucky, I believe, for the young driver. He managed to keep it on the racetrack. He's down to P5, but lost only one position. Number 13. We have a car which is stopped on the racetrack. Do we? I think the number 13 was really slow. It's one of the back markers, P35. But it looks like everything is back to safety on the racetrack. So we are back to the battles. In our top 10 places, Grantas Kreckas up to P8, trying to chase down Alberto Beggiato. Actually managed to overtake Simon Speth and lost a little bit of ground to Alberto, but not too much. 2 seconds behind, so we can just give out our predictions of how long it will take for Grantas Kreckas to get back on that rear wing of the Aston Martin of Alberto. I would say it will take him roughly 1.5 laps.
Be around, yeah, 1.5 to 2 laps, looking at his pace and Alberto's pace. Jan Nims, purple again, 48.1 was last, well, now he just crossed line for a 48.4, 5.9 seconds between the front two. Davide Notario trying to get into those 48s. He knows how important it is, because he knows that's kind of the range you have to be in to make a podium today, I think.
Yeah, but
that's my prediction.
Let's not forget that this is one race that we are looking at right now, and it can become a different race after the drivers change, and different drivers will get behind the wheels of the vehicles, and then the scenario might change a little bit, because, well, while you can do this race as a solo driver, maximum allowed drivers is 3 and the minimum is 1, but still I'm pretty sure Jan Nims is sharing the wheel with Simonas Urbanos today, as are a lot of the other teams, meaning that, well, the drivers are doing their best in this stint, in their first stint, or maybe a couple of stints, but then things might change a little bit, and the faster drivers might go and rest a little bit, and the slightly slower drivers might overtake the wheels, and, well, that's what endurance racing is about, and it still cannot be taken for granted about how the race is evolving and how it will evolve finally when the drivers will swap positions.
It's at least for the top 3, I don't predict a big pace change. That normally is how it goes in these endurance sim racing events. The top few cars don't have that massive difference in pace between the drivers. It might be a 10th or 2, but it's not going to be race changing, at least looking at the gaps now. I think the gap might be a little bit wrong, because I saw a very tiny gap between Davide Notario and Jan Nims. Now seeing 10 seconds. The gap is fluctuating quite a bit, but Grantas Kreckas 0.5 of a second. He should be getting very close very soon. Just look at the gap he's gonna destroy into turn 1. I think all of the lap time he gains over the lap is at that turn 1. That confidence on the brakes really making a difference. Purple in Sector 2 for Grantas Kreckas, 37.8. Having a little bit of that slipstream really helps, but 37.8 was the best of Jan Nims as well. Also purple in the final sector. Down the inside, easy as you like. Alberto Beggiato put up 0 fight to that. I think he even lifted to let Grantas through, because he knew that was inevitable. 14.4 last time round. This is one of the first laps that I've seen from Grantas Kreckas where he actually closed down on Jan Nims. So interesting dynamic there, but that is still a big gap that he's going to have to close down to get to Jan Nims, as Jan Nims already coming up to Parabolica. And if you look at the track map, very interesting that Jan Nims is going to come up to lap traffic soon. And, well, with the amount of cars that we've got in this race, Grantas is running very, very wide there. With the amount of cars that we've got in this race, you're going to, at some point, get into a groove of always overtaking slower cars. And that's where some of these drivers are going to shine, the ones that are a little bit more aggressive, that know how to calculate that risk. This is Simon Koppen in that BMW trying to chase down Alexander Arnesen in the black Mercedes. And he's going to try and make a move at some point, but this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 car battle all the way to P18. Down the inside, tries Simon Koppen. That is early. Oh, somebody going very, very wide. That was Chloe Hazel going very, very wide. This is Rosario Stumoli, who's going to try and make a move against him. The white, the red and black Ferrari. He's going to get the slipstream off the BMW now, so the Mercedes moved out to pass the BMW. The Ferrari is going to make it free wide down the front straight here at Monza, something you see very, very often, especially in the GT3 cars, and the BMW that had gotten past everyone now moves down into P3. So gain 1 spot and then lose 2. Well, the answer at the end of that straight is -1 position. So that is position held by Alexander Arnesen. Rosario Stumoli moves up a position there, but that's still a battle with Simon Koppen, who's pretty desperate to make a move. And, well, when down the inside goes the Aston Martin of Artur Kesberis of the International Racing Team, and has an incident with Simon Koppen. I don't think Race Control are going to look lightly on that. That did not look like the best calculation from Artur's. Caught into the wall, and the hood of that BMW now destroyed, even though, well, destroying the front end of that BMW may not be the worst thing in the world. That big nose. Not my favorite race car on track, definitely. Oh, that was very late from Artur Kesberis. Super, super late. That move was never on. I don't think he was even making that corner in any way, but that's going to be a decision from the stewards what happens next.
It just looked like Artur Kesberis kind of hesitated if he needs to do that overtake, and well, it didn't end up quite well, and it will definitely have consequences. And well, you have to be confident whether you want to go for a move or not, no matter how far from behind you're coming, but you just need to be confident. And well, it looked that the confidence was missing at that point, and it caused a bigger accident and a lot of damage to the other team, and it might cost a couple of places.
Again, an incident at turn 1, again involving this battle. I think with Artur's, in his defense, it looked like he was maybe more caught out by surprise of how early the cars ahead of him broke. And that's why he did make that mistake. We can see from Race Control, car number 18, drive-through penalty for causing a collision in Parabolica. I don't think we saw that with car number 18. They're not going to be happy, and that's going to ruin your plans a little bit. That's what often happens in these races. And car number 18, I'm struggling to find them on the timing screen. That's Pileni Racing Team 2. They're down in P28 already. Well, they're not a lap, that's what the timing screen says, but they aren't a lap down on the front of the field, but losing a little bit of time, and going to lose some extra time with that drive-through penalty. But not to worry, it is a long race where you can recover that time. 8 seconds from Manjo Caps Racing to AOR Racing Team. Jan Nim still at the front of the field, 48.5 last time around. If you look at the Beaver Grease Racing Team, who are up into P6 now, as we were watching these battles, they've picked up a few more cars, 14.6. So it is similar lap times, but Grantas Canucks is 26 seconds behind Jan Nims. That's going to be a very, very big effort if he wants to close down that gap.
We have more penalties coming for the drivers. Number 33 has also received a drive-through penalty, and I think they are already in the pit lane to serve that, and they caused an incident in the braking zone. Maybe that's something we didn't see. I think there will be more penalties handed out. The next team to receive a penalty is the team number 6, Lassie Albrecht. They are currently P15. At least there was an accident and it is being looked at.
That doesn't mean he's going to get a penalty, but
yes.
Interesting that at the front of the field you've got the Manjo Cats Racing and the Spaghetti World Racing team, both driven by Italians. So at their home circuit, they are working towards a podium. They've got that Beaver Grease Racing Team car that's going to come into play at some point, but at least not now. 48.3, so the AOR Racing Team, driven by Jan Nims, well, I don't think you want to pull that guy out of the car because he's going quicker by half a second ahead of Grantas Karatskas, much quicker. I think he can be pretty happy with the pace that he's setting. Whatever he hands over to his teammate is going to have to work with stabilizing that gap. But Beaver Grease Racing Team, they've also got 3 drivers in that car. That's Tadas Juknautas and Paulius Kramanskas, who are going to be next in. So we'll see how the pace develops of those cars. But AOR Racing Team looking really strong. And well, I don't want to place bets right now, but right now looking favorites to win. Even with that Beaver Grease Racing Team car charging behind them, they don't look as quick, especially on average. AOR Racing Team has looked a lot stronger in this first half hour of the race.
Alan Cazzoni losing a couple of places while he was battling with Stimoli. John Beton came and joined this party and well, gained 1 position. He's now up to P19, while Rosario Stimoli is enjoying his P18 so far. We have another drive-through penalty for car number 16, which is actually Artur Skesbers. And well, this was an accident that we have seen the replay of it, and that was fast job by the race steward, so it didn't take long. Maybe it was actually obvious, and well, as mentioned before, it went from worse to worser. From bad to worse.
Adam Kashoni, actually, I've kind of followed that car around because one of the cars that also looked like one of the favorites for this race, it does look like they have quite a lot of damage on their BMW. And running in the 1 minute 52s, that's not the pace of Adam Kashoni. And that does kind of indicate quite a lot of damage to that BMW. That's why he's been losing places so quickly. This is a battle for P5. So Beaver Grease Racing already coming up to P5.
And that's happening so fast, although they were only 2 tenths faster on the previous lap time. But you can already see Grantas Karatskas right on the tail of the Lamborghini of Raigardas Sedabras. And I think it will not take too long of time to swap positions in this place on the racetrack. This is the battle for P5. There will be a bigger gap for Grantas Karatskas as soon as he overtakes Raigardas Sedabras. I'm saying he will overtake him because, well, he's actually faster. I'm not sure what happened in the qualifying session, but he's really fast in this race right now. They are losing actually already a lot to Jan Nimtz, but well, they need to gain places. They need to make those overtakes, and as soon as Grantas Karatskas will overtake Raigardas Sedabras, he will have 7 seconds clear track. Will that help?
Just 1 drive-through for Jan Nims. That's all Grantas Karatskas needs, just 1 drive-through, and that's pretty much the race back in their hands. But Grantas Karatskas will, I think, try and make a move down into turn 1.
Oh, he's losing speed.
That's what happens in the Porsche, but he should outbrake him massively down into turn 1. Nope, doesn't go for the move. I don't think Raigardas Sedabras will. Raigardas tried to make a very late move on the brakes, but he didn't quite make that corner correctly. and Grantas will just be getting closer and closer and closer throughout this lap. Maybe try to do it next lap. You don't have to rush it as much anymore, because sitting behind Rhaegar the Stavros, you're not losing that much time. It's not like sitting behind someone who is P20 or P30, where you're going to be losing 2 seconds a lap. Here, you're kind of in the mix. 148.7 last time round for Grantas Karatskis, even though he was stuck behind Rhaegar the Stavros, so not that big of a time loss.
Oh, running a little bit too wide. Grantas Karatskis should focus on purely on exits right now, so he can be a little bit earlier on the braking, of course, if he has the needed advantage, but he needs to focus on the exits out of the corners, and that's basically job 2 times harder for Grantas Karatskis to make that overtake, and he clipped the curb and lost the rear end of the Porsche, managed to control it and still using the slipstream of Rhaegar the Stavros, and Grantas Karatskis already trying to go through different scenarios right now of how he could outsmart Rhaegar the Stavros. You can see Rhaegar the
fantastic exit. He's going to make, well, that move is going to be much easier than expected. He even gets the outside line here, so if he can hold on to it, I don't think he can. The Porsche just doesn't have enough straight line speed, I think, but he should be able to outbrake him pretty easily into turn 1, down to the inside, very late on the anchors. I think Rhaegar the Stavros is not going to make that corner. No, he doesn't. It didn't look like it even from the start of the braking, so how late he tried to... Well, he outbraked actually Grantas Karatskis by quite a lot. And yeah, that there was no way he was making that corner there. So Grantas Karatskis up into P5. If you look here, down into turn 1, so Rhaegar the Stavros using the straight line speed of the Lambo. Grantas Karatskis then moves to the inside, tries to outbrake him, but Rhaegar the Stavros looked like he braked even later, but there's not enough room for that Lambo to get turned, and then gets big slide over that curb.
Hopefully it didn't pick up damage. Can the cars in Assetto Corsa Competizione pick up damage if running through over those curbs a little bit too aggressive? Because, well...
Not sure, but I don't think so. I don't think you can pick up damage from the curbs.
The car jumped around quite aggressively for Rhaegar the Stavros. Luckily he managed to catch it. He almost lost it on the exit because the car was actually airborne slightly from the ground. Anyways, that's job done. Rhaegar the Stavros down to P6. Grantas Karatskis up to P5. Lost a little bit of time. Now he's 8 seconds behind Transport Tech by...
Transport Engineers by Tech University.
That's a name you have to remember. We joined the battle for P9 between Andrea Capoferri and Simon Speth. And Simon Speth is... Well, it's not Simon Speth. It's actually, I'm sorry, it's a battle for P10 between Capoferri and Artem Ilyichev. And Capoferri is trying to defend that 10th spot. And, well, do the BMW start to shine right now? We are 35 minutes into the race, 35 minutes into the first stint. We've seen them struggling to pick up the temperature of those tires at the beginning of the race. But is it time to shine for those BMWs right now, as Ilyichev is trying to go for a move into turn 1?
Was very conservative on the brakes, and they touch on the exit. That happens a lot at Monza here down at turn 1. You try to cross the line there, but that's not going to happen. The difference in speed there can become massive. I just want to give a shout out to the longest team name in today's race. We're going to move away from that battle just for a moment. This is Blake Brenner, and he's racing in the JCB Dankula 1 Racing by Brenner Esports, powered by N Serial, up into P23 right now, but has to be the longest team name I've ever seen. And as we were speaking about that long team name of what we had with the Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech University, these guys take it to another level. I don't know, maybe the World Sim Series admins can figure out if this is actually the longest name that we've ever had in an endurance race. This back to the serious stuff. Artem Ilyichev trying to make it around the outside into Ascari. That's never going to happen, and he loses a little bit of time against Andrea Capoferri. Andrea, it's his home race, so he should know the track every inch and every centimeter and every millimeter of the track. Down into the final turn, down into Parabolica, and now coming out of the final turn. This should be another try for that BMW to make a move. Very tight line from Andrea Capoferri, trying to break that slipstream. How long can you break it down this straight? Very, very high top speeds. I can just tell you very quickly, the top speeds of the cars are around 270 kilometers per hour. And did they touch? I'm not sure, but I think they did touch. Let's just come back to a replay really quickly there. I was looking at the top speed maps of the cars, and I think we just had an incident there. So
we did.
Looking back at turn 1.
Capoferri is down to P12 right now.
I just saw the car off in the distance. I was looking at the timing screen for a moment there. Oh.
Yep.
Ah, and a touch. Yep. Well, it looks like the BMW was just so much more confident with going on the throttle, while Andrea Capoferri, well, he was a bit more hesitant. This is what happens sometimes with these cars.
But I think Ilyichev had to be a little bit more cautious, because that wasn't the first lap. He was behind Capoferri out of turn 1, and it's not the first time he noticed that he's a little bit faster going back on the throttle than the Mercedes driver, and he was taking a tighter line, and maybe that's one part of the defensive driving. But anyways, the driver who hits you from behind is usually at fault. More material for the stewards to look into this situation, and maybe the driver who is currently last in our top 10 places is looking and facing another drive-through penalty. It's not something for us to think about right now, and Artem Ilyichev has to settle down a little bit. He has 2 seconds advantage against Hector Pastrana and 11 seconds disadvantage against Simon Speth, so he just needs to figure it out, get back on the rhythm and drive further to see if they will receive some sort of a penalty, which I believe they will.
That was quick. I just seen race control just informed us, number 19, drive-through penalty for causing a collision in turn 2. So don't think we even made a lap around the circuit before they received their penalty.
Wow, that's fast. That's really fast decision. That means that there's not a lot of work on track right now for the stewards, because they can look at those incidents basically happening live. Good on catching what's happening on the racetrack for race stewards. They have all the telemetry they need to turn on the needed camera. He can see the gaps between the drivers clearly, and you can always expect something to happen when the gaps are tight. It is happening in the battle for P14 between Lasse Albrecht and David Ron. The Lamborghinis are preferred car manufacturer choice for this race. No wonder, because they are really good at the top speeds, aren't they, Gustas? You are a little bit more technical. You have a little bit more technical knowledge in this sphere.
I think what I really, at least looking at the cars, what I really liked seeing is the Ferrari. That looked very impressive down the straights, and historically the Ferraris have always been great at Monza. Well, obviously the home track for the Italian manufacturer, it is, they have to be quick here or they get sent to jail. So the Ferrari cars looked very impressive out on track, and especially the top speed. We were watching one of the teams that was the battle for, I think that was Rosario Stimoli. I'm not sure, but that was one. Oh, very, very wide. That's not the way you take turn 1. One of those blocks being sent on to almost the racing line. A lot of carnage around the track, so I don't know if this, the marshals around the circuit are going to go pick that up. I don't think they're going to do that once the track, since the race is going to stay green all the way. No safety cars here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, so the stewards are not going to pick up all the trash that these cars are throwing out on track, and well, somebody might think of a Mario Kart strategy to throw something onto the circuit. But yeah, the Ferraris look very, very strong for me, and I'd like to know why not that often picked in this race, but the Ferraris did look very, very strong for me today.
This is the battle for P3 at this moment. Between
That's a recovery, right, from Vilnius Tech University, because they looked like they were losing a little bit of time, and now they're back. And now back to fighting for a podium. They might be able to get on that podium position and maybe hold it for a while until that Beaver Grease racing car comes in.
And they are coming in, actually. They are already a little bit less than 6 seconds behind Vilnius Tech University, who are battling the Spaghetti World Racing team. It is a battle for P3. They're down to 10 seconds behind the Vida Notario in the battle for P2. Manjo Katse Racing Team. And Nemtis in the world of his own, 18 seconds ahead of P2. So, well, quite a lot of track time for the Beaver Grease Racing Team if they want to defend that championship winning team name. Well, at least the winning team of the special events on the World Sim Series platform. But they still have the chance. It's still not over yet, and far from over. They will have quite a lot of chances this afternoon to try and take that win. We will have driver changes, we will have pit stops, we might have penalties, and a lot of different stuff. Of course, it looks a little bit harder for the Beaver Grease Racing Team right now to achieve this goal, but they are doing fantastic job. How many positions did they gain already? I'm not think I can look at it. Beaver Grease, yeah, they won 26 positions already. That's your number.
Another high gainer. I saw, I think that was it Theodoris Skriapas, 16 places gained. Another fantastic recovery.
David Ron also running 14th.
Yeah, 15 places gained for him. So quite a few big recoveries we've had.
Yeah, so we have big losers and we have big gainers. The biggest losers currently are the number 13 car. There's your lucky number. Justas Šiaulianskas is down in P34. That's LTM Last Turn Motorsports, who are down to P34. So they are going backwards, while the Beaver Grease Racing Team are going forwards. I'm just trying to see. Well, car number 13 started 8th, so they have pace, but they don't have luck. It looks like they ran out of all of the luck this afternoon.
So looking at the grid now, this is your kind of closest battle for a high position. You've got a battle for P12. That's Lasse Abrach and Theodoris Skriapas, who is that super high gainer. But this is looking better and better for Vilnius Tech University. For transport engineers by Vilnius Tech University, getting closer and closer. They might just be able to make a move at some point into any corner, but the Lexus RCF GT3, not a car you see super often anymore, especially in the European side of GT3 racing. That is a very rare car to see on the European side. More often in the US, run by the Vassar Sullivan operation there in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. But here, you've got that Lexus, and it looks quite competitive, but just in the background, with all lights ablaze, you can see the number 1 Beaver Grease Racing Team car coming closer and closer and closer and closer. So they are the big threat here in this situation. So now it is kind of crunch time for the Vilnius Tech University boys, because they need to make a move quick, or else they're gonna have to settle for fighting for P4 and P5 instead of P3, because if I were them, I'd really want to have a picture of myself, at least on a provisional podium in the race. But trying to get closer and closer, it's not that easy, and it looks like that car struggles a little bit in Ascari compared to that Lexus RCF. That just kind of ruins your chances for anything coming up ahead. Davide Notario, 21.3 seconds behind Jan Nims, 10.1 for Michael Gashi to Davide Notario, and Michael Gashi right in front of the Vilnius Tech University guys, and just getting kind of that gap going one way and the other. A 10th lost for Vilnius Tech University, almost 2 tenths lost last time round, and well, a big gainer. It is Grantas Karackas, 1 second. The gap has closed down. Still though, it is Jan Nims who is quickest on track. 48.4 by him, 48.6 by Grantas Karackas. So the gaps are changing. Changing in a way that we did not expect, that Jan Nims still extending his gap at the front of the field ahead of Grantas Karackas. And well, the pre-qualifying winners are now in a bit of a situation, because they need to somehow gain 30 seconds on the car leading the race. So that can only, well, I can't see it being gained on track with how close these cars are running. I can see it being gained in the pit stops. So whatever strategy these two teams choose, well, that's going to be the decider for who wins the race, because at the moment these are the two cars that are on that fantastic pace. Everybody else, well, it doesn't look as strong of a situation for everybody else, but transport engineers just losing a little bit of time, and now they've got a lapped car in between them. So very smart by Michael Gashi to put that car in between, and you can see now on board with the number 1 car of Grantas Karackas, who's going to be trying to close down the gap to the transport engineers. Looking back, we've got Alberto Beggiato. He's 1.8 seconds behind Simon Speff. I think Simon Speff came up a moment ago.
I think Beggiato has just made some sort of a mistake. Was it on his own? I see he's approaching some traffic, but he had to go off the racetrack and a little wiggle out of the Variante Ascari corner. Not dramatic.
Well, we've
Beautifully
seen
slaved.
that thing end up much worse. Oh, I would say he got out very lucky out of that situation there.
He did. So every team has to deal with traffic. Usual scenario in these endurance races. This one is a little bit different because we have only one class of a car type, so it makes those overtaking maneuvers a little bit more complicated, because you don't have that speed advantage created by different classes. So you just sit there and hope for cooperation from the other teams that are being lapped. But since we are in a endurance race, they don't need to give that position right away or leave extra room, and sometimes that might cost a little bit of time. Vilnius Tech University back on the tail of Michael Gashi again. They were roughly 1 second and 1/10 behind a couple of corners ago. They just made a small mistake into the Parabolica corner. The gap is down to 8 tenths again, and that's not what you want to do on a track if you want to make some maneuvers.
Ooh, getting very close in that braking zone. Wow, the gap coming down very quickly. So maybe just drop back a little bit. They needed maybe to drop the pressures a little bit of the tires, maybe overwork them while running behind, and now are going to be able to mount another challenge ahead on the car ahead. Speaking of traffic, now they're getting through the pieces of traffic where the cars are lone normally, or at least they are slower enough. So you're looking at a gap of, you know, a performance delta, let's say, of around 2 to 3 seconds per lap. It's quite easy to actually get past those cars because it is almost like you're racing in a different class. But as soon as they're going to go into hour 4 and 5, that's where you start picking up, that's where you start lapping the top 10. And a lot of the time you might find, you know, P8 and P9 battling, and the leader is coming up. You have to get past them somehow, but you also don't want to really ruin their battle. And if there's still a battle for the lead, somebody just off into the wall. I think that's the International Racing Team car. That's Arturs Kesperis into the wall.
What happened to
grinding
Arturs?
on that wall. I think he maybe had an incident earlier on and just tried to grind the wall to not hit anyone. Let's see what happened here. So coming over that inside curve there. Oh, a slight touch of the gravel trap, and very hard into the wall. That's what happens at Monza with the gravel traps. On the real life track, you've also got a gravel trap now on the outside of Parabolica as well. And so the cars, well, when you're driving, you really have to consider that Arturs Kesper is going very, very wide, just trying to not hit anyone.
And wide again, but what I want to talk about right now, that our P2 was that P2 car is standing in the pit lane. So our first pit taker, Arturs Kesperis, of course, comes into the pit lane. He has no other chance than to come and try and fix the race car, which he damaged badly, but well, this is one of our leaders' first pit stops after 53 minutes of racing. I think that's a little bit too fast. It is. And they were running P2. Yes, that's Davide Notario behind wheel. That's Manjo Cats Racing.
Happy with the tire pressure and started struggling with the car, so decided to pull in a little bit earlier. You've got that 1 hour and 5 minute drive time. Oh, that's very close to having a touch with that Mercedes there. But you've got that 1 hour and 5 minute drive time. So if you stop, well, you've stopped now, let's say 8 minutes, 7 minutes early to the hour mark. You can quite easily recover that throughout the race, but you don't want to make this a habit of losing time on the pit stops, or else, well, you're going to be making an extra stop, and that would be horrible, because look, they made an extra stop, so from P2 to P17, that's how much one pit stop costs you, at least in this phase of the race, and struggling to get the tires up to heat. So that's my theory, that they've kind of worked the pressures, so the car is going to be harder to get into a groove now, but once you start making laps, you're going to have a more stable race car. It looks like that's something that Jan Nims managed to do perfectly. Grantas Karatskas, by the way, he's up into P3. So he's gotten past the Vilnius Tech University guys, and was there some incident for them? Because
we didn't catch what happened, but Vilnius Tech are already 2.4 seconds behind Grantas Karatskas. And Grantas is also 1.6 seconds behind Michael Gashi, which became a battle for P2 right now. But I think maybe it was caused by the traffic, or, well, Vilnius Tech University had definitely have a problem, because I don't think it was a on-track maneuver by Grantas Karatskas. So maybe he was just given that position easily.
That's a big gap. That's 4 seconds. That's not something you lose in traffic. Whoever you catch in traffic, you don't lose 4 seconds. Like maybe something happened there. But the Beaver Grease Racing Team Porsche continues to climb up the field. 1.9 seconds. Maybe they can just about catch. Oh, the Mercedes just pulls off the track to let the 2 leaders by. So the gap to Jan Nims, Michael Gashafink into the pits, it looked like. Yes, he is into the pit lane. Grantas Karatskas stays out. So Grantas Karatskas up into P2. 37 seconds to Jan Nims. Wow, big gap. Rigor de Sedabras down into the pits. I think we have a situation here because of the high-speed nature of this circuit. You're running almost, I would say 75 to 80% of it flat out. The fuel consumption might be something that these teams have not taken into account. And now we're going to have to pit before the hour. That kind of ruins your plans more often than not.
Well, we have to take a good look at the other teams and what they are doing, but saving fuel and extending those stints is what you want to basically do to not have an extra pit stop towards the end of this race, which is 6 hours long. And if you are able to extend your stint to roughly 1 hour and 2 minutes, that means you will have to make 5 pit stops during the race. But what happens if you start your pit stop routine not even 1 hour into the race? I think that's a bad strategy. And the drivers who are stopping right now, they were running P2, they were running P5, they were running P3s. All of them are coming in, and yes, of course, that's because of the nature of the racetrack, but you have to take that into consideration. You have different engine modes, you have the ability to save a little fuel and extend your stints. So let's wait a little bit and see how the teams will cope with that, the leading teams. Jan Nims, Grantas Karatskas, Vilnius Tech University, who are running 30, all are still out there racing it hard, and they will complete yet another lap.
They've made it past the hour already.
Yes.
Whatever happens, they've made it past the hour, so they could start stopping now. Remember, you've got that driver stint timer of 1 hour and 5 minutes, so you do have to kind of keep that in mind as well, to not go over it. Because on some tracks, and especially if you've got some rain, and I don't know if we have rain forecasted for later on today, but if you've got some rain in the race, and especially on a track that's a little bit slower, you could try going even an hour 20, but that's just going to be something that's locked down by the stint timer. Quite a few cars now coming in. Filippo Grotti, the number 2 car, now down into pit road. And we're looking at, this is the Vilnius Tech University guys, so they're now up into P3. Let's see if anybody else decides to make a pit
Jan
stop.
Nims.
Jan Nims, down into the pit lane.
So all
As
of
I
them.
said, exactly, an hour passed, and they're now down into the pits. Grantas Karatskas, he's in P2. Let's see if he goes down into the pits this time round.
And actually, Jan Nims didn't go through an hour. They stopped a little bit earlier,
Yes,
like a
but
couple
you're
of
coming
seconds.
out.
Yes,
You're
of
coming
course.
out after the hour.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
in any case, that's fine, because they're going to start their next stint much later on. Actually, so you're going to start your second stint at an hour.
Will we see an answer why Beaver Grease Racing Team chose the not the fastest car around down the main straight? Because they stay out on the racetrack, and this might be your different strategy and different outcome for all of this race. So one question:
University is staying out as well.
Also, those BMWs, those turbocharged engines, maybe they are not that fuel thirsty cars. But yeah, they are also staying out and running a little bit more conservative. But this might be the game changer. Might be, might not.
Well, it's going to be a tiny difference. So,
yeah.
However long these guys manage to run, and let's say best case, it's going to be 2 laps.
Best case. I don't see Grantas Karatskas running 2 laps longer. I think that's 1 lap the most. Well, at least my
even if you do
prediction.
have 2 laps extra, you're going to be, 10 laps on the fuel delta at the end. That's not going to change the situation that much. I think that would be a 5 to 10 second difference maybe in the final pit stop, but you still got to recover half a minute. that might not be the game changer here. Let's see how long he actually manages to run. But yeah, Grantas Karatskas, if you think that he has ran slower in the stint, and Jan Nims managed to extend that gap, well, that's your answer to that. Rosario Stimoli, 32 seconds behind Jan Nims. I think it was Davide Notario who was in second, if I'm not mistaken, but he's 34 seconds behind. Jan Nims, a very short pit lane time, 32.5 and 33.6. I don't know what I think the 33.6 is actually the time down the lane. This is Jan Nims into the pit lane.
Grantas Karatskas. You meant Grantas Karatskas into the pit lane, so it took only one extra lap for Grantas Karatskas. Still a difference in strategy. Still good to see. It's better to see a slightly different strategy than seeing the cars differentiated by 36 seconds on the racetrack, taking the same strategy. So still kind of gives tiny bit of hope for Beaver Grease Racing Team and actually us, the viewers, to kind of expect a battle towards the end of this race. Jan Nims going into some sort of traffic as he gets back into the lead of this race. His rivals are still in the pit lane. So Simon Speth, Grantas Karatskas, Vilnius Tech University and Rosario Stimoli into the pit lane. And you were right, Davide Notario was the driver who was running second as Jan Nims was leading the race.
Grantas Karatskas coming out of the pits already.
Right
as is
on the tail.
Vilnius Tech still stationary, I believe. So Grantas Karatskas gaining a massive amount of time on Davide Notario, who had a very long pit lane time. Grantas Karatskas actually, no, he didn't gain anything on Jan Nims. He did gain time on Davide Notario. A lot of time. I think Davide lost time instead of...
Yeah, 6 seconds longer.
What is happening to Davide?
Okay, my heart almost fell out. Some sort of a lag. Hopefully, well, it seemed like connection issues, and hopefully it's connection issues only temporarily. For
inside of Lesmo, that's not the place you want to make a move. I think he just lost time.
Oh, Vilnius Tech University. Oh, okay, they are just...
They're coming out of the pits.
85.5 standing still time, which is roughly 35 seconds longer than usual.
They touched. Was the damage repaired?
Maybe it was. Did they have damage?
The car didn't look like it was. Well, maybe that's why they lost so much time. Maybe that was what we saw there when they lost around 4 seconds of to the car ahead. Maybe that was what happened. But yeah, 85.5 seconds stationary. Davide Notario had 38.3 seconds stationary. Tadas Juknavich is actually now behind the wheel instead of Grantas Karatskas. So driver change in the number 1 car. Let's see who's going to go quicker. Let's see how fast can Jan Nims go. Jan Nims not going super fast, so he's either in traffic or he's trying to bring the tires up.
He was in
a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he's trying to bring the tires in slowly to not overwork them, but no, it looks like he was just in a heavy piece of traffic. So this is one of the first times I'm seeing Davide Notario actually going quicker than Jan Nims. No matter the situation that Jan Nims was in, but it's still going quicker. Jan Nims is going to have his first clear lap of the stint. So let's see if he can get some improvements done. But this is interesting from Beaver Grease Racing that just after one stint, they're making the first driver change of the race and the first driver change of the top 3.
Running wide and all over the racetrack, managing to hold it together, but Tadas Juknavich, while working with the traffic, made a big mistake, and hopefully not too big. The driver who is lapped down is just giving up and just saying, okay, get the track, go past by me and stay in the battle. But Tadas Juknavich has lost roughly 2 seconds on that mistake, and I think he was just trying to make a move a little bit too optimistic, which sent him off the racetrack. beautiful car control, but these small mistakes might, well, be what will influence the outcome of this race badly. You have to try and avoid situations like these. Because you're not only losing time, you are damaging the tires, you might damage something else on the race car, and well, you are influencing your flow badly. So hopefully Tadas Juknavicius will not lose his flow. 3.9
for Jan Nims. Jan Nims improving. Tadas Juknavicius obviously had that issue there. So he's going to see. We're going to see what pace he can actually get out of that car. Now not looking so optimistic for them. Unless Tadas Juknavicius can go a lot quicker than Grantas. Oh, that is...
Oh, an almost unsafe return to the racetrack.
Oh, big damage to the front of that Lamborghini.
That's Emilia Olvidaite. She took over the wheel from Reigardas Sidabras. Reigardas was doing a phenomenal job, and he was in the top 6, I believe, before the pit stops, and it's just... Well, she lost it on the exit.
I thought we were live. I thought this was happening again.
Oh no, this is a replay. This happened on the exit of Curva de Lesmo of the second right-hander. There was another hit, and that's it. That's the day for...
Oh, almost running into the back of them was Davide Notario, and Tadas Juknavicius just leaving so much extra space. That's very close. This is very, very dangerous, and I think that's going to be car parked. And yes,
that's the Firemax Racing team, and they will call it the day. They might get back on the racetrack, but well, they were running 6th. Now they are basically running nowhere. Just having the chance to maybe use this event for some more experience gathering. And just looking at the finish, we have a battle between Beton and Pastrana, with Recent making a outbreaking mistake into Variante della Roggia and just giving out the position, the 10th position, to Beton. This is a replay. Was it with a little bit of help of their rivals, or was it just a breakpoint misjudgment? It looks like they just misjudged the breaking point badly, running a little bit wide over the curbs, and position lost.
Jan Nims behind them, coming up to lap them. So this is Jan Nims getting close to the top 10.
Wow. Jan Nims was really fast, and it is actually, I don't want to say was, Jan Nims is really fast on the World Sim Series platform, but we know Jan Nims better from the Assetto Corsa title. We haven't seen him racing in the Assetto Corsa Competizione a lot, but when he does, he does that brilliantly. He's not only leading the race, he's being the fastest driver on the racetrack right now, and he was actually 6/10 faster than Davide Notario and 5/10 faster than Tadas Juknavicius, and wow, putting in the fastest lap time of the race right now.
Oh wow, 14.290. So Jan Nims not slowing down. He keeps on going.
There's nothing to slow down. He knows that the Beaver Grease Racing team is up to P3. Well, the gap is actually up to 40 seconds right now. But he has nothing to lose, and well, he needs to be as fast as he can to maybe avoid the outcome of the different strategy, which it doesn't look like a big risk or a risk at all, because well, they are only able to extend the stint by 1 lap. It's going to be 5 laps at the most by the final pit stop the teams will make if everything goes smoothly, so that's not something you might consider as a big difference.
Yep, so it is again a loss by Tadas Juknavicius. Nobody getting closer. We'll see what happens once once a different driver jumps into that number 14, and then we're gonna see the real difference. Whether it's just Jan.
14 warning for ignoring blue flags, but how can number 14 get blue flags when they are the leaders of this race, so maybe this is a mistake by race control. I'm not sure what.
Sure, maybe position 14.
Maybe position 14. Okay, but well, that's awkward. That's interesting. Number 14.
I don't think they can receive. Oh,
This is a replay.
Yeah, now I can.
And
I see where I can
Beton.
see that it's a replay.
And that's John Beton, who just won the 10th spot, so he lost a couple of places with this spin. He's down to P12.
Well, Exit of Ascari proving to be the graveyard for cars. So many incidents there, and quite a few teams struggling to make that exit of the turn work. It is a difficult turn, but if you clip that outside, if you clip that patch of gravel on the outside, that's when you're going to really, really struggle.
So off the racetrack, losing a couple of positions, and right back into the battle position. Alexa Jovanovic is in front of John Beton. This is the battle for P11 right now. John Beton was running 10th up until the moment when he made that mistake out of Variante Ascari. And we have a group of cars battling for the 11th position. They are 11 seconds down on Hector Pastrana, so quite a margin, and not a lot of things can be done in this situation, but Yaroslav Umrilov gaining on John Beton. So suddenly John Beton, after that mistake, seems to slow down a little bit. He was on pace, he was showing good performance as he went up to P10. And well, this creates a nice group of cars battling for P11. We are running on board with Rosario Stimoli. He's running 14th, and he's in the best seats to take a good look at what's happening in front, but he doesn't want to be a viewer only. He's right on the tail of Yaroslav Umrilov. And this is Ferrari versus Lexus. As Gustas already mentioned, Ferrari seems to be really fast around this racetrack. There is a slow BMW coming out of the pit lane. Rosario Stimoli managing to make that move, but I was trying to figure out who the driver was who was running slow. It was not a driver coming out of the pit lane. I believe there was a driver who was slowing down a little bit to let those lapping cars through and not get into the mix, because, well, you see 4 cars in your mirror, you see them all battling for positions. John Beton right on the tail of Alexa Jovanovic, and the move sticked finally, so John Beton up to P11. He needs to avoid mistakes right now. Rosario Stimoli using this situation to his own advantage, so is Yaroslav Umrilov. And Alexa Jovanovic losing 3 places in the course of 3 corners. This happened so fast, but this is just a proof that you have to be really cautious while battling with other cars and maybe try to think about everything strategically. Alexa Jovanovic made another mistake. She kind of looked to went into the inside of Yaroslav Umrilov and then backed out of it a little bit too late, which basically cost her quite a lot of time. She's now down to 1 second behind Yaroslav Umrilov, and I would say that might be the end of this beautiful battle. John Beton back to P11, 11 seconds behind Hector Pastrana, and that's your new task for well, maybe the next 45 minutes until we will see the second wave of pit stops happening and taking place.
Again, Nim's fastest lap of the race again. Purple last time around, 148.277. That is another second gain on Davide Notario. Tadas now is just trying to kind of bridge that gap there, but not as successful as I think Grandes Kratskas was at closing in. And now you've got quite an interesting scenario where from P1 to P2. It is 40 seconds after an hour and 16 minutes of racing. That is huge. That is a massive, massive gap. I don't know how you're going to close that down. You're going to have to put someone very slow in that number 14 car to actually get that gap down.
I don't think we will see anyone getting in and being that much slower. Teammate of Jan Nimts is Simonas Urbonas, driver from Lithuania, who is also really fast and talented. We might see some changes actually. Oh, running a little bit too aggressive over the curbs. Alexei Jovanovic, we're still on board with that BMW. Managed to save that, but well, I don't think Simonas Urbonas will be that much slower to let anyone change the outcome, especially seeing Tadas Juknevicius not being as fast as Grantas Kareckas, at least by the looks of it. He's fast, he's not particularly slow, 1 minute 48.9. That's only 0.3 slower than the last time of Jan Nimts. Still a little bit slower. And a little bit slower than Grantas Kareckas. So it's going to be interesting to see how the drivers will perform, and actually it's really interesting to see how the drivers in the teams will share the driving time. Will they do two stints, then change, then 2 stints again? Will Jan Nimts do 3 stints and then hand it over to Simonas Urbonas to finish it off?
I think the optimal solution here is to do 2-2-2. That's what I'd normally go for, just to keep the drivers a bit more fresh, because a 3-hour stint, that is difficult. That's a lot of work required to do a 3-hour stint, so it might be just a little bit easier to do 2 + 2 + 2. That also maximizes the driving time for Jan Nimts, as my prediction is he is the quicker driver in that car. He's dropped the pace a little bit down now, 48.6. 48.9 for Tadas Juknevicius. That does mean that the gap, well, even though the gap is still increasing, the gap has kind of stabilized a little bit more. But that starting at the back for the Beaver Grease Racing team has meant that they are in a bit of a struggle, and now they're in a huge pack of traffic. I think this is that pack which was very close together. This is pretty much for P16, I think it is. It's 3 cars.
It is. Dainius Butvila is ahead of Tadas Juknevicius, riding on board with Dainius right now, so shouldn't be a lot of problems for the Beaver Grease Racing team to deal with this traffic, though it will cost a little bit of time because those GT3s are pretty close together and actually battling for positions. Even though this is a battle for P16.
Down the straights. That's where the Porsche is the weaker car, so gaining back a little bit of time down the straights, that's a positive for them, but losing time in the turns, and that's not going to be a positive for Tadas. Oh, very, very tight into turn 1, and that's super late braking of Tadas Juknevicius and of that whole Beaver Grease Racing team car to the outside. That's going to be an easy move, no questions asked, but oh, and they touch. Wow, Tadas Juknevicius, I think he was just in his blind spot, and he just turned down on that lapped car. Didn't think he was still there. Oh, makes the move, but very, very aggressive. More aggressive than needed on cars that are not in your race, and just risking a lot of damage for, well, a tiny amount of time. He's still catching up to Davide Notario. So he is gunning for that P2 spot. They're going to have Pavlas Klimatskas in the car a little bit later on, and we'll see what he does in this race. But it is looking difficult for the Beaver Grease Racing team if you look at aspirations to win. This is Dainius Butvila behind Sven Gerdes and behind Enrique Polonio, and they're fighting for a 16th spot here. Oh, big slide, and doesn't touch the wall, but wow, and needs to get out of that place as soon as he can because he knows somebody else might come up and do the same. Ascari, the killer of cars today.
It looks like so
many issues. So many teams having issues there, and That's interesting. It is a difficult turn, but wow, I did not expect so many cars to be having problems at a corner that's, in the modern GT3 world at least, is quite, let's say, comfortably, well, not comfortably, but it's quite flat.
On the exit especially, because all those mistakes, all those spins we see are happening on the exit. Well, I can understand when you clip that gravel just outside of the corner and that sends you spinning, but sometimes the drivers just lose control while being on the track. Maybe they attack those curves a little bit too aggressive and that sends you spinning with the loss of the traction. But this is something to note for all of the drivers. Hopefully they see those mistakes at least somehow, and they have to know that you need to be cautious exiting that Ascari corner today, because it's just
more of a setup issue.
Maybe
the guys haven't had as much time practicing doing the long runs, and now once the car loses some fuel, the balance of it changes. It might just be getting bounced off the curbs too much. So I think it is a question of you haven't got the right setup for the race, but so many cars have not got it right. So maybe just kind of making a setup for the hot lap part of the race, but then losing out a lot as soon as they jump into some proper driving. Vilnius Tech University down in P9. Remember that super long pit stop that they had. They're going to try and recover sometime at 50.5, so I think they had a driver change there as well. Maybe that's why it took so long for them.
Well, they do the driver change, as far as I understand, live on one simulator, so they have to make it physically.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think they may have had an issue there.
Maybe.
Driver swapping.
Maybe something went slightly wrong in all that procedure. We had interesting things happening in the past when we shared one sim in endurance racing series. So, well, things might go wrong. You might knock something off the rig. You might clip something off or break something if you want to make the change a little bit too fast. Or you can just fall over. Well, things can happen if you make that change on one rig, because, well, it's not always the most convenient way to get in and get out. Still, a sim rig is a hardware where you have to kind of get into that racing seat. They're a little bit similar to how you have to get in real cars. Oh, Vilnius Tech University having a spin just as we were talking about them.
So I think that kind of confirms my suspicion of it being a different driver in that car. Let's see the replay of what actually happened here. A train of free BMWs.
Oh, he was
just spins on his own.
I think he might have just scared. Well, he had to maybe change the line. He saw a car giving them space on the outside, and it kind of scared the driver of this BMW, who maybe tapped the brakes a little bit too hard into the parabolic corner, which sent the back end of the car spinning around, and he was just a passenger towards from that moment on. They are still 9th, but only 1.6 seconds against Hector Pastrana, creating a beautiful scenario in the remainder of the race. We have 4 hours and 34 minutes of race remaining, so nice to see some teams coming back a little bit closer to each other and creating some real race scenarios. We have yellow flags.
Maybe just someone off into that gravel pit on the exit of Lesmo 2. It's easy to get stuck in that as well. But once you're in those big blocks of gravel, you can get stuck in them, or at least drive very, very slowly through them. I still need an answer from...
Oh,
big slide.
Another victim.
Again on the curb. That's again on that curb. And he's right in the middle of the track, so he needs to now make a decision. I would say put it in reverse. I wouldn't want to, and that's what he's kind of doing, but crossing the track. Another victim of that Ascari chicane. Look at that. So he's gonna take the inside curb, bounces the car, and the car spins.
It was
is a
just
question of
tiny
setup
bit.
for me.
You think so?
Because we haven't seen these kinds of issues from the top running guys, and yes, it's a question of driving talent and so many other things, but I think it's just an issue of when the car receives a shock, because these curves are very, very hard, and the cars are quite stiff. You're trying to make the car stiff, you're trying to make the car low to the ground, just so you have that straight line speed, and the suspension just can't hold the bumps. It's not absorbing them enough, and that's when you start having issues like this. So to me, this looks like a very, very big setup issue that you haven't tested the car out when the fuel starts going down, because we're seeing more and more of these crashes as the stint goes on. So it's obviously as the fuel tank depletes and the balance of the car changes, that's when we're starting to see these issues. So I think it's more a question of you haven't tested the car enough before the race, and now you're having these issues. Tadej Ignavicius, by the way, very, very close to Davide Notario now. 1 second is the gap. He's gonna try and make the move soon. 45 seconds to Jan Nims though. The gap increasing every lap, bit by bit. Jan Nims 148.337. Tadej Ignavicius 149.112 last time round. Look, if you see, Tadej Ignavicius just jumping over that curb without any issues, and you saw the other cars touching the curb and being thrown off the track. So to me, this does look like a big, big setup issue for those cars that have been taken prisoner by the exit of Ascari.
And we had quite a bunch of cars, meaning that a lot of teams have set up the cars a little bit wrong. Tadej Ignavicius goes out of the attack. It seems to me that he just simply lifted off down the main straight. So
that
maybe
more like a connection problem there for one of them.
Okay, maybe so, because it seemed that he was gaining quite hugely, and then he kind of backed out of it, or maybe it was a connection issue. But well, the gap is up to 1 second, and it was a little bit tighter. So I'm not sure what happened here, whether it was a connection issue or a back off of the attempt to overtake.
Back off down the straight.
And it seemed quite early to back off, actually. Well, you at least wait until the braking zone and lift earlier then. But still try to stay as close as possible to your rival to maybe force him into some sort of a mistake. It's in the past, actually. Well, it's over, and Tadej Ignavicius is back on the rear wing of Davide Notario again as they run into traffic.
By the way, from Davide, some issues, some connection.
Yeah.
If you remember, as soon as he exited the pits, it looked like the car flew off into the barrier. Look at how much curve Tadej Ignavicius can take. Look at that. Jumps all over that curve. So, and other cars are trying to avoid it. So I think Beaver Grease Racing have got that car dialed in just right. I will want to see Jan Nims try that as well, to see how he takes that chicane. But for now, let's stay with this battle, and this is Tadej Ignavicius.
And this is a good chance.
Oh, he's got it perfectly, because Davide Notario, he tried to make a move, and now he's on the outside. He's been boxed in, and now they're going to go side by side. This is the chance for Tadej Ignavicius. He's going to box Davide Notario in. If he doesn't leave space, no, Davide Notario, he gets the slipstream from the BMW and now gets back past Tadej Ignavicius. It looked like a done deal for Tadej Ignavicius, but he's back behind, trying to make it round the outside into turn 1. He's going to go outside again, turn 2. He's going to have the fantastic exit, but he touches, and we've seen that before. We saw that around an hour ago. There was a car taking out another car on the exit there, and this same thing just happened between Davide Notario and Tadej Ignavicius, where they touched on the exit because Tadej tried to get a better exit, and Davide just closing the door.
Someone's off the track again in front of the leaders.
They just outbrake themselves.
I think it was a left car back on the track.
could have gotten scared as well.
Couldn't have got.
Could have got.
Good. Sorry. Yeah, so the battle is still continuing. We still have a couple of cars that will be led by those leaders, which might change the situation we see right now. The next car for Davide Notario is Alexei Jovanovic, whom we're riding on board with right now, and she's in a battle with Yaroslav Umrilov. This is a battle of 3 cars. She's giving room for at least Davide Notario.
That looked like he just turned the boosters on his car.
It did.
Maybe that was a lift.
Oh, Tadas Juknevic is running a little bit wide. Was it too wide, or was it a preparation for the long straight? He's 0.5 of a second behind Davide Notario, who
just
will
had that BMW on the inside, and he wanted to leave a little bit of room just in case. BMW here lifting off.
Yes, a beautiful cooperation by the lap cars, but this is a chance for Alexei Jovanovic.
That's why you don't lift. That's why you don't lift, because now he was put under massive pressure by the BMW behind him. It's a free BMW fight here, but as soon as you decide to lift off and let the leader through, well, you might have a car hiding behind them and getting through. Interesting here. Is this a battle between?
It is a battle for position between Janušaitis, Jovanovic, and Umrilov, and Janušaitis managed to overtake Jovanovic, and this is the outcome of the traffic.
That looked too easy on that overtake.
And
just there.
I'm just wondering if Alexei Jovanovic is a female driver. I don't have any info, but it would be interesting to see a lady battling guys.
And doing well, running in the top 15 as well, in a very, very competitive grid. This is the International Racing Team number 8 car. He's chasing down. He's getting past them very quickly, so I think that might just be a car that's a lot recovering from an accident.
Maybe. You might be right. I thought you were thinking that this is a battle between lapped cars.
No,
but
it just looked like Thomas Janušaitis got past them so quickly that it was just a car recovering from something that happened earlier on in the race. This is John Betton and Hector Pastrana.
It is.
Trying to go side by side. Hector Pastrana moves to the inside because he's able to. This is John Betton to the outside. Michael Gashi, I think, had some kind of issue. And
running wide. And look who's behind them. And that's what I was willing to talk about. And our leaders who are battling for P2 are always gaining on battles for positions.
They just touched.
Did they? Was it a touch for Davide Notario? Do you think it was?
I think it was. I think this is the issue here, because Davide, I think John tried to get out of it as soon as he could. Because look, Davide gets very close. They both go wide, so now it's the battle between them that's very, very close. This is John's.
No, he was just leaving room, and he went a little bit wide on the grass. That's a shame. That's a big shame for John Betton. But this is not the first mistake we see made by this driver in this race. But look what nice racing action it creates. So John Betton is down. He's down back in P11, and he has to fend off 4 cars right now. Well, at least 3 cars that are right behind him from. After that mistake that he made, Yaroslav Umrilov, Tomas Janušaitis, and Alexei Jovanovic. Oh, and we have a battle for P2. Sorry for missing that out. Into Parabolica, Tadas Juknevičius going on Davide Notario. Is it the correct place for Tadas Juknevičius to make that move? Because the Lamborghini will use that slipstream, and it also has a big speed advantage. So that might give a chance for Davide Notario to gain
back at him. Yes, he is. I was expecting him to kind of back off here, but now down into turn 1, can Tadas Juknevičius outbrake him? He's gonna try to switch it back on the exit. Oh, and I swear that was a touch. That was a touch for sure.
It was. The system, I think it registers those touches. Let's play it out a little bit and take a look at the replay to make a better judgment on what happened. So late move to the inside by the Vida Notario, using the slipstream right towards the final meters up until the braking zone, then braking kind of late and taking a tight line, and it was, but Tadas Juknavich is backing out of it. Well, the speed difference was a little bit bigger and there was no place for Tadas Juknavich to go, while Davide was taking a tighter line and he kind of slowed down a little bit too much in the mid-corner.
I think that he did do that intentionally. He knew that Tadas Juknavich would try to cross him on the exit, so he got the car stopped a lot. Oh, defending into Ascari. He went very, very wide there. This is going to be the chance for Tadas Juknavich to make the move. No, he's still a little bit too far.
This is a beautiful battle, but look how big of a gap it created. Jan Nimtz already enjoying a gap of almost 1 minute, so that's roughly, well, 52, 53 seconds. It's
a pit stop. He has a gap of a pit stop. So even if he runs super rich on the fuel and loses that time and has to make an extra pit stop, he's sorted. Why is Tadas Juknavich just running on the left-hand side? Maybe he just doesn't want to overtake him. I don't know. I wouldn't see the use of saving fuel and staying behind. He is quicker. He needs to start clawing the back down to Jan Nims. The gap back down to Jan Nims. And, well, that's not going to happen if you don't run in the slipstream. Especially in the situation that they've got here, where you do need to, where the Lambo is much quicker down the straight. So you have to have the slipstream just to help the Porsche in any way. There is a warning for the #1 car, but I think that was earlier on. That's at least what I can see. That I can see #1 warning. We're causing an incident with another car.
Yep, that's...
I'm not sure what that is for.
I'm not sure also, but this is for car #1, and that's Tadas Juknavich. Well, we've seen a small contact between the Vida Notario and Tadas Juknavich, but nothing too much. It wasn't too dramatic. Well, it was a natural outcome of... Oh, and Tadas Juknavich was maybe... Well, he got confused also. He'd seen that warning, and he outbraked himself into parabolic, at least what it looked like.
Making mistakes. And that's not something that's very often said about the Beaver Grease Racing team. They have quite an interesting race on their hands. Jan Nims, I guess he had contact somewhere.
He did. Well, at least the sign, the color of the sign. Yep. Oh.
Ooh.
On the exit.
Not good, but not the end of the world. Still.
That was on the exit of Variante della Roggia. And it looked like Jan Nims just lost the traction of the back end of his car, and it was a slight contact with another vehicle. Well, nothing too much, nothing too dramatic. Things like these happen, but I'm already eager to see what that warning is about, to know a little bit more about it. Maybe there was something we have missed. Maybe we don't watch these two cars battling each other for all over the race. Maybe something happened a little bit earlier while the cars were dealing with traffic, and maybe Tadas Juknavich just had a bigger contact with the lapped car or something similar. Anyways, this is a warning. They can allow themselves 2 warnings in total. Tadas Juknavich is taking a little bit too much of that curb and still managing to hold it all together and stay on the racetrack. It cost a little bit of time. Well, but look at that.
Well, the first time we've seen that car, this was on a different curb. So we've seen so many crashes on that outside, on that inside curb that's on the exit, so on the final part of the Ascari complex. But look at that, he's gonna take a lot of the inside curb, and that's what throws the car off. Wow, what car control to hold it in. But this is another mistake that we see from the Beaver Grease Racing team. 3.4 seconds now behind Davide Notario. So another mistake again by these cars, by this car, this specific car. So that's not how you're gonna win a race if you're gonna keep making these mistakes. And well, Beaver Grease Racing team needs to calm their driver down and tell him, okay, you've made a few mistakes, you need to calm down, and now we need to catch up. But, you know, cool head and don't make any silly moves because they've already got a warning. It's not the end of the world, but the more warnings you get, the worse it's going to be. John Benton letting pass Thomas Januszaitis.
I'm not sure if he let him pass. It was a battle, I believe, and well, maybe John Benton was a little bit more cautious because he already had quite a few mistakes in similar fashion, in similar ways. So maybe he just decided to stay a little bit cooler in these situations. Maybe his car is damaged, but
Michael Gashi has had an incident as well, I think, and they're side by side with Jussi Neirola, and Jussi is going to come through now. He does in the number 4 car. That was your front row sitting. This is actually 2nd and 3rd on the grid. They're now fighting for 5th and 6th. I guess they just had some small contact down the straight, and that's what pinged the system. He went, I guess he's gonna go deep here. Oh, pretty deep, and then Jussi Neirola gets the position back, I guess.
It seems so. Beautiful battle. Michael Gashi was running 3rd, I believe, prior the first wave of pit stops. Now he's down in P6.
He was, but that's a 43 second stationary time and a 42 second rolling time. So a very, very long pit stop for him. A 42 second rolling time. I guess they didn't have their pit stop maybe configured, and they had to do it while running down the pit lane, so they
maybe
waste some time there.
Yeah, that's highly possible. But a mistake which you wouldn't expect from teams who are running that high up the order, and they have the experience to do so. But it still happens.
It still happens, and I think it's sometimes even more common for these top teams because you just forget about it because you do it so often.
What was that for a move? Did you see that Thomas Januszaitis just... Well, that was a strange move, but he gained that position, and now Hector Pastrana made a mistake and collects John Benton. And these two drivers lost quite a lot of places, but just take a look at that replay. I think that was a strange overtaking maneuver. Oh, I lost it. Yeah, so... Oh, so Hector Pastrana just made a small mistake, went a little bit wide, and that's more than Thomas Januszaitis has needed. And then, of course, running a little bit too wide, losing the traction on the rear end. Big hit. John Benton didn't have a way to go. He was nudged to the right side of his Aston Martin Vantage GT3. And, well, it's going from bad to even worse for John Benton, who was running in top 10 places and is not anymore.
Penalty for car number 18, causing a collision with car number 14.
14 is Jan Nimtz. Jan Nimtz is car number 14, and car number 18... Did it happen
I guess
before?
that was the BMW he was lapping, and they had that small contact with.
But looking at the replay, it looked like Jan Nimtz lost the traction on the exit, and maybe it happened before.
Probably they just touched on the exit with the 18, maybe just kind of touched him a little bit. We didn't see that whole incident, but at least from the replay, it looked to us just like a natural touch that sometimes happens between these cars. But Javi Martinez
ran out of fuel. Samuele Simoncelli
early to run out of fuel.
How about Javi Martinez just standing on the racetrack? Let's take a quick look at the replay. So Javi, yeah, that's Javi Martinez, and well, they are running 24th and 25th. Just running wide and coming to a hold.
Maybe
What
some
happened?
kind of computer issue.
Maybe. It's highly possible. Simoncelli lost it on his own and collected his rival.
That's what happens sometimes. That's very unfortunate. What I do have to say, coming back to Thomas Januszaitis and that number 8 IRT car, the moves I've seen by this car are super strange, and it always looks like someone is letting them through. But they're kind of still in that P10 range, always. It always looked so funny when somebody would just dart out of the way for this car, even though it's not lapping them. Maybe it has some kind of aura around it where it pushes everybody out. Look, people are... Okay, this was a lapped car, but again, look at how they let them through. Maybe they've paid the rest of the competition to let them through at every single point, because that lapped car was maybe a second up the road. It just kind of stopped down the straight. Oh, that is very, very tight. And another lapped car in that mix.
Being a little bit too generous, willing to be a little bit too generous, just try to stop down the road and let those cars through, and we have five cars battling for position, and it becomes a little bit too dangerous to make those throughs like this.
Are you sure that's
I'm not
actually a lap
sure.
car?
It's not. It is.
No, it is a lap car, so...
It's car number 33, is it? It is. It's Samuele Simoncelli. He's running 24th. This is the BMW that made a mistake a couple of corners ago. Well, at least a lap ago. And there's another car coming to a halt. Oh, and I've lost it. It was another BMW there. You could see that in the distance, just trying to leave enough of space and creating some more dangerous situations. What happening here? So you don't want to see cars coming to a halt, to an actual hold, to let those faster guys through when they try to lap them, because, well, this doesn't create some safe situations. This creates some dangerous scenarios where you can expect more crashes to happen. So the drivers, even though they are a little bit slower and they are a lap or a couple of laps down, they just don't have to come to a halt like this.
That's what happens sometimes. These guys, some of these drivers, are trying to be very nice and generous and trying to let everybody through. But what actually happens is that you make it a lot worse for everybody, because you're so unpredictable on track, and especially if you're stopping on the way down into turn 1, then you're just creating worse situations for these drivers and opening up gaps that... closing down gaps that maybe shouldn't have been closed down, and opening up gaps that maybe shouldn't have been opened up. So sometimes it's just better to stick to what you're doing, and the faster guys will take care of the situation anyway. And this is an easy way to block. By the way, more info from race control, number 33 and number 19. That was a racing incident. I think that was the car that spun here at Lesmo 1 and kind of collected the 19. That, yeah, it's just unfortunate. Sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes a car spins and collects another one.
Well, the decision has been made, and race control told their thought about it, and you cannot change the outcome, which is no penalty for any of that car. We have a tight...
I don't think anybody's going to argue with that.
Yeah, we have a tight situation on the racetrack between...
Davide Notario down into the pits. This is early, and again, it's very early for this car.
Super early, and they were the first ones to start the flow of the pit stops, but this time it's 1 hour and 51 minutes into the race. Well, actually, the first pit stop was... The first pit stop was like 56 minutes into the race, I believe. So the second one is roughly...
Again, too early.
Yeah,
I think
so
it was
similar.
maybe even 54, but it is again too early. They're not making an hour. And I think that's a big risk that they're taking.
too big of a risk, I believe. This is just hands down giving the better strategy to Beaver Grease Racing. And even though
it's not even Beaver Grease. With the strategy they're on, they're not fighting Beaver Grease here. They're not even fighting P3 at this point. They're fighting UC Neirola in the number 4 car in 4th place, or Michael Gashi. If you're pitting so early, you've just given away a pit stop to everyone.
And that's not what you want to do in an endurance race. So it doesn't matter how high you are able to drive your car at the beginning of the race, but if you will have an extra stop, it's just game over in any battle for good positions.
It definitely isn't a 6-hour race. Now, if this was 24 hours, I don't think they'd be as worried.
Yeah.
If you lose one stop, you might just be quicker all the way through the race, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Many factors come into it. But in a 6-hour race, you're not going to recover. It's a minute and 6 seconds. That's the calculation, I guess, kind of, for a pit stop. Okay, if you're
for a good pit stop. Yeah, for a good pit stop.
But that's for a full service pit stop.
Yeah.
Full service. So if you're stopping for less time, well, let's say it is going to take at least 32 seconds, because that's the time it takes you to go from pit entry to pit exit. So that's the minimum amount of time it's going to take you. You've just given away your competition 32 seconds. And we know the Lambo can run long because Jan Nims does it. So they're going quick, and I think they're going too quick for what they can actually achieve because they're using too much fuel now. And this might be the, let's say, the nail in the coffin for their race, or at least for their fight with the Beaver Grease Racing team, who is now up into second after a long, long time running in third. 57.6 seconds the gap now, and I think because Tadej Jukanovic has been released to push, he should be able to just about jump Davide Notario in the pits if they can do a good pit stop. But if I'm Beaver Grease now, I would say put Paulius Klemanskas in next. He's gonna do his minimum drive time, and then I would stick Grantas Karatskas back into the car and give him the car for the last 3 hours and say, okay, now please win this for us, because it's a big gap. It's a minute.
Hector Pastrana had some sort of problem. He lost 4 places, I believe. So he's down to P17, and they had only 1 pit stop completed. Did he lose it on his own? It looks like these Lamborghinis, they are fast down the straights, but they are a handful of a vehicle to have in control. And this is basically mid-corner of the second Curva de Lesmo corner. It just step out of the hands of Hector Pastrana, and he also hit the wall, which is not some good news for the team who were running successfully.
But second time.
Yeah, on the same spot.
Yes, in the same exact way. Just that before he collected someone.
Yeah, he collected John Benton, I believe.
Yeah, in the Aston Martin, the R Motorsport delivery Aston
Yeah.
Martin. So he collected him. This time at least he did it alone. But Jan Nims, 45 last time round. He's rapid. He's put another 6 tenths on Tadej Jukanovic. I have no idea how quick the second driver in that number 14 will be, but they're looking like absolute favorites to win today. And, well, looks like it's a great mix of pace, fuel saving, tire saving, because they're running exactly to the hour. Don't need to run more, don't need to run less. And they look very, very, very comfortable here to actually get that move done. To actually get this race done in the way that they want to, and they're very comfortable. And when you have a gap like that, you can kind of control your pace. If you need to go if you need to go quicker, if you need to go slower, if you've got some traffic in front of you, you don't need to take that ultimate risk because you know you've got a minute behind you. You can kind of manage it and say, okay, I'm going to lose 2 seconds here, but I'm not going to crash. And if you are in that sort of 10-second range, you're battling for the lead, and you've got a faster driver, a slower driver, and you don't know what's happening, then you have to take the risk. Now they can just have a risk-free 4 hours and 3 minutes of the race remaining. At least if I was them, that would be my goal here. Somebody else into the pits, one of the Lexuses, that is Michael Gashi.
They also
is another early stopper.
So it looks like they are on a strategy to push maximum speed on the racetrack and think about fuel saving, because they have also had an earlier stop during the first wave of pit stops, and I think it's just going to be the case for the remaining of the race, meaning that the top 10 places we see right now might have a different outcome after the 6 hours will be completed.
Much, to be honest, about Michael Gashi. He's quite close to making that hour. He was just 2 minutes off of it. That's something you can easily recover throughout the rest of the race, just with running, you know, a different fuel mix with the car. I wouldn't say they are going to actually go under with the pit stops. That would be not wise strategically. There is a drive-through for car number 5. That is Andrea Capoferri for causing a collision in turn 1. That is the car that's now in P7. This is probably the first time we're seeing one of these front runners actually get a penalty. So Andrea Capoferri will have to come down pit road at some point. We're nearing that hour mark, and we're going to mark off 2 hours completed soon. And this is your race leader, Jan Nims, who has led
whole race.
Well, he hasn't led every single lap, because there were laps. There was a few laps where he had stopped, and then that put the Beaver Grease Racing team in front. But I think they're gonna stop 1 lap earlier. At least that's what they did last time. And my prediction is that they're gonna meet out on track for the first time in the whole race.
They should stop a couple of laps earlier, actually. They've stopped 1 lap earlier for the first pit stop if they are on the same strategy. That should
I think they're going to come out to do it on the same lap now. Purely because what you have to consider is that on the first stint, you've got the whole formation lap that you need to cover. So I kind of would guess that Jan Nims maybe just used up a little bit more fuel. I think they're going to run to the same amount of laps. Or at least that would make sense for me to have these 2 cars run to the exact same amount of laps.
Well, it should. So Jan Nims should be entering the pit lane by the end of this lap. At least
no, I think 1 more.
You think 1
Should
more?
Be 1 more. Because they did come out at 2 minutes past the hour.
Okay.
They came out of the pits. So that's my guess here. He's still got 5 minutes and 40 seconds on his stint timer. And remember, like I said, because they did the formation lap, I think it cut out 1 lap of fuel mileage for some of these cars. But that looks like very tight.
No, he's staying out.
Staying out. So I think 1 more lap. Car number 28, drive-through penalty for causing a collision with someone down at turn 1. Car number 28, that's Chloe Hazel down in P15 into the pits right now. That car is Jan Nims, so Jan Nims stays out. They have a lap difference in terms of stint time. Ricardo De Marchi is also there. Ricardo De Marchi, a car that we haven't seen a lot of this race, in the number 2 here, and he is kind of been he's looking like a dark horse for a podium. Because of that super early stops for Davide Notario, it's going to be at least a 10-minute difference now. And Davide would have to save an incredible amount. And this now kind of puts Roberto Di Marchi into a chance of a podium. A car that was nowhere. Well, it wasn't nowhere, but it wasn't there. Because Jussi Neirola, 22.4 seconds behind him. That means, well, he's quite safe. Let's see, he should be coming down pit road this time round. Yes, he is, down into the pits. And Riccardo Di Marchi comes in to make his second stop of the race for that number 2 car. That is the Filcronet Motorsport, a full Italian team of Croti and Marchi. Let's see if they actually make a driver change here. Coming back to Jan Nims. Jan Nims should be coming down. I don't think he'll risk to make it another lap out on track. Yes, he does. And it is 2 hours and 2 minutes completed of the race. Coming down into the pit lane in that Lamborghini. A little bit of damage on the front end, but this should be a driver change, or at least I'm predicting a driver change for the current race leader in the AOR Racing Team machine.
This is the second pit stop, so yeah, there should be a driver change.
Unless they're going to do 3+3.
Maybe.
This is Davide Notario. He's unlapped himself from the leader now. But he has completed already 12 minutes of his stint, and Jan Nims hasn't come out for his stint. So this is not great for them.
That's a big difference. And this is
Riccardo De Marchi. Oh, I saw yellows and I thought that something happened with the car. So Riccardo De Marchi rejoins in 5th. He's going to still have Jussi Neirola, who still needs to pit. Tadas Juknavicius coming down the straight. I think he's going to just about get past Jan Nims. He does, but Jan Nims is rolling down the pit lane. So Tadas Juknavicius takes the lead, at least for the moment. He's going to be stopping next time by, or at least one more lap. Here comes Jan Nims out of the pits, and it's still Jan Nims behind the wheel. Unless it has to update later on.
Yeah, it might update a little bit later. But if that's Jan Nims, that means that either he'll be... either the team will have a split strategy where one driver starts and drives until the middle of the race and the other finishes it, or it's going to be a one-driver race. Because... no, that's Simonas Urbanas. Yeah, so the change happened.
It would be strange to keep a driver in for a third hour when you've got such a comfortable gap. I would never take that risk, even if Jan Nims is quicker. Let's say a lot quicker, half a second quicker. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be maybe a 10 for 2. But let's say even if he is that much quicker, it wouldn't make sense to keep a driver in for the third hour and risk him getting tired and making a mistake and throwing away what is now a very, very comfortable race lead. Tadas Juknavicius, he should be coming down onto pit road this time round, unless they're going to risk doing another lap.
Running a little bit wide, risking it all, and...
they are going to take another lap, so this is the longest running car out on track. In terms of time, unless Jussi Neirola as well keeps it out on track. Vilnius Tech University as well. They were one of those that stayed out for a long time during stint 1.
Yeah, so they stick with the Beaver Grease Racing team at that time. They had a really long pit stop, so hopefully it's going to be a little bit better this time for the Vilnius Tech University team, as they should be entering the pit lane by the end of this lap. So should Tadas Juknavicius, because if this Porsche will not pit by the end of this lap, they will get a penalty. So there is no chance for Tadas Juknavicius to stay out longer. And I'm wondering if it's going to be Pavlos Klimanskas who will be taking over the wheel of this Porsche 911. Tadas Juknevičius is running a little bit wide, just showing that he's still trying to push the maximum performance out of this Porsche. And it means maybe they are still trying to fight for the win of this race. The drivers will change. We will get the pace out of them quite soon. Tadas Juknevičius and Grantas Kareckas, well, on a similar pace. Simonas Urbanas has just taken over the wheel from Jan Nemts, and we don't yet have the data. So it's going to be interesting to see.
I think give Simonas as well a few laps to get into a groove.
Of course.
And you actually judge his pace, because he doesn't need to go quick.
He doesn't. They have a lot of space for any needed warm-ups for the drivers, and they can allow themselves. And is that Vilnius Tech in the background? I think it is. So they are one lap down. And they were really close at the first pit stops, actually almost entering the pit lane. At the same time, they do the same during the second wave of pit stops, but this time they are separated by one full lap.
Yeah, the difference of a lap, yeah, exactly. So comes in and stops on the marks. So Tadas Juknevičius, let's see if he'll actually stay in the car. Simonas Urbanas got in front, by the way. Of course he did.
Yeah.
It wasn't a long stop, let's say. With a 38-second stationary time, that's longer than what we kind of expected. Number 5 drive-through for causing a collision in turn... No, number 8 drive-through for causing a collision in turn 1.
That's Thomas Janušaitis.
That's the car we thought was...
no dive bomb.
Well... they just served it, by the way, it looks like. Yeah. No?
Oh, okay. Tadas Juknevičius had a short yellow flag flashed by his name, and that was actually for the exit.
Yeah.
Oh, and just ahead of Davide Notario. Look at that.
Right, yes, they did come in. They did come out in front. So, like I said, as soon as Tadas had some clear air, he was able to pull away. But now he needs to get those Pirelli tires up to temperature and up to pressure as soon as he can, because Davide, well, he's been running for a long time, and he's got the pressures and temperatures up. He's in the groove, and he's going to be able to try and attack Tadas Juknevičius. We'll see if that actually is Tadas who stayed in the car. We should have an update. I guess we'll make the decision if he did or not at the end of this lap. If they did keep him in, that would be strange.
Would it? Maybe. Well, maybe.
To me, it would be a very strange strategy of how you would put Grantas Kareckas, who was quicker, definitely was quicker, into the car. I think it is Tadas Juknevičius who stayed in. So, are they going to give Povilas only one stint?
Maybe.
Because
maybe
I would
they
be
will.
trying to maximize how much Grantas drives.
Or maybe they just want to see how the race will pan out from this position. They leave the similarly paced driver in the car right now to maybe complete his 2 planned stints, and then make a decision how they should act. They can hand over the car for Pavlos Klimanskas for 2 stints next, and then hand over the car to finish off this race if they are not in contention for the win of this race.
Trying to the outside. That's Davide Notario trying. Oh, they almost touched, but no.
I think they did touch. I think they did touch actually through the course of this corner. Small touches, side rubbing, which is totally within the rules.
Robin's racing, especially in GT3.
It is, and Davide Notario just using out the warmer tires to his advantage. Actually, not.
Wow, he's made the move stick. So now Tadas Juknevičius, Beaver Grease's race is falling apart, because now he's gonna have to get in front of him again. He spent the last hour trying to do that. He did get in front, and now he's lost the position again. So back down to P3 and back to great for the viewers trying to see these two guys fight. Horrible for the team, because now they have to do it all over again.
I'm wondering if the driver behind the number 3 Lamborghini, Davide Notario, is the same driver, or is it a solo team? Is it a team that is sharing the same rig that's Fit Content Motorsports? And is it?
No, that's
no, it's not.
Manjo Cat Racing, but they do have 2 drivers for the number 3 car. We just haven't seen the other one there yet. Don't think he's. I don't know if it shows. Oh, and they touched down the straight. At least that's what it looked like. Maybe a connection issue, but it looked like they just touched down the straight. This is going to be a chance for Tadas Juknavicius just to try and make a move back, but no. Again, not enough.
Yeah, so the number 3 car looks to be having some sort of connection issues. This time not that dramatic, but what a nice battle it is. And yeah, the team has 2 drivers registered, and we have only seen 1 driver behind the wheel up until this moment, so still a question and answer of what the strategy for this Lamborghini is. But at least for now, it looks like Beaver Grease is not racing the AOR racing team for victory. They are currently racing what's the name? The man Joe Katzer Racing for P2 in this race. And
we do have a confirmation of that. Number 3, first warning for bad connection. So they are having a connection issue, and that's why we keep jumping up and down, seeing the cars maybe touch or hit down the straight. But it looks like they do have some kind of connection issue. I did notice that car was moving around weird. Look at how Tadas Juknavicius just takes those curves. That's just beautiful from that Porsche. And even after having that mistake there, they're still doing it. He's still doing it. He hasn't lost the confidence of trying to make those moves. He's very, very close, still on the back of Davide Notario. This is the battle for P2. Getting closer and closer is Tadas Juknavicius. He's got to try and make a move again.
What about the psychology of the driver right now, of the driver Tadas Juknavicius? He kind of already had the move done, and now he ends up in the similar situation which he was in during his first stint, and now he's
outside. I think he's just about going to make the move stick. He does round the outside into turn 1. That's not something you see very often, so great move by Tadas. I think that might just be enough, because Davide Notario has to be getting tired at this point.
He should, and that was bold and confident, but Davide Notario, is he getting back? And he's going back
at him, and they might just...
close.
What they were going to touch. That's very close.
It wasn't
a big risk taken by Davide Notario, but you saw the straight line speed of that Lamborghini. That's just a replay.
We missed it out. We missed out on the replay on that amazing overtake around the outside by Tadas Juknavicius.
Very brave.
It was brave, and it's over right now. So still getting the final moments of that battle into Variante del Roge. It was really close, but Davide Notario backed out of it, and now it's all done. I'm pretty sure Tadas Juknavicius has the advantage of tires. They are much fresher, and he had the speed already, and well, Davide Notario will just see Tadas Juknavicius go into the distance, and well, this is the moment where Tadas Juknavicius and the whole Beaver Grease racing team will start their journey to try and chase down the AOR racing team, while Davide Notario and his team will have to think through their strategy and well, understand the real position that they are battling in this race from this moment on.
They've got 18 seconds to Riccardo De Marchi in the number 2 car behind them.
Which is not enough if they have an extra pit stop. Well,
it's not enough if they have an extra pit stop. What they need to do here is they need to go into fuel-saving mode and try to get those 1 hour, 5 minute stints done. If you can start doing that, or at least a 1 hour, 3 minute stint, you can kind of still make it, but they've been using so much fuel. I guess they're running a different engine mix, because we saw how much Tadej Juknevic struggled to get past them because of the straight line speed of that car. So I think what is happening is they're running a much richer fuel mix, and that's why they're running so much quicker down the straights. Maybe the 14 of, well, driven now by Simonas Urbanas, maybe they're not pushing as hard in terms of the fuel, and that's why they're not struggling.
But look at the pace of Simonas Urbanas, 1 minute 48.8. His fastest lap time is 1 minute 48.7, so he's right on par with the speed with his teammate. And I don't think the Beaver Grease Racing team has any chance right now to try and chase down the AOR Racing team, because, well, those guys are just as fast. Both of them are similarly fast.
Definitely slower than Jan Nims. Jan Nims was doing 48.2s.
Yeah, but occasionally, well, not consistently. But well, Simonas Urbanas is still within the 1 minute and 48 second zone, which is more than enough.
If he's there, if 140, I would say that the target lap time for him should be a 149.
Yeah.
And just conserving the fuel, conserving the tires, not trying to make any risky moves.
Well, Tadej Juknevic has just been released from the Vida Notario, and he sets his personal fastest lap time of this stint, which is 1 minute 48.6. And this is where you see the Beaver Grease Racing team gaining on the AOR Racing team, but only by a couple of tenths per lap. While having a deficit of 58 seconds, it's just not enough. You have to think something more.
Right now, if Beaver Grease started to gain around 6 to 8 tenths per lap, it would still not be enough. You'd have to do that for 2 hours, and it would still not be enough to catch up to Simonas Urbanas. So I don't know, they would have to pull something crazy out of the bag here now to try and get that gap down. It's obviously still a long time to go in this race, but I can't see it happening. I don't see it as a possibility.
Me neither, but you know, well, racing, it's about reaching the finish line, the checkered flag, and all different scenarios, a lot of things happen on that course to the finish line. So let's not forget it. It's still a lot of time. The AOR had quite a successful run right up until this moment. They are enjoying it, but you never know. Riding on board with Simonas Urbanas, he's catching up on some traffic, and I would love to stick with Simonas Urbanas to run through the next corner to just see how this Lamborghini is able to cope with those curves around the outside of Variante Ascari. Yeah, taking a little bit of curve, but I think that sent the car a little bit off the line, and he had to back out of it.
The Porsche could do, because Tadej Juknevic just looks like he's very confident over those curves, but I haven't seen another Lamborghini do that.
149.3 was the previous lap time of Simonas Urbanas, and I don't think this particular lap will be much faster. So, well, there's your 7 tenths.
For number 23, it's causing an incident with the number 12 car. Race control has been busy. 49.1 for Simonas Urbanas.
That's Martin Ricardo Rodriguez, who are running in 22nd position, 7.4 seconds behind Blake Brenner, and that's going to change. In a short distance of time, beautiful space given by one of the rivals for Simonas Urbanas, but, well, Simonas is not looking as fast now as Jan Nims was. And Tadej Juknevic is looking quite good, 148.6. He should cross the line in roughly 15 seconds, and we will see the pace of Tadej Juknevic as he has been released by the Vida Notario. But just look at that gap, he's already almost 3 seconds ahead of the Vida, which just means that Tadej Juknevic spent a little bit too much of time running behind that Lamborghini during the first stint, and
I think he just wasn't aggressive enough.
Maybe.
To make move.
maybe he didn't have the tires at that moment. This time he had much fresher tires, and maybe he, well, yeah, maybe he took a little bit more of risk. 1 minute 48.8, so that's 3/10 gained from the leader, and that's far from enough, but it's still gaining. So it kind of the advantage went over to Beaver Grease Racing Team for at least the last couple of laps, which is gaining. It's nothing to concern for the AOR Racing Team, and they can stay calm and relaxed and will drive towards the finish line without thinking about anything. But still, at least for now, Beaver Grease Racing Team might have some chance to think about the win in this race. They are three drivers.
The only option here is to put as much pressure as they can on the 14 car, on the AOR Racing Team, and hope for a mistake or hope for some kind of error. It does look like Simonas Urbanas is a little bit still not in it, because you can see him missing some apexes, you can see him making a few mistakes, and I think that does mean that he is kind of struggling to calm himself down, because he knows what's on his hands, what's at stake here. Because he is leading the race, and he's got a massive gap, so all he has to do is not crash. Sometimes that's very, very difficult.
Yeah, and we've seen that in the past. So there's a chance Tadas Juknevich is around to cross the line. 1 minute 48.6, so he's stable in the 1 minute 48 zone. This time he chopped 7/10 of the lead, and the lead, the gap is already down to 55.8 seconds. It was roughly 1 minute, or maybe it was 58 seconds or something. So it started. So they started to gain on the current leaders, while of course Simonas Urbanas has to deal with the traffic. He's maybe a little bit conservative, a little bit too careful. He's not making any sudden moves. Well, he does one into Parabolica on a BMW, which is running in P30. That's number 18. Good move, but it's not going to be the fastest lap time by Simonas Urbanas, and that's third or fourth already in a row. 1 minute 49.2. So 6/10 slower than the previous lap time of Tadas Juknevicius. He will have clear space for at least half of the lap. And car number 28, Markus Augustovskis.
They have some kind of issue.
They are running slow. Yeah, I think he's moving, but I think he is the next victim of the exit of Variante Ascari. At least that's what I'm assuming. And
it does look like it. It looks like Ascari has taken another victim to the inside. That was a try by Isaac Pereles in that. I think this is the lone Ferrari of the race, and as I said, it looks to me like that Ferrari is very strong, but I haven't seen anyone else pick it. Especially strong down the straights, at least it looked like to me when it was making moves earlier on today. Look at how much he catches up on the brakes. Wow. That must be a difference in driver. Hector Pastrana still in. So quite a few teams actually electing to take their drivers to free hours, which is a lot of time, and a lot more time than I would expect them to. Davide Notario, 16 minutes is the difference in terms of stint time between him and Tadas Juknevicius. That is concerning for that number 3 car, because Riccardo De Marchi closing in on Davide Notario now. Or is he not? The timing is going up and down a little bit, but I would say Riccardo De Marchi needs to keep pushing. Davide Notario needs to kind of start conserving, but I think the number 7 here of Isaac Pereles might try to make a move down into turn 1. It doesn't look like the most stable car. It looks like it has got some damage, but let's see, how can he reel in that Lamborghini down the straight, and how good will he be on the brakes? Obviously, this is probably one of the final races we're seeing the Ferrari 488 GT3. We're going to be getting the new Ferrari 296 GT3 coming to Assetto Corsa Competizione very, very soon.
You might be right about that, and this was the big news pronounced by the Assetto Corsa Competizione team. The biggest update so far was the headline sounded like something like that. Maybe you know a little bit more about that update.
Well, but you've got the GT2s coming.
Yeah, okay.
You've got at some point, I guess the new Porsche is going to come, the 992 GT3R that got its maiden win in international GT3 racing last night at the Sebring 12 Hours. So that should be coming into Assetto Corsa Competizione at some point this year. But the 488 GT3, an iconic car, both the 488 GT3 and the 488 GTE that ran at Le Mans. Very similar to its predecessor, the 458 GTE and GT3. And we're saying goodbye to this car and welcoming the new one, which looks like a crazy prototype more than the GT3 car.
It does actually, and that really looks astonishing, and I cannot wait to see it hitting those virtual racetracks to see how that car performs. I kind of have a feeling that this new Ferrari, which is coming to Assetto Corsa Competizione, will be a slightly more popular choice by some teams than the 488 is right now. But we have to wait a little bit and see. But well, we can enjoy the nice battle of this 488 on
look at how
Monza.
Much he gains on the brakes. Wow. Hector Pastrana was hesitant on turn and he didn't know if he could do it.
Maybe that's maybe that's what Isaac Perales is trying to achieve. Driving this fashion, he was taking a tight line into that corner, but he wasn't going for a move, at least not for a planned one, and he was kind of maybe hoping for Pastrana's mistake. You are totally correct, but maybe it's just the driving style. You see, he managed to brake much later, but he lost everything on the exit. The gap is straight up to 1 second. It was roughly half a second, so maybe it's not the Ferrari having a better brake, better brakes for braking later. Maybe it's just the driver who is being the one who brakes a little bit too late, which then compromises the exit of the corner. And well, we are yet to see some overtaking maneuvers by these two Italian race cars completed on an Italian racetrack.
They've been at this battle for a long time, definitely. I guess that the pace is quite similar between these two cars.
It is 1 minute 49.9 versus 1 minute 50.2. Speaking about the pace of the leaders has slowed down a little bit, at least by Tadas Juknavicius and Davide Notario. So Tadas Juknavicius was slightly slower than he was before, 1 minute 49.9, but Davide Notario was only 1 minute 50.2. And you know, I kind of think that the Lamborghini running in P3 right now have started to think about the strategy, and they still can save it. They can still save that one extra pit stop that they are risking to have to take by the end of this race. And they are coming in. No, they are not coming in.
No.
This was the telemetry games.
Too early.
That would be way too early because, well, looking at their stint time, they still have 26 minutes of stint time remaining. If they will have the chance, if they will have the ability to extend it to the maximum, well, at least to like 1 hour and 3 or maybe 1 hour and 4 minutes, they have the chance to spear that one extra stop that they are facing at right now. But they need to act right on. They have lost to Tadas Juknavicius. They are already 7.5 seconds behind him, and this is what makes me think that the team started to save the fuel and maybe extend the stints to stick up with P3 Manjo Katse Racing. They maybe they wanted
They
to battle
settled
for
for P3
P2.
now.
Yeah.
They
So
settled for P3. They want P3 now, and they have to save fuel to get
yeah,
it
and
done.
I think that's what's happening with this Lamborghini, and that would be the wisest decision by this team, because well, they have a good chance of finishing this race in that position. 1 minute 48.9, 1 minute 49.8. So yeah, definitely they are slower. Car number 18 have been caught out by Variante Ascari, and they are standing still. Well, Davide Notario is approaching. Yeah, you can see it's actually Parabolica, and car number 18 standing right in front of Parabolica. And they are still standing. That's Simas Veršickas, the young Lithuanian. And
that is
are they stuck? They are stuck, and they are not willing to give up. Yeah, but they had to kind of teleport.
Once you're stuck there.
But it took a little bit too long, I believe. But the desperation, you know,
well,
you don't want to get stuck.
He's off the track. He's not in a, let's say, dangerous spot.
Yeah.
Where you might be taken out because it is coming into the corner. So, tried a few times, then gave up. I'm going to leave you now with Lorinas for the next hour, and then we'll be back with more speaking with me for the last 2.5 hours of this race. So thank you, Lorinas.
Yeah, have a good break. Thank you, Gustas, for
have a nice 1 hour in front of you. This should be still very fun in terms of how the strategy develops.
Yeah, solo stint awaits of me right now, and I will hand over the solo stint to Gustas Grimbergas a little bit later. He'll be having a nice break for himself to prepare for what's looking to be really exciting finish of the second special event on the World Sim Series platform, the 6 hours of Monza race, which is currently led by the AOR racing team. Simonas Urbanas behind the wheel of this beautiful Lamborghini. He shares the drive with Jan Nimts, and up until now, well, everything looks flawlessly for this team, even though Simonas Urbanas looks to be slightly slower than Jan Nimts, but Jan Nimts did a phenomenal job putting this car into the lead, creating a huge gap, of course, not without the help of the second fastest team. Oh, Tadas Juknavich is having to deal with traffic and sometimes taking a little bit of risk, and maybe it was a little bit too much of risk. Definitely these two cars have had a contact with each other while Tadas Juknavicius was overtaking, which seems to be Markus Augustovskis in the BMW. And Tadas Juknavicius kind of wanted to take a little bit more of the outside line while preparing for the first corner, but there was not enough space. Nothing too much, nothing too dramatic, just a small scrubbing and rubbing with the doors of these cars. Tadas Juknavicius just, well, he's a man on the mission. His previous lap time was a 1 minute 48.4, so he's still gaining on Simonas Urbanas, who has just set his fastest personal lap time of this race so far, 1 minute 48.7, and he's still being chased down. Not sure if these games have anything for the leading team. I'm pretty sure Simonas Urbanas is calm and relaxed at this point, trusting in his own. If I would have to take a guess about the strategy of the AOR team, I would say Simonas Urbanas will stay behind the wheel for this and the next stint, and it's highly possible that Jan Nimts will take back over the wheel from Simonas Urbanas for the two remaining stints, though if it's going to be necessary, and maybe the drivers will have a different strategy, maybe they will come up with a different strategy during the race. Of course, Jan Nimts is a slightly faster driver than Simonas Urbanas. I'm just saying slightly faster. Well, The fastest lap time of Jenims was 1 minute 48.2, I believe. So the fastest lap time of Simonos is 1 minute 48.7, which is a difference, but it should not influence the race that much, and because they are still leading and they have still a big gap between both of the two leading cars. So Tadas Juknevic is 1 minute 48.8. This was the first time after I think 6 or 8 laps when Tadas Juknevic was gaining. This time he lost a little bit to the leader. So the pace is quite on par. Davide Notario, the driver, the team who were running second for the most part of the race happened so far. They are down to P3, and I think they started to save a little bit of fuel, thinking about the strategy, thinking to change it, because, well, they need to protect P3 that they are in right now. They are running a little bit slower than the car behind, and there's a car number 28, and oh, that's not what you want to see. This was car number 28 taking out, that's Markus Augustovskis, taking out Davide Notario in a fashion that you don't want to see. This was definitely an unsafe return to the track, and this changes a lot of things for the team. I'm not sure if they will have the interest to run further, but that's, you can see further in the distance the BMW, which just runs straight into that Lamborghini, which was sent into the wall and well, hitting that green flag which was waved. And this is dramatic views, and Davide Notario gets it going again. He's down in P4, struggling to keep that Lamborghini on the racetrack. It's damaged, it's totaled, and Davide Notario has to take that decision to go into the pit lane and maybe come to a halt and change. You can see the BMW, which is at fault for all this situation, is ahead and also pitting. But, well, this is a big shame and a big no-no for the drivers. They were at the back of the pack. They have to learn. You have to take something out of it. You don't just come here to race to have fun, then run off the track and then run off one of the leaders. But, well, these things happens during racing, and that just means that, well, you cannot consider something ended until you end it. And Simonas Urbonas is now sending it off the racetrack. The leader of this race, Simonas Urbonas, says, did he make it on his own? Let's take a look at the replay. He has some traffic ahead of him. You can see the blue flags being waved for that Mercedes, and I think that Mercedes braked. No, it's just Simonas Urbonas braking a little bit too late, running off the track and then getting back on the power a little bit too dramatic, almost hanging that Lamborghini on those curves. And, whoa, guys, what's happening here? Car number 8, BMW, almost running out, almost pushing Simonas Urbonas off the road, and a lot of changes in the past 2 minutes. Tadas Juknevic was roughly 52 seconds behind Simonas Urbonas. He kind of was given as a present roughly 10 seconds of track time, so he's 42 seconds behind the leader. Still nothing dramatic, still not too much loss for the AOR Racing team. Tadas Juknevic has to deal with the traffic, 1 minute 49.3, so he cannot extract the pace out of this Porsche the way that he wants to, and it was a lap which was only 2/10 faster than the current race leader previous time, but, well, he was just given 10 seconds as a presence in the battle for the lead of this race. What about car number 3? They are still standing in the pit lane. It's going to be a really long pit stop. Oh my word, that's such a big shame. You are being taken out by guys who are running at the, well, very back of the pack. They don't have they were running just their own race, their own battle, and they decided to make something stupid like this, spin around and then, well, drive straight in the side of one of the leaders who were changing their strategy, who started to think differently, and they started to battle for P3, which was still a podium position. And yeah, they are still in the pit lane. They are down to P16, and it's pretty much over. Not sure if they will have the strength to continue and stay in this race. Tadas Juknavic is almost being taken out by one of the BMWs, and I'm not sure, and that was Kevin Mongodi. What happened to this? This is just crazy minutes happening right now. We are looking at the replay. Kevin Mongodi was having a go on his rival, and I think he just misjudged his braking points, and that was close, almost taking out another leader of this race who is gaining on P1. So luckily for Tadas Juknavic, he managed to stay in one piece. 1 minute 49.8, so still slow. It was still a slow lap time, but just because they had to deal with the traffic, but it was still roughly 9 seconds faster than the previous lap time of Simonas Urbanas. So that mistake of Simonas Urbanas cost roughly 10 seconds, gaining on a car which is rarely seen. Honda GT3 car. It's about to be lapped several times. That's Daniele Perrosa, who is not lifting up and, well, driving beautifully, just leaving enough of space around the Parabolica. So he gave Tadas Juknavic the slipstream. He gave him a little bit of speed boost and let him through in a really nice fashion. It was still, though, a 1 minute 49.5 for Tadas Juknavic, which was 4 tenths per lap faster than the lap time of Simonas Urbanas. Oh, it's only a 6-hour race. I would say the drivers got tired. They kind of losing concentration, but what I see happening on the racetrack, I cannot explain with words right now. A lot of mistakes, a lot of bad decisions, a lot of dangerous decisions. Daniele Perrosa kind of driving and being a little bit unpredictable. Maybe he just wants to leave room for the drivers who are lap or several laps ahead, but he's making it in such way which is actually a little bit too dangerous. Gvanil Garuil, P15. Yet another BMW has dealt with the traffic, and he was really close with some of his rival cars. I'm back with Isaac Perales and Hector Pastrana. This is a battle for P13, which is still going on between the two Italian manufacturer cars on an Italian racetrack into Parabolica. Isaac Perales finally sends the Ferrari into the inside of the corner, but that just might give the slipstream advantage to Hector Pastrana, though it looks like he was a little bit too late to get back on that power. 0.4 of a second behind Isaac Perales, who is just trying to weave down the straight loose and break that slipstream, break that toe for Pastrana into turn 1. Still has advantage, gaining on some traffic. Both running a little bit too deep into the corner, but it looks like finally Isaac Perales making a stick, or does he? Slow exit, and what happened on the exit? He had a good exit and then kind of slowed down a little bit too much. Now he's aggressively defensive against Hector Pastrana, just leaving him no space, making his Ferrari as wide as he can, and I think that worked out nicely. But what was the reason for Isaac Perales for such a slow exit of corner number 1? Let's try to find out. Is it replay? It is. But I think we are already a little bit too late into that action, and this is just the nice defensive driving by Isaac Perales, who managed to make his Ferrari as wide as he could. And in about 5 seconds of time, the replay will end. What's happening at the front? Tadas Juknevičius still in a 1 minute 49.4 time zone, and this time he was 4 tenths slower than Simonas Urbonas, the current race leader. So did Tadas Juknevičius run out of tires? He is still 27 minutes of stint time remaining, so he's roughly in the middle, a little bit over the middle of his tire stint time, so they should still be doing okay. Of course, they are already worn. The balance of the car has changed, but it shouldn't be affecting it that dramatically. And yes, here's the proof. So Tadas Juknevičius on pure pace, 1 minute 48.9, which it was faster just by 1/10 against Simonas Urbonas. And I think those slower lap times have to be with the traffic related, and the guys, the leaders, well, are always constantly running into slower cars, battling each other mostly, and they have to kind of make those overtaking maneuvers safe as possible, so that costs some time. The gap is down to 41 seconds. It was 58 some laps ago. Of course, the mistake that Simonas Urbonas made this gap bigger. I'm looking for our Lamborghini. Ricard Rex Matai has taken over the wheel, so it definitely was a two drivers team, and finally we see a driver change, but not the way the drivers have wanted, and they are running 17th with the car, which is not looking in one piece, and sadly it cost quite a lot of time for the team. Good to see they are not giving up, they are continuing racing, but with such a damaged car they will not put in fast lap times, and I'm not sure they will have the chance to finish high as possible. David Ron and Adam Cazzoni had a battle into turn 1, and I think David Ron has ran out of space, but still completed that overtaking maneuver. So yeah, braking really late into turn 1, cutting the corner, jumping over, and that's definitely some time gain. So David Ron, I'm pretty sure he this incident will be noticed by the stewards, and he definitely gained quite a lot of time. Roughly, well, looking at the telemetry data, he gained roughly 2 seconds, and that's not how you make an overtake maneuver in racing, not by overtaking your rival and cutting the chicane and just not lifting off. So you have to think about how you are willing to overtake your rivals if you don't want to get any penalties, but well, now they tend to risk to lose quite a lot of time they have gained, and maybe they are a little bit faster than Adam Cazzoni, driver who looks to be driving a car that's damaged a little bit and not that comfortable to drive. They are still staying on the track, they are still staying for that battle. They are running 12th right now after they lost the position to David Ron, but things might change for them. Tadas Juknevičius, 1 minute 49.1 versus 1 minute 48.9 against Simonas Urbonas, about to cross the line. Tadas Juknevičius was off the racetrack during this particular lap. While he was dealing with traffic, you can see some cars behind Tadas Juknevičius that are actually battling each other. Really late, Tadas Juknevičius was definitely looking into the rear view mirrors. That's Hector Pastrana and I think a lapped car. Was it a lapped car? I think it was a battle with the lapped car between Hector Pastrana and that Audi, and so they had to put in a real battle. but I'm not sure what position that Audi is running at. Yeah, so car number 28, 20-second stop and go penalty for unsafe recovery. But that doesn't change a lot, and well, that doesn't change a thing for the team which was taken out from the battle for P3. Car number 33 has received a drive-through penalty for unsafe recovery a little bit earlier, but all these drivers are basically cars running outside top 20. So they are still driving that Audi. Again, another victim of Variante Ascari, that's Ivo Czerwinski. This was their P33, and they were battling and they were making the life hard for a driver who is currently P14, Hector Pastrana. We've seen battling this Audi quite nicely. Adam Cazzoni entering the pit lane because their driver time has ran out. Hector Pastrana and Alexander Arnesen should be the cars who will enter the pit lane next. Breaking themselves into corner number 1 while just constantly driving on the racetrack, so still kind of making mistakes, losing concentration after 3 hours and 7 minutes. Oh, it's actually after 2 hours and 52 minutes, so it's still more than half of the race is remaining, and a couple of drivers are already look too tired and making some, you could say, silly mistakes, which usually happen when the drivers run out of concentration. Vladislav Kalinin running 17th in this BMW, and right in the middle of the remaining teams. A lot of teams are already missing. We have 34 teams remaining on the racetrack. We had 37 teams starting, so ACRT Sim Racing Team, Suncourse Sim Racing IRT, and Lopen Pro Esports Team Ltd are all already out of this race, leaving 34 teams on track to try and battle it out and stay alive. Actually, we've already seen some drama, some huge drama in this race, and especially in the final couple of minutes. Now Kalinin had quite a nice travel of the racetrack, going over the curbs. Sadly, don't have the replay, and actually he almost collected the Lamborghini number 3 with him, so it was lucky at that moment. Not sure if that happened before the big impact or after it. Manjo Katze Racing Team looking at the results on the World Sim Series platform. I think the system was hanging at one moment. It's back working again. So the Manjo Katze Racing are currently P16. Rex Matai behind the wheel. They're 3 laps down behind the leaders, and it's not a race day we're looking at, just a couple of laps ago. Transport engineers by Vilnius Tech University. They are back into P6, 2 laps down behind the leaders, but still holding a nice position for themselves after the first failure and after the first long pit stop that they had to face. Not sure what the problem or what the cause of it was, but it looks like they are back in the game. They are 23 seconds behind P5, and it still looks not that lost for this Lithuanian-driven BMW in the Monza 6 hours race. So dealing with traffic and actually doing a decent job. 1 minute 50.8 was the previous lap time of this BMW. The fastest lap time is 1 minute 49.1, which is less than 1 second slower than the fastest lap time of this race so far. I'm not sure who is the driver behind the wheel of this BMW. It's a team who, to my knowledge, is sharing one physical sim rig with the team, so the driver swaps are happening real life. One driver has to get out of the rig and the other driver has to get in, which we're assuming with Gustas Grimbergas might have been the cause of the slower pit stop for the team. They were running P4 at that time, I believe, right behind the Beaver Grease Racing team. And well, that long pit stop took a lot of hopes out of the drivers. They're still running high, P6, 22 seconds behind their next rivals, Breaking Point Racing. And with 3 hours of race remaining, they have quite good chances. Tadas Juknevičius is still gaining on Simonas Urbanas. The cap kind of stays hanging on the 42-43 seconds zone right now, and I think Simonas Urbanas was running away of Tadas Juknevičius slightly on all the previous laps. Tadas Juknevičius was only 0.07 of a second faster on the previous occasion. Simonas just crossed the line now with a lap time of 1 minute 49.3. So the tires are getting worn. Simonas Urbanas was running close with somebody. I think it was... I don't want to mistake the name of the team, but I think he was running close with the IRT Baklajani team. Team's BMW, but still nothing too much, staying on the racetrack, enjoying those final minutes of track time. This is his first stint, so assuming that Simonas Urbanas will definitely stay in the car after he will visit the pit lane after around 5 minutes maybe. Tadas Juknevičius has 13 minutes in total, and that might have give him 2, maybe 3 laps longer time or later pit stop, because it all adds up every time they stop. The first time they stopped 1 lap later, that's why they have maybe 3 laps advantage this time. 3 laps difference in the pit stops they will make. 1 minute 48.9 the lap time by Tadas Juknevičius, so he still has the trust in the car, in the tires. He can still put some nice valid lap times, running a little bit wide on the exit of Lesmo 1. So it's still, well, he shows that the team is still battling. They are still fighting for the win, even though they are ages behind the AOR racing team. Ages, if you can call that so, because, well, 43 seconds with 3 hours remaining is still quite a phenomenal gap. And yeah, I'm not sure if it's possible to eliminate it. Simonas Surban's 1 minute 49.2. It looks like he's calm, relaxed. He just doesn't want to risk too much, run into mistakes, do any mistakes, and he's just cruising around the Italian racetrack. The speed of Mecca. Michael Martin braking really late, almost running into the back of a back marker. They are running fourth. This is Sean Clark Racing. Mark Martin, driver from Great Britain, is, you can call it a international racing team. We have Mark Martin, we have Jussi Nirola, driver from Finland, and we have Simon Speth, driver from Germany. All them gathered for a nice team entering the special event of 6 Hours of Monza on the World Sim Series platform. Pau Espina, only 24th, one of the bigger names of the World Sim Series platform, running the IRT International Mercedes and being the next victim of Variante Ascari. Well, one of the most famous corners this afternoon, and who might have thought that, well, those curves are so dangerous on this racetrack. Tadeusz Juknavicius 1 minute 49.4, so 4 tenths slower. And you could say that both of the cars are right on par on pace. Not a lot of changes. Gap kind of stays the same for quite some time right now already. And there doesn't seem to be a big battle on the track at this moment, even though you are able to see how much Tadeusz Juknavicius is trying to give for his team and put into the car. 1 minute 49.1, but it's still not working every time, and both of the drivers have to deal with traffic on different occasions because they are separated roughly by half of the lap. They meet the same cars on different occasions. Some of them are really friendly, as this BMW is just making enough of room for Tadeusz Juknavicius to not lose a lot of time. I think this was a BMW running in... I'm not sure what the position was. I thought I knew it. It looks like I didn't know. But that BMW gave a nice slipstream for Tadeusz Juknavicius, and Tadeusz is on course to set in a pretty fast lap time. Another car having problems, that's Mantas Zavarskis, car 18. They are running last on this track, and all this happening somewhere closer to the back end of the circuit, actually on the outside of Parabolica. Not sure what problems this BMW is facing, but hopefully they will manage to not produce a unsafe return to the track while being the last car on the track. They decide to put it back on the track and actually almost instantly fight another BMW. Hopefully they will not cause any troubles, any problems for a car that is currently P16. That's Christine Nani. 14 seconds behind Dainus Butvela. Dainus Butvela trying to chase down Mario Canonaco. And the gap is only 1 second and 3 tenths, so that Lexus you see in front is actually on the course in a battle for position. Mario Canonaco driving the 29th. That Lexus with number 29. And that's Spaghetti World Racing Team, and I think that's the same Lexus which was running in top 5 positions At the beginning of the race, they had a different strategy right from the beginning, and yeah, Gashi was behind the wheel, and now they are struggling. And look how easy it looks for Damus Butfilla, almost like they have been led through. Well, Kanonako had the inside line, so he's still staying ahead of Damus Butfilla, but the speed difference was unexplainable, at least from my point of view. I'm not sure why Kanonako slowed down that much. Car number 18 having problems again, and Alexandro Cueros was the car which was coming out of the pit lane, while we are running on board with Damus Butfilla, who is battling for P13, which he almost had while he was entering the final corner. Simonas Urbanas should be heading into the pit lane by the end of this lap, and I think Simonas Urbanas is on a more conservative strategy, so maybe he's slightly slower just because of him trying to save up fuel, and I think that this Lamborghini will be able to maximize the stint time to the most possible time this evening. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Car number 21, causing an incident in turn 1 and an unsafe recovery, receives a 20 seconds stop and go penalty. Car 21 is Ricardo Sedabras. Oh my god, it went from bad to worse to even worse for the young Lithuanian team, which we are running P6 up until that crash. Simonas Urbanas should be heading towards the pit lane right now, but he had a phenomenal pace. Interesting message. Car number 30 receiving a drive-through penalty for causing an incident with car number 30. So it looks like you can make an incident with yourself and receive a drive-through penalty, and this is a team who also had quite a successful race up until this moment. That's Alexa Jovanovic, and they are down in P24 and they will receive a penalty. Samuel Simoncelli just had another mistake. Guess on which part of the racetrack? Yeah, you guessed that right. That's the same exit of Variante Ascari. Tadas Juknevicius will take over the lead, and he has taken over it, but well, then amazing fuel saving by Simonas Urbanas allowed the team to extend the stint to the maximum, and that actually might not give full 2 laps of stint advantage for Beaver Grease Racing, so they will also lose out their advantage in strategy. Well, we have to stick with Tadas Juknevicius. Simonas Urbanas pitted on lap 100 and on the end of lap 101 and the beginning of lap 102. So we will see clearly how much longer Tadas Juknevicius will be able to stay out on the racetrack, but that will not happen. That will happen for mostly 2 laps. Finally gathering my thoughts together after struggling a little bit. So, well, the endurance racing for me is also making me a little bit tired. Hopefully I will not lose concentration and will not make some mistakes which will take out one of the leaders. I will try to do that and stick to the racing line. Filippo Croti running 4th. They are gaining on Michael Martin and Filippo Croti. They are on fresh tires, but I'm just telling you what I'm seeing on the telemetry table. But I want to stick with the current race leader, Tadas Juknevicius, just to find out if they will have an extra lap, which will be the final lap of this stint for Tadas Juknevicius. And yes, he manages to maximize the stint time for his team and himself, so he stays on the racetrack, but this is definitely the last time for Tadas Juknevicius. Filippo Croti being caught by traffic, still fighting Michael Martin, and Michael Martin is just playing it safe and extra safe. He lost quite a lot of time, and they gained on drivers who are actually running right at the back of the pack. That Audi we have seen having some issues and sometimes battling the leaders. This time they are more cautious, which might bring a little bit more problems for Michael Martin, and that actually does, now that Audi doesn't find a nice racing line which it might stick to, which unbalances Michael Martin a little bit more. And this is the final stint times for Michael Martin happening in front of your eyes. He will enter the pit lane by the end of this lap, probably 2 minutes and 40 seconds of stint time remaining, gaining on a famous Audi R8 GT3 livery, one of the most beautiful cars you can see on the GT3 car grid. Oh, Mario Kononako is off the racetrack. The Lexus, which was running wide at the front of the pack. Michael Martin still having troubles to overtake that Audi, which finally gives the space. And now Michael Martin and Tadas Juknavicius, which is right on the back of this BMW. Hopefully they will know what they are doing. That BMW blinking that turn, and both of the cars entering the pit lane at the same time. Tadas Juknavicius being maybe a little bit too aggressive, but well, this interesting entry into the pit caused some disturbance. And well, you know what I just noticed? Jan Nimtz is behind that Lamborghini again, so it made only one stint count for Simonas Urbonas, and the AOR team not willing to risk it anything and putting the faster driver back into the car behind the wheel of that Lamborghini to leave no chances for your rivals at this stage of the race. The German driver, one of the most consistent drivers, one of the most fastest drivers out on the racetrack, trying to do his best. And as you already know, you can try all that you want, and that doesn't mean a thing, because there are a lot of cars, a lot of other cars out on the racetrack which might influence the outcome of the race, and it might catch out anyone on the racetrack, even the leaders. Tadas Juknavicius is completing the pit stop and getting out of the pit lane in a lot of traffic, and I assume that this time the man behind the wheel is not Tadas Juknavicius. We have to wait a little bit to find it out until the telemetry data catches up with the changes. Vilnius Tech University entering the pit lane right now, right at the end of the stint time, and they managed to extend the stint to the maximum available, maximum possible time. They are actually exiting the pit lane, so maybe it was together with the stop time, but I've seen 6 seconds down the clock on the remaining stint time for Vilnius Tech University, so that means they stopped with roughly 2 minutes of the stint time remaining, which is not the maximum time. Pavlas Klimanskas behind the wheel of this Porsche, and the gap between the two leaders is roughly 36 seconds, so they gained again during the pit stops. Well, actually, I'm not sure where the gain was made, because the pit stop times are actually right there, maybe 1 second difference, and maybe the gap is playing games with me and it's jumping up and down, and actually I'm unable to tell what the gap exactly is. It's up to 65 seconds, so yeah, the system has lost its mind, and it should be roughly 44 seconds. Well, at least looking at the pit stop times, which are quite similar. And yes, indeed, back into the normal table, back into the normal data. I see that gap is 45 seconds, which is how it should be. 1 minute 49.0 was the last lap of Jan Nimtz, and 1 minute 48.8 was the lap time of Jan Nimtz so far. And Paulius Klimanskas is stuck behind traffic. And actually, at this stage, Jan Nimtz should feel much more comfortable. He has driven the car a lot today. He has won the qualifying session. He had a couple of stints, so he's more warm than he needs to be. While the driver in their main rival team is Paulius Klimanskas, who is getting comfortable with the wheel of this vehicle today for the first laps, and I'm eager to see how he will perform. Look at that, Ricard Trexmati and Andrea Copoferi coming together, and Ricard Trexmatai was up to P8 after that unfortunate takeout of their rivals. And he lost it on his own right now, and no, it wasn't intentional this time. He was not getting back on the track. He was actually just a victim of a moving vehicle, and I'm not sure you can judge the team for something like this. They were not in control of the vehicle, and there was, well, at least to my views, there was nothing they can do. My system is not working. I think Isaac Perales had made a mistake there. P12 right now. And while I was looking at the replay, I think they were also marked as having some sort of problems. Still running 12th, 3.5 seconds behind Danius Butvel. A nice little battle happening outside the top 10. And Ricard Trexmatai. Yet another mistake coming right in front of Paulius Klimanskas, who doesn't seem to be so much comfortable with that Porsche at this moment, giving plenty of room. These two cars were battling each other for position number 2 some hours ago. Now they are just swapping by each other down the racetrack without any battles. Ricard Trexmatai is still running 8, so it's still kind of had something in it for the guys, but it looks like now, after that spin and that contact, it's basically all over for the Cats Racing team. They're actually slow, and they have been just overtaken by Sven Gerdes for P8 in this Lexus GT3, which we haven't seen a lot today, but it looks like Sven Gerdes driving the 12th Lexus Deutsche Vira Racing. Sven Gerdes and Helge Ford behind the wheel of this Lexus have slowly, quietly made their way into the top 10. Jan Nimtz putting his personal fastest lap time of the new stint so far, and that's 1 minute 48.4 in comparison to 1 minute 50.0, the lap time of Paulius Klimanskas. Gap up to 47 seconds, and actually leaving no chances for the Beaver Grease Racing team until this moment, well, at least so far, to try and fight for P1. They will still have to make a couple of pit stops, but it looks like the AOR Racing team is just trying, is willing to go for a win. And this is a special event, the second special event on the World Sim Series platform of the year 2023. And as I have already mentioned it, this year all these special events are run as a championship, and the drivers, the teams, well, not the drivers actually, the teams are registered and being points rewarded. And by the end of the year, there will definitely be 3 teams which will have the most amount of points. And that's that's all that I know for now about the championship. I think we will find out what the championship is about, what the drivers, what the teams are fighting for in this championship. But basically, they are having good time. They are gathering experience and trying to become better, faster, and safer drivers. And a lot of mistakes we see on the racetrack is actually here for the drivers to try and take something out of this race and collect it and bring it to another one to avoid those mistakes, be better, have better pace, and enjoy this hobby a little bit more. Enrique Polonio, car number 15, Aston Martin Vantage GT3, going on Sven Gerdes. This is the battle for P8. So a lot of quiet teams, a lot of quiet cars, which we're sitting outside the top 10 places in the first part of this race. Got the chance to get into the P10s after a lot of leading teams, a lot of faster teams made mistakes, were taken out. Oh, you can see the blue flag, but it's definitely not being waved for Enrique Polonio and not for Sven Gerdes. These two drivers are in a battle for P8, and it looks like Enrique Polonio is much faster, though his last lap time was equal to the lap time of Sven Gerdes, so not that much faster. Maybe he is currently using the slipstream. Drive-through penalty for car number 3 for not locking the brakes when losing control and causing a collision. So actually the stewards did see something illegal for the car, the Lamborghini, that we have recently seen, and well, the main notice is that if you lose control of your car, that's one thing, but if you don't try and avoid mistakes further on by locking up the brakes and taking someone out, that's on you, that's your fault, and you will be penalized, and that's what happens for car number 3. So from bad to worse, from worse to a nightmare, and can it go worse? For the car which was looking so strong, which was looking as it was in a battle for P3 overall. Now, well, it's more than over. They are staying on the racetrack, they are collecting experience, but it's not looking good. Enrique Polonino left a faster car through, trying to figure out the car ahead is. That's Simon Speth, BMW. So Polonio made a clever decision, but I think it didn't play out the way he wanted to, because he was, and he still is, in a battle with Sven Gerdes, and maybe, well, his intention was to let that leading car through and then get his own chance in the battle for P8, but that kind of cost quite a lot of time for Enrico Polonio himself. Now he's being separated by 2 cars in total between himself and his rival Sven Gerdes. Sven is still ahead of Simon Speth, and well, he already enjoys a gap of 3 seconds. Vanil Garuli is leaving the pit lane, putting his rivals a little bit higher up the order, and actually his rivals have already visited the pit lane before, roughly 10 minutes ago, even more for some of the teams. So it's I think we will have a nice battle in the top 10 places, a little bit lower than P5. There will be a battle between several teams. Sven Gerdes and Enrico Polonio. separated by 2 seconds. Sven Gerdes just let Simon Speth through, but it looks like Sven Gerdes can be as fast as the current P4 holder. They lost quite a lot of time on the previous occasion, 1 minute 52.1. The lap time of Enrico Polonio was 1 minute 54.0, so he was maybe thinking about a strategy how to overtake his rival, and then it didn't play out the way he wanted to. Hector Pastrana down in P13. This driver was looking quite strong at least 1 hour ago, and I think they were battling to get into the P10s, but that didn't work out. Now they are losing, and losing quite big to their rivals, running really wide on the exit of the second Lesmo corner, and that's just giving free room for the cars behind. We have a 3-car battle and a contact between Pastrana and Lundstad, and he was sent off the racetrack. That's not Lundstad. It was Espen Lundstad, so we can take a look at the replay and try to figure out what happened here. Yeah, so Lundstad was going for a move. Pastrana was kind of defending the inside line, and then, well, preparing for the corner, he kind of took a little bit too much off the track and pushed Lundstad off the racing tarmac, sending him on the gravel. And I'm pretty sure the stewards will have a good look at this situation. And, well, yet another team who looks to have a bad day, and I think it's again same situation, from bad to worse. What about that? Simon Speth, a total BMW, and well, they are nearing the end of the lap, but I think the car had received quite a lot of damage. Let's take a look at the replay what happened, and it happened recently. We've seen Simon Speth kind of cruising calmly. 1 minute 49.7 was the last lap time they have completed. There is a Honda, and, well, okay, there were two cars that were running really slow, and as I have already mentioned before, the cars that are being lapped, sometimes they are a little bit too careful, causing too much drama and confusion. And there's another BMW which has troubles. That's Filippo Crotti. So suddenly cars which were running P3 and P4 have some sort of issues. What happened to Filippo Crotti? This is the BMW that's P3, that was P3, and I think he lost it on his own. Yep, guess on which corner? Simon Speth was traveling slowly in the distance, and all this happened at the Variante Ascari corner. Nothing too much for Filippo Crotti. They will stay in P3. They don't have to enter the pit lane, so that ended up a little bit luckier for Phil Cronant Motorsport. Let's take a quick look at where this team started. This is car number 2. They have started 10th, so gained 7 places. So also quite big gainers, not that big gainers as the current second place holders. Paulius Klimanskas 1 minute 49.9, so he's constantly more than 1 second a lap slower than the current race leader, and it's already up to 53 seconds. And I'm not sure if there is someone or something that can change the outcome of the finish of this race. I don't see any other team having the chance to win rather than the AOR Racing team. Of course, it's still a long way to go, and not the first time we see today big crashes happening on track, taking the leaders together into the crashes. So You cannot feel safe for any team. You cannot predict anything for anyone. But we've lost a couple of cars which looked really strong at the beginning. We still have two main leaders running and standing strong. And well, it looks like my colleague will be back quite shortly, in 1 or 2 minutes, and this will be the time for me right now to wish you a very best and an interesting end for this race. I hope you enjoyed, and Gustas, I think you are back. Yeah, so I hope you had a great break. I hope you watched what's happening on the racetrack, at least with one eye. We had plenty of drama, we had plenty of changes right after you went for that short break. We don't have I'm not good at remembering the names of the teams, but I remember the number of the car. It was number 3 Lamborghini, which was settling down into a conservative strategy. They were taken out of the 3rd spot, and they are nowhere to be seen in the top 10 places. We had more drama. The battle for the win is still there, but it looks like Jan Nims is behind the wheel and is putting in some fabulous lap times. Again, putting in the fastest lap time of this race so far, leaving no chances for the Beaver Grease Racing team, at least how it looks right now in the battle for P1. That's roughly the situation, and I think I will hand over the commentator's booth to you right now.
Yes, well, we're back. We're continuing on with the action. It's the Polonio, the number 015 that we're watching on our screens now. They're in P7. This is the closest battle from what I can see in the top 10. That's 2 seconds to spend. Gear this in that Lexus RCF right in front. The sun going down. Once the sun goes down, this will be intense in terms of incidents we'll have on track. That's what normally happens in these endurance races. But looking through the rest of the field, the most important battle on track that we've got is obviously the battle for the lead. And that is still there. That can still rage on and it can still happen. But it is still that big gap, and the team, the number 14 AOR racing team, putting Jan Nims back into the car, that is, well, that's a decision that you have to do sometimes, just in order to stabilize that gap. And my guess is Simonas Urbanas is going to come in for that final hour of the race to take the car home, just to make sure that everything is done cleanly and beautifully. So it is Jan Nims at the front of the field in his Lamborghini, the number 14 Lamborghini that you've got on your screens right now. They do have a car in front of them. That's number 13 BMW. They're quite a way back down the field. Looking through the rest of the field, we've got Pomles Klemanskas. He's the driver in P2, holding P2. He's got a 45-second lead in front of P3, so all he has to do is focus on the car ahead and see if they can somehow up the pace a little bit. Maybe not conserve fuel and just try to find those seconds. Filippo Crotti in the BMW, the number 2 BMW. That's been a car that's been quiet this race. They haven't gotten into much trouble, but running in P3. That's Filippo Crotti behind the wheel now. It is the Phil Cronet Motorsport team in that number 2 BMW. The number 38 car, that is the current 4th place holder. That's Alexander Querios in the Aston Martin. That's an Aston Martin we didn't see that much as well during the race. So another car that kept quiet, and that's the Breaking Point Racing car. They're in, let's say, a battle, if we can call it that, with the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech University. They're in P5. That's a 30-second gap, by the way, from 4th to 3rd, 90 seconds. So podium place kind of locked in for the number 2 car, unless they make some kind of big mistake. These are the transport engineers running in P5, a strong P5, and they are comfortably there. 67 seconds they've got behind them, 30 seconds up ahead, so maybe challenging for a 4th spot if everything goes right. It's Sven Gerdes in P6 in that Lexus that we saw in front of Enrique Polonio. We were looking at those moves. This is the La Deutsche Vita car with Motorhome Team Racing Esports behind them. That's Enrique Polonio in that Motorhome Esports car. Danish Butvilla for International Racing Team. We saw that car in the wall a few times. Well, not in the wall, but we saw it damaged a few times. But they're running in P9. I don't want to say comfortable P9, but they're running in P9. I think the team can be pretty happy about that. Then we've got the TR Virtual Racing Elite with Isaac Pareles behind the wheel of this one. This is the Ferrari, and I believe the only Ferrari in the field, running well and running now into the top 10. They've got 5.3 seconds to Danish Butvilla. This is the closest battle. So for P6, we've got Sven Gerdes and Enrique Polonio 2.4 seconds. Then behind Enrique Polonio, it's Danish Butvilla 11.5 seconds behind. And then you've got 5.6 to Isaac Pareles in P9 there. P10 for Yaroslav Umrilov, and he is 30 seconds behind, so not in battle range at the moment. In terms of stint times, it is Jan Nims on it. It is Jan Nims with 36 minutes remaining. Linus Butvilla, I think he's close in terms of making that hour mark. There's 22 minutes remaining in this hour. He's got 20 minutes remaining in his stint, so I think he's going to be one of those drivers that you're going to have to keep an eye out just to make sure that he actually makes it past that hour. Thomas Januszajt is someone I saw earlier on in the race, carving through the field. He's down in P8. If we look at the positions gained from the start of the race, Jan Nims, he kept his place, and the highest gainer, incredible gainer, this is the Beaver Grease car, number 1, starting from P31 up 29 spots into P2. Enrique Polonio has gained 22 spots. He started down in 29th. Guanael Garudil, he's now P11, and that is the GC15 team. He's gone up 21 spots, started down in 32nd, 23 spots for Pau Espina in the International Racing Team, car number 2. Car number 11, but International Racing Team number 2. The biggest losers in terms of positions, that's got to be Rigor de Sedabras. This car we saw in the top 5 and comfortably in the top 5, now down in P28 only. This is the Firemax Racing Team. They're down 22 spots. Simon Speff, you saw that incident a few moments ago. That's the car in P24 now of Sean Clark Racing. That's 22 places down. And we've got Mario Canonaco, 17 places down. This is the number 29 Lexus of Overheat Racing. One started up all the way up in 3rd place. So Simon Spepp, this is the car that started in P2. This is the car that started in P3. And, well, the pole sitter Jan Nims, he's still up there. P4 of Davide Notario, a car that held 2nd place for a long, long time. He's all the way down in 18th. He had some issues and a drive-through penalty to add to his woes. Vilnius Tech University is here. I think they had a off-track lap time deleted, maybe. They aren't running up to pace with that number 38 car, but obviously depends on the driver behind the wheel. And for Twitch and YouTube viewers, you can pop your questions in at the chat, and I'll be happy to answer them, checking them periodically to see what the viewers want to see, and maybe a specific car you want to see, or a specific car you can tell me about that we can have a look at. This is Hector Pastrana, a car that has been on our screens quite often. And this car was also in quite a few issues throughout the race and throughout the day and night that we had. Didn't have a night yet, but throughout the day that we had, we saw this car participating in quite a few issues. And this R Motorsport Aston Martin, the number 23, driven by Patrick Thomas behind the wheel now. We've seen this car participating in some unlucky scenarios as well. The whole front straight is now under the shadows. And this does mean that the nighttime is coming. All cars with their headlights on. I don't know if Race Control has requested that already, but the team's doing it maybe even earlier than expected. I think some of these cars only having their main lights on. We'll see if they switch the endurance lights on at some point. Once they do that, you kind of know that you've gone into that night mode. This is Jan Nims's car, and you can see those endurance lights at the bottom there. That means he's ready to switch them on at some point. You can, when designing the car, you can sometimes forget to do that. And then you'll be left with a lot less vision during the night. There's the Beaver Grease Racing Team car as well. Look, if you look at the bottom of the car, you can kind of see that they've got lights on, and you can see there are flickers of light already seen. So once you start seeing your own headlights, that kind of means that the nighttime is incoming. We'll see how they deal with that. I think it's going to be very, very difficult for those teams and drivers that are maybe a little bit less experienced, and they're going to kind of struggle in the night because you lose your braking markers, and especially at a track that isn't well lit. It's not lit at all. You're going to really have to look out for those braking markers. A good thing though is you can see others a little bit better. I would say Jan Nims actually, you fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 48.135. He's still on a mission to make up a gap to Povilas Klemanska's behind. That gap over a minute now. So the gap increasing bit by bit. And as we have our view on Jan Nims, he's just making his way through traffic. Look on board with him. This kind So, jumping on board with Jan Nims, let's have a... this is Povilas Klemanska, I'm sorry. Let's stay with Povilas Klemanska, for example. Let's say he's putting in lap times, 1 minute 49.4 last time around. So, coming down the front straight, you're looking out for that braking marker on the left-hand side. That's going to be the 150, well, between the 150 and the 100, down into turn 1 and down into first gear. Over the curbs, and then using that curb on the exit. It has quite a lot of grip. It is bumpy, but it does have quite a lot of grip. Then the cars stay tight through Curva Grande. This is not really a corner in modern race cars. This is easily flat out, and going still flat out onto the next chicane. You're looking for around the 100-meter board right after that split in the fence. Hard over the curbs, and on the outside curb, it's very bumpy, but that outside part has so much grip. Then no braking reference, no turn-in reference. You just turn in into the Lesmo. There's the opening in the barrier. That's where you start to extend. That's where your apex is. Then braking from the 50, hitting the curve on the entry, and then using everything you can to not get a penalty on the exit. Then you're coming down a very long back straight. It's a place where you get quite a lot of speed under the old circuit, and then down into Ascari, probably the most difficult section of turns. You flick left, then you flick right, then you flick left again, and this is the place where so many cars have been caught out. But looks like that Beaver Grease racing car, I would say it has been the most comfortable all the way through the race in that chicane. And then coming into the final turn, you're braking after the 100-meter board, getting to the inside at the photographer's booth, and then as wide as you can, using everything there is on the exit to get the best exit that you can around this track. It is a short lap in terms of time. It is quite a long, it is a medium-sized lap in terms of kilometers, but that is what these drivers have to contend with for 6 hours. You're doing it over and over again, and this was lap 122 from the Beaver Grease racing team. And well, we've gone past the midway point. I think we're going to get close to 200 laps this evening. It is 6 hours only, so it's not the longest race in the world, but you're kind of treating it as a sprint race. Even a 24-hour race in these GT3 cars, you're kind of treating it as a sprint race all the way through, just doing the maximum that you can. Boilas Kamanski's getting closer and closer. This is Ricardo Sedabras ahead of him in that number 21 Lamborghini, the Lamborghini that was running in the top 5. This is Jan Nims coming down into oh, that was a very late move from that BMW to let Jan Nims pass. Oh, this is what sometimes happens. Jan Nims, by the way, I think he just lapped Filippo Grotti to lap P3. He's now quite clear of the whole field. And so this is what the field looks like right now. Got that timing screen on your left-hand side. You can check out the drivers. The gaps that you're seeing there, these are the intervals. So that's between the driver ahead and the driver that you're looking at. So if we look at Povilas Klemanskas, that's going to be his interval to the leader. If we look at Filippo Grotti, that's going to be his interval to Povilas Klemanskas. So you can see where those battles are. The drivers are quite separated at the moment. We do see some more information from race control. That is for car number 18. That's a drive-through for contact and pushing the number 17 car wide. This number 18 car, I think that's a little bit further down the field, but let's have a look. Yes, that is the car in last place at the moment, and I think it's just now completing its drive-through penalty. The engineers look on as the number 18 car turns off the pit limiter and back onto the straight he goes. Another penalty served by this car. This is drive-through number 4. Quite a lot of drive-throughs collected. And here's an incident. This is, oh, Davide Notario involved in another one. If we can look back at a replay here. For some reason it's not replaying it back to me. But there has been an incident. Not giving me the replay that I wanted, but there has been an incident between Davide Notario, and I think he's not going to be happy about that. Another incident for this car today. Jan Nims navigating his way through traffic, so that's why the pace kind of ebbs and flows. But last time out, again, Jan Nims 48.107. As the sun goes down, as the track cools, you're kind of starting to improve those lap times. So again, reminder to anyone watching live, if you've got any questions or if you want to tell a story of how your race went and get some TV time here on the World Sim Series channels, you can drop a comment into either the YouTube or the Twitch stream. These are the streams that we're monitoring, and check out what is actually, and so we can find out what actually happened to your car, and maybe the viewers will find out as well. I think Beaver Grease Racing and AOR Racing Team might not be sharing too many strategic options of what they have available in front of them, but I don't think there's too many things you can do with a strategy here today. It is pretty much kind of closed up, but for Jan Nims and Polis Kamanskas, they've got well, Jan Nims has got 22 minutes left on his stint timer, 27 minutes for Povilas Klimanskas. That kind of means they're going to go quite a bit under that hour mark. So they are going to be safe-ish once we reach that 2 hours to go point. Then you'll know that all of these cars are definitely safe or unsafe, where they need to save fuel. We'll pretty much know then what the current race situation is. Sven Gerdes highlighted in white. I think he just made that move while lapping one of the cars in that Lexus RCF. Red, white, and black livery on an endurance car is nothing new, but I have to say Lexus RCF does look nice even for how old that car is, and the sound is impressive. Oh, somebody out very wide, but these are the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech University. This is the car running in P5, hoping to catch up to P4. That gap has extended since we last talked about them. Last time I remember we were looking at a gap of around 30 seconds, up to 45 now. Not as safe as they'd probably want to be at the moment. It is Sven Gerdes, their competition from behind, and their competition from behind is going to be difficult to hold back if they don't pick up the pace quite soon. 51.5 last time round. They're not going to go much quicker this time round, as they've got an invalidated lap. That means there has been a track limits breach at some point. 51.2. We'll see what Sven Gerdes is able to complete. This is looking from behind Sven Gerdes in that Lexus. Should be able to hear the sound of the car, but breaking down into Ascarian. This is from the front of the car. You can see it's just getting darker and darker and darker. This is from the back of the Lexus, and you'll start seeing something that I really love on race cars: sparks. You'll see sparks start to fly. By the way, the gap for the lead has increased to 64.3 seconds. Jan Nims is a man on a mission to give Simonas Urbanas a car that is so far up ahead of the competition that pretty much Simonas will not need to worry about anything at all. I would say he'll have to keep the car in around the 1:50 range, and he'll be safe in either case. But normally, these guys are quick enough, and they know what pace they need to manage. I think for Beaver Grease, this will be difficult in the sense that they'll need to find something special. And unless some unexpected rain arrives on track, I can't see them finding... I'm not saying they can't find anything special. What I'm saying is it's going to be hard to find something special in a race you know, where the gaps are not big. They're not big between the cars, and I don't want to say the battle for the lead is done, because that's a commentator's curse 101. Actually, Kamanska's having a very bad lap. 1.6 seconds lost this time around. Maybe he had to get through some difficult traffic here. But it does look like he is... He did have a car behind him, but that doesn't kind of mean that you're going to do a 1 minute 50. This is, I think, the problem with the Beaver Grease Racing car. They've lost quite a lot of seconds due to errors that were forced or unforced, but they were errors anyway. And that kind of, I think that if you kind of delete all the errors they had, if we ignore lap 1 and lap 2 and let's say the first 5 laps, where they didn't really need, well, they didn't really have any other choice. But after that, when they were fighting the number 3 car especially, they were stuck behind for a whole hour, well, almost a whole hour behind that car, and they couldn't get past. And that cost them so much time that once they actually got in front, they were a minute behind, and now they've stabilized that gap. So the gap, 1 minute behind, but it's not enough, because if you want to win, you're going to have to close down a minute. And as the timer ticks on, it is 2 hours and a bit left to go. Let's say 2 hours. It's going to be difficult to find anything here. Yeah, Nims, let's see how he makes the move on the car in front of him. He's got that car. What I've noticed when looking at the onboards of Jan Nims, I don't know if this is just the way the broadcast works, but look at how much he's adjusting on the wheel. That's the number 9 getting out of the way, but look, he keeps adjusting something on the wheel, then turns in. Interesting that he keeps doing that. I don't know what he is adjusting. Maybe some of the drivers could fill me in, but look at how many adjustments he's doing all the way down the straight. He keeps touching something. I guess he's getting the car adjusted for each turn, and that's dedication. That's dedication, because you're making changes to the car all the way throughout the lap. It's not easy to do that. Look, he's going to get on the front straight, and he's soon going to be starting to touch his wheel and starting to adjust something. Seen that before, maybe not this time around, but he keeps making a lot of adjustments. I think that could be also related to the fuel mix that he's got in the car. It could be that he's just adjusting to go up and down on the fuel mix to kind of make sure that the fuel used is more proper. Because, for example, once you get to the end of this straight, you can really turn down the fuel mix, because you're not going to need that much power. I don't think he's doing that. We've kind of lost. He's stopped adjusting. But if we jump on board, for example, Paulas Kamanskas, I don't think he's going to be adjusting as much down the straights. Now onto the brakes, and you can see in Assetto Corsa Competizione, if you look down at the feet, you can actually see that they're animated, and you can see when the driver starts to brake. You see the hands are not coming off the wheel as often as they do for Jan Nims, so not as many adjustments being made into each turn as him. Back to your live pictures here. There is an incident somewhere out on track. Patrick Thomas, and that's again that same place. Wow, so another incident at the same place. It is... the exit of Ascari has been a graveyard. Again, if any of the teams and or drivers want to come in and and have and let us know in the YouTube or Twitch chat, how's it going? Maybe tell us a bit more about the track. Why are so many cars having issues in that sort of final section, of the Ascari chicane? Then I'd be happy to hear that, because it has been quite strange seeing how many incidents people are having. Let's say it's more than what you'd usually expect. I'm not saying it's an easy turn, but it is a lot. This is the IRT Baklajani team. They are in P12 at the moment. This is Adam Kashoni behind the wheel. If you remember, they had a horrible qualifying, just as Beaver Grease did, but they've had a few incidents along the way, and that kind of removed them from sitting in the top spots. But they are a car that has been on a recovery drive, and it should be on a recovery drive for the rest of the race. 4.5 seconds to Pau Espina, who is close to Guener Garuil. This is a battle for the podium. Isaac Perelas, another incident, I think, at the exit of Ascari. David Notario side by side with Espen Lundstad. Stays in front. I don't know if that wasn't a move he was making. That's actually him just trying to stay in front. The replay machine is not happy with me today because it's not booting up. But continuing to look at this battle, this is what you've got closest on track at the moment. This is Espen Lundstad. He's following, and look at how they're avoiding the curbs in the Variante Ascari. The only car that I've seen really not care for the curbs is the car running in second place. The Beaver Grease Racing Team car has been astonishing over those curbs. Thomas Pasquier comes into the pits. Just looks like normal service. Yeah, you've passed the 2-hour mark. You can start to pit. If we're looking at what we're predicting, Pau Espina should be coming down into pit road, I guess this lap. I don't think they're going to risk another one. Yes, he is right into the pits. Didn't even see the pit marker on him. Filippo Croti, he's going to come down into pit lane soon, but they are safe over the hour as well. So everybody pitting now is completely safe to run till the end with just one more pit stop. Anybody that might stop a bit later, anybody that stopped earlier, they're going to have a big struggle to actually make it. David Notario having an incident here. I think he keeps touching with Espen Lundstad. Not sure. I think they keep having little touches, because I keep seeing on my telemetry here that there is an incident between the cars, but the cars are driving fine, so I think they're just having little touches. Alexander Quiros, he's down into the pit lane early, definitely early, right? He still had quite a few minutes to go on his stint timer. This is Pau Espina exiting the pits. We don't know if it's Pau Espina 100%, but we know it's the car exiting the pits for sure, and that's stint timer that is reset. So the way the stint timer works, and especially in wet races with safety cars, if you've got that, for example, in real life, sometimes, and you see this often at the Spot 24, when you have a safety car, you might have teams just drive through the pits, because driving through the pits is enough to reset the stint timer. You don't actually need to physically remove the driver out of the car. So the stint timer is just the time from the point you exit the pit lane, so you hit the exit loop, to the point you hit the entry loop of the pit lane. So a lot of the times, if you've got a wet race where you're not consuming that much tire, you might just drive through the. You're not consuming that much fuel. You might just drive through the pits and and that kind of enables you to. Kind of ensures you having done the time. So there is no actual limit on how much a driver can drive, except for the minimum drive times. But there's no. You could keep a driver in the car for a very, very long time. It's just that you cannot drive for longer than X amount of time in a single fuel tank. That's just to kind of make sure that you do not have a car that is so efficient on fuel or is able to save so much that it goes over that stint timer. And normally Monza is one of the only circuits that you're actually getting close to that stint timer, because everywhere else you're safe from the stint timer. You're not looking at it. You're safe from the fuel window. You're more looking at the stint timer. Here, you're more looking at the fuel window and not at the stint timer. Filippo Croti into the pit lane. This is safe, very safe for this car to make it to the end with just one more pit stop. I love that you can see the engineers looking on and seeing how the car keeps driving off. And this is an amazing feeling, especially if you're, if this is your first stint in the race. You're coming out of the pits, you click the button, and now it's go time. And they put Filippo Croti in one hell of a traffic jam here down into turn 1. Remember, cold tires, cold brakes. Well, brakes are not going to be super cold, but tires are going to be pretty cold. And he now has to get them up to temperature. I have to say, this is one of my favorite looking liveries on the BMW and of any car on track. I don't know why, but it just looks like it fits that car very, very well. It kind of reminds me, actually, of a car running a little bit further back, well, 2 places back, and that is that Audi with that yellow and black livery made for Valentino Rossi. Valentino Rossi obviously last year raced with the Audi R8 LMS, and this year he's now in the BMW M4 GT3. And as we trickle away in terms of time, you can see the RRT Baccalaureate car already has their bottom lights on. Those are the endurance lights that the cars are recommended to have. At least normally you recommend to have, because that really helps you see in the dark. But these are important lights to have on these cars, just to help you with just to help you see just a tiny bit further ahead. But as you know, on tracks like this, where you're not, you know, on the Nordschleife, that would be quite uncommon. But here, it's a little bit more open and there's a lot more cars on track. So you've kind of got that light, circulating around the circuit always. So what happens is that even if you don't have those bottom lights, oh, a little bit wide for Filippo Croti, and I think that's going to enable one of the cars to come through, actually. Vilnius Tech University having some kind of incident. Ooh, another touch. No, it wasn't. But somebody else had an incident. And that's the 18 car into another incident. This car has been involved in many, many incidents today. 4 drive-through penalties, and in terms of drive-throughs, they are the leader. In terms of penalties received, the top 3 on the top 5, 6, 7 cars have not received a single penalty. that is important as well, because a penalty is, you've already lost time probably through the incident, and now you're also losing time through a drive-through penalty. So double penalty that you get. Obviously, sometimes the car that has been affected, well, it gets a bigger penalty than you. Well, at least time-wise, they lose out a lot more than you do. No more sun glimmers on the track. This is Jan Nims down into the pit lane. He's going to be the first of the top two to actually come down onto pit road. The Lamborghini lights shining into our cameras. This should put the Beaver Grease Racing car into P1, at least for a moment, so they're going to hope for a safety car as soon as they get into the front. But as you know, on the Assetto Corsa platform, there is no safety car, so they'll have to somehow catch up. And oh, that Mercedes in the background getting a massive slide on. Adam Kashoni has caught up to Isaac Pareles. I think they've both quite recently completed their pit stops. So this is between the number 9 and the number 7. They've got that is Filippo Crotti involved in that, involved in the sense that well, he's kind of there and he needs to get past them because he's quicker. Now coming on to the straight leading up to Parabolica, they've got an Aston Martin behind them that I think kind of wants to get past them actually. But coming down into Parabolica, I think Adam Kashoni is going to wait a little bit. And I'm showing as yellow, but no, that was just the exit of the pits. Has Jan Nim stayed in front of Povilas Klimanskas? I think he has. I think incredibly he has, and I wasn't expecting that. I kind of was expecting that. I kind of was expecting him to actually lose out to Povilas Klimanskas. Oh, that's Simona Surban. That's actually back into the car. That's not Jan Nims anymore. This is going to be Adam Kashoni trying to make the move. So I think what's going to happen in terms of strategy here now, they kind of want to rest. They kind of want to rest Jan Nims. He's been driving for such a long time. They want to have a rest for Jan Nims. And down the inside and tries to outbrake him for Adam Kashoni. Gets the move done. A very clean and nice move. You can see that there's respect between the two drivers, even though they had a little bit of a contact, but there is respect between Adam and Isaac there. Beautiful move, and no questions asked. Chef Trolio, I can see your comment. If you could specify which car that was, I might be able to comment. There are quite a few cars that have retired. We've only got 33 cars still in the running for today's event, today's race. 33 running, 37 entered, I believe. So I wouldn't say that's bad. I think that's a very, very good number of cars still in this race. Considering how many cars we've seen in the wall, into another car, into another wall, it's been incredible. It really has. How many cars have actually stayed out? How many cars have actually survived this race up to this point? Yes, there are cars that are many laps down or, you know, very crooked, but they are still on track, and I think that is a testament to endurance racing and the beauty of endurance racing. Because you can get the car fixed, you can get back out on track. Doesn't matter that you know, your X position's back, you can still recover. And a lot of these teams have showed that you can recover to even a top 10 spot. Yes, it's a 6-hour sprint, but there's still going to be many, many incidents. If you look at laps completed, just as a reference, so the final car running, and shout out to them, because there's 5 laps behind the car ahead, they're still on track and they're still soldiering on. That car looks actually very, very clean. I think maybe they had some, they had quite a lengthy repair and a new BMW body kit put on the car. But 118 laps completed by Manupuri, and the team running in last place, but most importantly still running. That's the Emir Racing team. They are, you know, over 20 laps behind the leader, but they're still running, and that is really the spirit of these endurance races. Povilas Klemanska should be coming down onto pit road. No, stays out. That is very interesting. So he stays out one more time. How close is he on that Ricky Polonio? Oh, because he was exiting the pits. Yes, Povilas Klemanska should be coming down this time round. It is close on the drive time meter, but he should just about make it in. They have extended his stint a long time. I would, honestly, if I was the race strategist here for Beaver Grease Racing, I'd put Garantas Karanskas in and apply a lot of pressure on Simonas Urbanas. To try and put pressure on Simonas Urbanas to try and get those, to try and force him into making a mistake. We have a request to see car number 33. Car number 33, and that is Kevin Mongodi behind the wheel now. He is trying to get up the inside of the number 3 Lamborghini. That's Davide Ontario still behind the wheel of that car. They had, I think, switched drivers. So this is the Brescia Esports team. And a local Italian team. Home race for them. And even though that P24 might not be the result they're hoping for, they've still got a chance at a top 20. This is Simon Speff. He's right behind Thomas Januszaitis. I don't know if they just switched. No, it looks like Simon Speff is actually closing down on him. Remember, this car started on the front row of the grid and looked like one of the favorites for the race, obviously, but they just dropped off, and immediately, right as the race went green, they kept dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping, and, well, this is the situation that we've got now with them in P20, but trying to make a move on Thomas Januszaitis in that number 8 car ahead of him. This is your battle for P19. Maybe not a significant spot if you look at it from a very neutral point of view, but for these teams, you know, when you're still there, you're still fighting. Hector Pastrana having some kind of incident, but it doesn't look like that car has slowed down too much. So this is Sean Clark Racing versus the International Racing Team. Two teams that have been very fast on the World Sim Series platform and are known to be very fast on the World Sim Series platform. So it's sometimes strange to see them this far down, but that's how it goes sometimes. And again, spirit of the endurance races, because, you know, sometimes these endurance races, they're difficult, and you lose so much time, especially for teams that run at the front often. It's hard. It's just hard. It really is. And this is, these two cars still kind of stuck together. When you've got, you know, similar speed cars, again, it's got cars of a similar speed, then you're kind of stuck. Coming up to 1 hour and 40 minutes to go. So we've And we actually didn't cover what happened in that driver change. It is still Povilas Klimanskas behind the wheel of that number 1 car. Let's see if he can hunt down Simonas. Wow. 78 seconds. I guess we kind of missed a massive pump in the final few laps of the 14 car, because that gap was not that big. And this just kind of... Oh, I can't see this happening now. Or at least I cannot see it coming down to a level where you're actually fighting. One hour and 39 minutes, so we crossed the 1 hour 40 mark. Povilas Klimanskas on your screens. This is P2, Simonas Urbanas, and all Lithuanian top 2. We've got Filippo Croti in P3. That is the highest placed Italian representative on the circuit right now. And you've got those bottom lights on now, as I was saying for a long time. Once you see those bottom lights on, you know it's harder to see for the drivers. I think we're going to finish in proper night. Blue flags wave to the car ahead. Again, let me remind you, this is an endurance race, and if you're kind of used to watching Formula 1, the car ahead does not have to move over. It is up to the faster car to make the move. It's just that the car ahead cannot actively impede that move, but that's just sometimes happens, especially if the cars are in a battle. But sometimes these sometimes the AM drivers like to just move over and make it easier for the pros, because, well, I wouldn't say often, but sometimes it happens that the AM gets pushed off the track by the pro car while the pro car is really trying to make a move. A very tight line on the exit of Parabolica, super tight, I would say, coming down the front straight to the inside. And I think Simonas Urbanas is not going to mind that the car didn't move over, because this is so much safer and so much better for him, because he even gets a little bit of a slipstream and coming. Oh, that's not something I'd always do, to come in front of the GT car right before, to come in front of a lap car right in front of the braking zone, but that's what Simonas Urbanas elected to do here. Simonas Urbanas lapping in the 1 minute 49.1s. Povilas Klimanskas lapping in the 1:49.7s last time around. Let's see what he can do to improve. So, fastest lap by Simonas Urbanas today was a 1 minute 48.272. Povilas Klimanskas 1 minute 48.942. I think the AOR Racing team is incredibly prepared for today's action, and you can see that. You can see on Twitch complaints about the stewarding. Stewarding is always a hotly debated topic, but I can assure you that the stewards here on the World Sim Series platform are not only competent, they're actually licensed as stewards. So I think you're in good hands, and always when you have a decision go against you, that's something you like to complain about, but that's racing sometimes, and emotions are always high. Looking at... Speaking of the stewards, actually, we've got 2 penalties coming in. This is for number 3, so this is for what was a car that was fighting for the front of the field. Vilnius University having some slight contact somewhere. So car number 3, it just received 2 drive-through penalties. One is for contact with number 29 in turn 4, then another for contact with number 31. So they're going to serve this drive-through penalty, and then they're going to stop and serve another one. I mean, don't stop. Sometimes this is how to earn yourself another drive-through penalty is by stopping and having to do a drive-through again, because a drive-through is a drive-through. You have to drive through the pits. So Davide Notario back on track. He's going to have one more drive-through penalty to serve right now. Or at least in the next 3 laps, he's going to have to serve a drive-through penalty, so he can pick and choose when is his best option. This is Povilas Klamanskas coming across the line. 49.5, another time loss to Simonas Urbanas. That win is just dropping further and further away, and at some point, if you're at Beaver Grease Racing Team, you're gonna say, okay, Povilas, just be safe now. Just get the car to the end. Don't take risks in traffic. It's not as big of a risk that you're taking in a GT3 car, but when you're this would be a multi-class with prototypes and GTs, you'd be telling the driver, okay, stop taking risks in traffic because we don't need that anymore. We can't break that gap down, because it is an hour and a half to go, an hour and 33 minutes to go. So we're nearing that end, and you can see the lights coming on around the circuit, the few lights that they are. The Beaver Grease Racing Team hasn't gotten those lower lights on yet. That just kind of means that they're still happy with how much light you've got around the circuit. Simonas Urbanas not happy with how much light he's got around the circuit. He's got the bottom lights on, and we'll just wait for race control to actually, I think they should force the drivers to put those bottom lights on. We'll see. This is Filippo Croti. He's been lapped by the race leader, obviously, as we saw a few laps ago. But yeah, he is, I would say he is the most comfortable man on track, because he knows he cannot catch the Beaver Grease Racing Team car, and he knows he cannot be caught by Alberto Beggiato. Adam Kashoni having some slight contact with something, maybe just an off-track excursion. Simon Speff and Thomas Januszaitis are still battling. So we looked at this like 15 minutes ago. The battle was there, and we said, okay, let's look at it a little bit later. And here we go. We're still here. So we're still here. Nothing has changed. It's, as I said, it's so difficult to catch a car that is of the same make and model as you. Because yes, the setup might be different, but how much different can you make it for Monza to have a straight line speed advantage? So you have to have a mega exit. But that is, again, difficult. If you look at it, he does get closer in the up to the first Lesmo, and he looks a lot more planted, that car, a lot more happy in terms of tires and in terms of how it develops throughout a stint. He's getting closer and closer, and you can see some traffic up ahead. As a racing driver, you love the sight of that, because if you're the car following, you don't love the sight of that. If you're the car ahead and you know you can't get them before a turn and split in traffic, you love to put a car. You'd love to put a car in between. Oh, big slide! An incredible catch by Simon Speff on the exit of the Ascari chicane, which has caught out so many cars today. An incredible catch. That, and I was saying that car looks a lot more stable than the number 8 of Thomas Januszaitis, but wow, what a catch. That was absolutely incredible. You saw that car twitch, and he just got it. these are the most dangerous twitches. It was so violent, so quick, and he still left the car out on track. Kudos to him. Wow, that was really, really incredible. So getting closer and closer now. Hector, he's getting back to being close. I think he might just about make the move at some point. He does look better and quicker. Looking on board. This is on board with Simon Speff. He's going to try to scare him, but the car ahead of Thomas Janosaitis does have on his back with a no dive bomb, so maybe Simon Speff will listen to that. I wouldn't be so sure if I'd listen to that, but Simon Speff might just listen to that, but still following behind, not trying a dive bomb. A lot of trash all over the circuit. That's just from the little blocks with the braking markers and stuff on the sides. Ooh, I don't like the way that car is moving on the exit of Ascari. I can see it snapping one more time, and well, sometimes it may snap and you might not be able to catch it. Brenner having something. No, I think that was just a rejoin from the pits. Aspen Mondstad coming out of the pits behind these two. It is session time remaining, 1 hour 28 minutes. We've gone past that hour and a half mark. That is a pretty critical point in the race, because that's when you kind of start to see where exactly everyone is in terms of strategy. Again, someone else would want to be a race leader. Oh, this is a battle, and we haven't seen a battle in the top 10 for a while. Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech behind Leonard Hilgefort. I think Transport Engineers, did they just come down into pit road? No. So how did this switch happen here? 1:56 last time round. I have to say that is quite slow. I don't know where that lap time has come from. I do have to correct myself. It wasn't 2 penalties for the number 3. It was 1 penalty was for another car. I was very surprised how you managed to get 2 drive-through penalties in such a short amount of time. But I do apologize for that. That was just the message I got, the race control message that I received. So, Transport Engineers losing a lot of time. They're struggling with something here. Because they were in a comfortable P5, but now the lap times have gone down to 1:53. Are they didn't need to save fuel? I have no idea what's happening with this car. That is very, very, very strange. Tomasz Janosaitis has come into the pits. I think that should enable Simon Speff to start to push again and see if he can regain some spots. Regimantas Milus coming out of the pits in the number 13 car, a bit further, a bit higher up the field actually compared to these 2 cars. we'll see what the transport engineers actually decide to do. I think there is still a chance for transport engineers to put a faster driver in for the end. I don't know if it's a driver issue here or what, because those lap times are very, very concerning from that car. If we can just jump on board with them, we might be able to see what is actually happening. 7.2 seconds the gap now is. It is 1 minute 53 last time round. I think maybe it might stabilize. Ooh. These flashing lights are, by the way, just the lights over around the circuit that the car is coming past and kind of flashes up. I'm trying to look out for any clues as to what's happening. It looks like a normal braking point down into turn 1. It's not looking like anything out of the ordinary. It looks like the car is catching up. But again, last time round, 1 minute 53.2, 1 minute 52.1. I guess it's this stint's fastest lap. We cannot see, unfortunately, who's actually in the car because they are running from a single sim rig. Down onto the anchors. Oh, I think this is just a slower driver that they've got in the car now, and you can kind of see it, but it doesn't look as quick as you might see in, for example, Simonas Urbanas. They are still, I believe, no, they're not. It's the Phil Cronet car. And if we jump on board with them, oh yes, you can see it's a lot more speed carried by this car. It just looks like the driver is maybe working a little bit harder to keep the car on the road, but they're going quicker and quicker and quicker, at least trying to go quicker. This is Alberto Beggiato. He's in P4, and he was, I said before, he was, but David Ron gets past the Vilnius Tech car. They're struggling. They have, I can't imagine, could it be a driver issue? Could it be a car issue? But they're really, really struggling, and I know the temperatures have gone down. We've got 20 degrees on in the air temp and 20 degrees on the track temp. A 152 is not a pressure thing. Even if you've got the pressures wrong, you're not going that much slower. You know, their fastest driver, he set up 148.9. He was fighting for the podium at one point, and now he's struggling. Their current driver is struggling, and he's now dropped all the way from P5 to P7. They were challenging P4. Now, well, he's going to have a lot of work to do, and once they put their faster driver in, they're going to have a lot. Oh, and that's a spin. Oh, they have a small contact there. But this is not helping the number 10 car. The number 10 team, the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech University have to be thinking about a pit stop, whether it's a driver change or to fix the car, because they're losing so much time. It's 3 to 4 seconds a lap, a single lap. That is, wow. I was not expecting that. A car that has looked so strong throughout the race is now in the mud and now struggling. Oh, this really turns the race on its head. He's got Adam Kashoni 10 seconds back. Adam Kashoni is hungry. That car has been struggling throughout the race. It had some incidents, but now Adam Kashoni coming back as the night falls around the circuit. I don't think we have a chance of rain. It looks like it's still sunny and clear out on track. Wow, that is absolutely incredible. The amount of time loss that these guys are having. This is back to the race leaders. Simonas Urbanas. He's still going faster than Povilas Kamanskas in the number 1 car. It's an 83-second gap. Essentially, they have a stop and go in hand here. We're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break here, and we'll be back with some more action from the Monza circuit. And we'll see how this race finishes. So stay on the channel. We'll have a 10-minute commentary break, and we'll be back shortly. And we are back online with the 6 hours of Monza. We just had a temporary server cut on the broadcasting side. The race server stayed alive without any issues, and we are now continuing with the race. We're almost at the 1 hour to go mark. Simona Surbana still leads the field, and this final hour is going to be run in darkness. Simona Surbanas in P1, P2 for Povilas Klemanskas, who has, by the looks of things, brought the gap down a little bit, but I think that just could be a timing error for the moment. We'll jump on with him. This is Povilas Klemanskas now behind the wheel of that #1 car. Let's see if they will make a driver change in the next few, well, they will make a pit stop in the next few laps. You can see already the red hot exhaust of that 4-liter inline 6. Not inline 6. Of that 4-liter engine at the back of the Porsche. And across the line he now comes, so I can now confirm to you the gap between the front two. It is a minute and 20 seconds, so I was misled by the timing screen. Here is Filippo Crotti. He is running in a comfortable P3 ahead of Alberto Beggiato, who is in P4 right here in his number 38 Aston Martin. We're starting to get into that difficult period. And right now, I don't know if I'd want to stick a new driver in. So maybe Simona Surbanas and Povilas Klemanskas will stay to the end. You can see that the number 12 Lexus does have the right side indicators on. That is, I guess they tried to turn the full headlights on and they managed to turn the indicators on as well. So interesting from that car. But they are running down in P, well, I wouldn't say down in P5, but they are running in P5. Then you've got David Ron, who's 15 seconds back. Adam Kashoni, 13 seconds back from him. Isaac Perales in P8. And then the car that we were looking at before, and looks like they keep dropping and dropping and dropping. 51.7 last time out, and that has been his fastest lap of the race. Let's see what he does this time round, but the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech University are struggling. Let's see if they pull their driver out of the car early to get to be able to try and claw these positions back. I think they can, top 5 is going to be difficult, but I think they can just make back a few positions. And if I were them, I'd be happy if I could make back a few positions. So we're coming up to, I would say everything past 58 minutes remaining will be very safe to take the checkered flag. Remember, you always have to take into account that the leader might cross the line quite late. So you might have a race for the race leader that goes on 6 hours, 1 minute and 40 seconds, and you might even do 6 hours and 3 minutes. So take into account that you have to finish the race. 58 minutes to go if you come into the pits. That will be a safe margin to do so. Continuing with other battles on track. This is the number 4 of UC Neirola. He might just be able to make a move on Ricard Rechmataj, and that is a battle for P18. I'm not sure what about the stint times for these two cars. Just check for a second here. Both actually exited the pits. Oh, we've lost the stint times, obviously, because of the reconnect We did lose the stint times. I don't know. They're gonna recover once it actually goes. Once everybody actually makes their final stop. So everybody should be starting to make their final stops. I can see one of the cars there. That's no, that was Patrick Thomas into the pits. That is tight. I'm not sure if you can make that position back. If you can make it to the end of the race. Looking at car number 34, they informed us on the YouTube chat that they have gained 4 places in just a few laps. In just 10 minutes, they said they gained 4 places up. This is number 34 Audi running down in P27, but they do have Michele Scudari in P28 behind them. Quite a few places gained and 150 laps completed, so maybe no real chance to jump back further up the field unless there is an incident somewhere, but looking good for a top 30 finish, and most importantly, a finish. Because that's what, especially if these are, you know, one of your first endurance races that you're doing, it's just so important to finish, no matter how. And I remember my first few sim racing adventures in endurance races. It's just a matter of getting the car to the finish. It doesn't matter how or why, but just get it to the finish. You know, even if you're 50 laps down from the lead, you've crashed the car 20 times, get it to the finish. And I think these guys are looking at that. Get it to the finish, get the experience, try out some strategies, because it is a different environment to whatever you do in practice. Coming back to this battle here, it's again that number 4 car stuck behind another car. We've seen this before. Oh, big slide. So now everybody has their headlights fully on. Still not complete darkness, and if we jump on board with the drivers, you can kind of still see stuff around the circuit. It's gonna get worse as the night goes on, and we're gonna go into pitch darkness very, very soon. We've just, a minute ago, crossed the 1 hour to go mark. So that means we are very, very close to the end of this race. 5 down, just 1 more to go. Getting closer and closer is Jussi Neirola. And if you look from behind Ricard, you can see that BMW looking very, very menacing right behind you. This is Ricard's chance. Right now, I think down the straight, he's going to have a good run. It looks like a good exit. 0.3 of a second. That's going to be a big effect of the slipstream. Down the back straight you go. Down the front straight you go. The main straight of the circuit. He is just a little bit too far. That Lambo looks like it's got the legs on him. Down the straight. Is he going to try and make a move to the inside? No dive bomb into here. Going to wait out for the moment. Thomas Innerscheitis is 8.5 seconds behind. So if you remember, these 2 cars were fighting. And again, the number 4 is struggling to get past. So I think maybe they just have just a little bit more rear wing. So you're kind of gaining in the turns, but then you struggle so much down the straights and you just cannot overtake. And that's an issue that these guys are running into. Vilnius Tech University have made the driver change just now. I think they made their pit stop last lap. So let's see how fast can they start going. And what's good for them is they actually made their pit stop quite early. Well, they made it just so they're safe to run till the end. And now they're going to push very, very hard to the finish. And And immediately that car down into 1 minute 49. So I think they have put their fastest driver back in. I think he's ready to take on the night. And, well, you have to be confident here. Because if you do have the confidence as a driver to run those night stints, what's going to happen is that you're going to be... Whoa, you're going to be at a big advantage, because some of the drivers, especially towards the end of the race, you're getting tired. You know, it's getting late in terms of real world time. Yusunerola, by the way, made that move because Ricard Rexmontage made a pit stop. So, as I was saying, once you get into that night, some drivers start having issues, and some drivers start struggling. Because it's night, you don't see a lot, you're getting tired, and, well, you might start not taking the risks that you would otherwise want to take. Let's see how fast he will get it done in these next few laps. And watch from onboard, and we're gonna see, I think, this car looking a lot more lively than what it did when we last looked at it and we're trying to investigate what's actually wrong with it. Coming on to the front straightaway. 59.7 again. Another 3/10 taken out of the car ahead. Adam Kashoni, he's out on track now. He's back out on track after a pit stop. He's one of the targets for the transport engineers. This is the Audi that we said gained a lot of spots in 10 minutes, trying to kind of get past, but no. Not enough, at least for the moment. And I think Adam Kashoni is finally going to get his tires up to temperature, going to start making a lead here. Back to Simonas Urbanas, who I would expect we're going to see into the pits shortly, depending on their strategy here, on what their idea is. Right, we don't see this sometimes. Riccardo De Marchi back into the number 2 car. He is in P3. He is now 2 laps down, but actually just 1. They've made their final stop, and they're gonna be quite safe to the end of this race. A reminder that you have to do, it is an hour and 5 minutes, your maximum stint time, but more limited by the fuel at this circuit. Pavlos Klimanskas, look at how hot that exhaust of the Porsche is. That is incredible. Wow. No other car looks like... Maybe they're pushing really hard, pressing the throttle a lot. I don't see any other car that's got an exhaust that is this red hot. Simonas Urbanas is ahead by 82 seconds, so 1 minute and 22 seconds is that gap for the lead. That is, let's say, a non-manageable gap. At least in an hour. I can see how it's doable in, let's say, 2 or 3 hours, but not in an hour, unfortunately. Well, not even 2. In 6 hours, that's doable, because that's what Simonas Urbanas and Jan Nims did. Let's see who will take these cars to the flag. I would expect to see Grantas Karatskas back into the Beaver Grease car. I expect to see Jan Nims back into the AOR racing team car, but we'll see what the team managers decide for those two. They're actually quite close on track. If we do see a massive pace increase by the number 14 and a little bit of a pace decrease by the number 1, we could see Nims maybe, or Simonas Urbanas, whoever stays in that car, maybe lap Paulius Klemanskas in the #1 Beaver Grease Racing Team car. This would be, I think, the first non-win of the Beaver Grease Racing Team on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform on World Sim Series, but maybe somebody will correct me on that. With Silva, so you can see how dark it's getting. He's lucky that he's got a car in front of him that kind of just lights the way for him. And especially on tracks, oh, a lot of sparks flying. Especially on tracks like this where you've got no lights. You really love seeing a car in front of you because it kind of just guides you around the circuit. You're a little bit more at ease. Also, another thing I love is how creative can you be with the auxiliary lights on the cars, the LEDs that you put on, the teams put on to differentiate their cars out on track. Well, at night, well, here you can be as creative with them as you want to. And here's the BMW. This is just, they've got it only on one side of the car. But the whole side is taken up by those auxiliary lights. Venelin Uzunov, he's now behind. Oh, he just exited the pits. I believe so, right? Maybe not. Maybe he was just. I'm not sure. Oh, I think he was letting the leader through. That's why it showed up as a slow-moving car on track. So Simonas Urbanas now laps for a second time. P4. We're still waiting for this car to come down into pit road. 49 minutes remaining in the race. You're more than safe, and I'm just interested if anyone's going to try and hunt for the fastest lap of the race. I think, let me just check my sheet. It is not the only, incredibly. Oh no, I can, yep, because it's kind of, unfortunately, I cannot see the gains and losses anymore because of the restart that we had to do on our end here. I cannot see how much each car and team have gained or lost. But what I do know is from the top 5, I think only the leader has not moved positions, has not come from a different place. They've led all the way, only losing the lead in some pit sequences where it wasn't maybe super favorable for them. Well, in the first stint, they gained, I think, half a minute already on the rest of the field, so. Wiggle there on the exit. Danius Butvilla gets up into P7. But that is because of a pit stop for Isaac Perales and Vilnius Tech University, 49.3. They're back into P9, and they're gonna start to catch up to Guanel Garuil, and they have already cut out 4 seconds this time round. 1.5 seconds gained. Quite a lot. I think this is the car to watch for the rest of this race, I think. I was just informed we can actually see the gains and losses of the teams. So let's run through the top 10 and see where they started and where they are now, and how unpredictable endurance racing actually is. So AOR Racing Team, this is the only car that has actually stayed where they started, from first to first. So a boring race for them, I would say. I think they would disagree with me. Then you've got the Beaver Grease Racing Team starting from P33 in qualifying to up to second now. 31 places gained. Then you've got the Phil Cronet Motorsports car starting in P10, so kind of in the mix there, but staying out of trouble. As I said, one of the cars we least looked at throughout the whole race up to this ending point, and they just kept rising and rising and rising. Breaking Point Racing is in P4. That's Venelin Uzunov now behind the wheel, and they started P9 and now into P4. P5 for La Deutsche Vita Racing started 25th. Another huge gainer in the field. This is Leonard Hilgefort behind the wheel. Motorhome Team Racing Esports, the number 31 car, David Ron behind the wheel, and they are now in P6, started from P31. Another massive gainer. There is an incident oh, and a big incident. Not sure what that was. Trying to get the replay machine to work, but it's just refusing to respond at the moment. But this was P8 having an incident. This is good news for Vilnius Tech University. So let's keep running through the field. This is Daniel Butvila in the IRT Baklajani car. 7th on the road now, 22nd on the grid. Massive gainer. Another huge gainer. 34th on the grid, now running in P8. And then Vilnius Tech University, the first of our losers of positions, started 5th, running in 9th. And TR Virtual Racing Elite started in 11th, running in 10th. Not a big change. But they do have Regimantas Milus behind them. And this is actually a battle for top 10, so a very important position. I think they, but Regimantas Milus has not made a pit stop yet, but still interesting to see where this battle can go and how aggressive he will try to be. Let's see if he can get past that Ferrari, the only Ferrari in the field. Weird for an Italian race. David Ron moves up into 5th. Leonard Hilgefort into the pits. Vilnius Tech University actually got past Guanael Garul because he had to pit because he had damage, I think. So that puts Vilnius Tech University up by a spot, 12.3 to Daniel Butvila. This is still catchable. Simonas Urbanas, yellow for Simonas Urbanas. Oh, coming out of the pits. That was, that would have been very, very, very intense if he actually had an incident there. But no, this is just the car coming out of the pits after its final pit stop. David Ron has not made a pit stop in this race, in this final hour yet. Leonard Hilgefort in the pits right now and exiting the pits after his final splash and dash. And onto the track he goes. Where is the closest car to him? Daniel Butvila. Oh, no way to catch that. That would be difficult. And this is where Vilnius Tech actually was. That is interesting. This is where Vilnius Tech was. And now they're kind of gone. So much time lost. Vilnius Tech in P8, by the way. Regimantas Milus did get past Isaac Pereles. And we do have a warning for car number 35 for an unsafe overtake. Jan Nims behind the wheel of the number 14. He's going to take this car to the flag. I want to see Grantas Kratskas into the number 1 car. I want to see a comparison of pace between those two cars because Beaver Grease Racing lost so much time having to run through that whole field. I'm interested what would have been, what could have been woulda, coulda, shoulda, but what could have been if they started both on that front row of the grid and had a straight fight to the finish. Pavlos Klamanskas 15 seconds back. Well, I guess AOR race, Beaver Grease Racing would have to hope for a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for the number 14 car to have any shot at this. IRT off the track. They did just get past Pavlos Klamanskas, who is in that car. That's for P11. I didn't know. Who was that? That is Pau Espina in the IRT car. He just got past Pavlos Klamanskas, and it looks like he's trying to get away. Interesting dynamic here. I've not seen the Beaver Grease Racing car passed by anyone. Yes, Pavlos Klamanskas has been now given the order of this car needs to be taken to the finish. That is it. No other choice. Again, interesting that it ends up this way, but let's see how Pau Espina can get away. He is getting away, isn't he? Well, lost a bit of time here, but I guess Pavlos Klamanskas will not put up a huge fight to it. He should be coming into the pits in the next few moments. Well, Pau Espina has completed his final. Oh, very wide from Pavlos Klamanskas there. Well, I would be a little bit scared doing that. There's a big sausage curve on the outside there. Don't really want to touch it. Ezequiel Polonio, he's out of the pits this time round. Should be. And that is his final stop completed. So you've got Vilnius Tech University, who are trying to catch the IRT Baklajani team with Daniel Butula behind the wheel of that one. So that's the battle for P7. And it's 13 seconds up the road from them, and 8 seconds for Vilnius Tech University to catch up to Daniel Butula. This is Daniel Butula in P7, the number 9 car, continuing to put in the laps, and this is sometimes what the endurance races are. Put in the laps, get back up to the front. Too bad we don't have a kind of lap chart to see where everybody was and what the gaps were. That would be very, very interesting to see the development of the race and how these cars ended up. Jan Nims, 148.325. He's trying to find some kind of lap time here. It is 38 minutes to go until the finish. This should be the lap where Beaver Grease comes into the pits. I am correct. Finally, after guessing for such a long time, it is finally down into the pit lane for the number 1 Porsche. This is the final stop of the race, and hopefully the final stop for all of the top 10 here. This should be the final stop for the number 1 car, unless they get a penalty or have an incident. Should get the car stopped nicely. Yes, they do. No need to reverse. And let's see how long it takes for them. They should regain a little bit of lap time there because they stopped much later, but see how well they can actually manage that. Still standing by the looks of things. To jump on board, this should be Grantas Katzis behind the wheel, and off they go. Pit speed, only 50 kilometers an hour here at Monza. Getting a little bit of heat into the tires. Boom. That's when the limiter goes off. He's got the blue light warning inside of the car saying there's a car coming, but now he is clear and can now get the tires and brakes all up to temperature. You can see how dark it is with the Porsches. Porsche has all of the buttons illuminated. Most of the cars have a blue light inside of the cockpit just to help with driver reading everything on the dash and how to press any buttons. It's got all of that sorted and Jan Nims. Here he is on track. 87 seconds is the gap. Yes, Grantas Kratskas now behind the wheel. I want to see a kind of qualifying shootout between these two. Actually, if the number 14 would really like to take a risk, they could in the final few laps actually make a pit stop, get out in front, and just do a tire change to try and see if they can do something here and do a quali style attempt. Considering the track and air temperature, I'd like to guess that you'd go much quicker than what qualifying was. Qualifying was definitely quite warm. And Grantas is now starting his first flying lap. Finally starting his flying laps. They did wait a long time to actually put him in the car. Was that the correct decision? I guess it doesn't matter. However fast you are, you're not going to gain back 88 seconds in what was, let's say, 52 minutes. They would have been happy to stop at 52 minutes, but yeah. Getting past a few more lapped cars. 34 minutes just to go in this race. Pauaspina is pretty close to Isaac Perelas, and Mistech University closing in on Daniels Butula. This is a close battle out on track. So Javi Martinez catching up to Hector Pastrana. Let's see if something can happen between these two. 0.7 of a second behind Hector they are, and this is the closest battle we've got. Javi Martinez last time out, he kind of dropped the gap by 2/10. Let's see, he's just getting closer and closer. He's very close now coming out of the final turn. This should be a chance for a move. Let's see how much straight line speed that Aston Martin has compared to the Lamborghini, who's been pretty dominant down the straights this whole afternoon. Down into turn one, you're gonna have to make a brave move in order to get this done here. No, waits it out. It's the battle for P17. It's already inside the top 20, so if you can be quite calm. If your goal today was that top 20 spot. Alexander Arneson comes down into the pits. Jussi Neirola has not hit it until after our disconnect, so how long do they think they can run? I'm not sure if they think they can make it to the end. I don't think so. I think we connected before there was a chance for them to make it to the end. let's see what Jaime Martinez can do. 0.3 of a second, 0.2. He's very, very close. If he can get a good exit and a good run out of Parabolica, he might be able to make a move here and bring their car up. Oh, very wide, and that's the good exit gone, I would think. They both are on a very similar strategy. They both are going to make it to the end without any major issues. See how close can get here. The car behind is not for position. The car behind is actually Davide Lotario, a car that we, if you remember, we saw we saw at the front of the field at one point. Thomas Pasquet, he's just spun here. Wow, out of the exit of the second chicane. I just got information that Jan Nims had an incident and has clipped the wall. This is just motivation for Grantas Karatskas to try and do something here. I think the gap is still pretty large unless Jan Nims has massive damage on his car, which I would doubt. But let's see. We'll see pretty much from the sectors that Jan Nims is able to produce here. How big is the damage that he has got on his hands? It's an okay first sector. We'll see how okay the rest of the lap will be. Could be lost right now. I guess it's not showing up for some reason, but it doesn't look like that car is too far down on pace. We'll see once it actually crosses the line. 81 seconds, so the gap has gone down by around 7 to 8 seconds at the front there. We'll see how much further they can actually get that gap down. It is, yeah, 148.297, so Jan Nims responds from a spin to a super fast lap time. That's his response. Grantas Karatskas has actually set a 148.165. We kind of missed him setting that, but if he can improve a little bit on that, he might just get the fastest lap of the race. He's got some traffic up ahead, but if he uses them for slipstream and they get out of his way, well, we might see the fastest lap of the race. Well, these two might settle their debate on who is quicker. Well, at least for today, who is quicker. Slamming on the anchors and up all over these curves. Putting the foot in. Yeah, that's down definitely. Wait to go quicker. Grantas Karatskas will need to wait a few more laps to actually get that purple lap time done. We'll see what Jan Nims can respond with as well. I think that we're just going to have a friendly little competition here at the very, very end of the race. Williams Tech University, by the way, closing down on David Nicola, who is closing down on Enrique Polonio, so you can see a battle for P6 developing in the last few laps of this race. Karatskas crosses the line, 48.347, so especially with being held up there, that is a very, very impressive lap time. Getting closer and closer to this pack, he's going to get stuck behind this pack, so not going to be super happy there. But the car is moving out of his way, so maybe, let's see. Let's see if they can figure something out here. That's a pretty big pack to try and set the fastest lap of the race. Jan Nims crosses the line, 48.9. I think they maybe calmed him down, his team, because he was starting to go very, very quick. Pau Espina getting very close to Isaac Perales, and this might be a battle, actually, at the very, very end here. Espina getting very, very close. This is for P9. Inside the top 10, Isaac Perales, that's the only Ferrari in the field, and highest placed Ferrari in the field as well. And so Espina, we saw him actually overtake the Beaver Grease racing car. So Espina really in his element here in the night at Monza. Beautiful, as I've said, look out for unique auxiliary lights on these cars. This is definitely unique all the way down to the rear of the Mercedes. These green yellowy lights on that car, getting closer and closer. 1.3 now the gap, so he's definitely chomping it up. They just put a 6.7 to Enrique Polonio. He's gaining a lot, like 1.5 second a lap. Wow. That is impressive. That is a battle we're going to be looking at in just a few moments' time. But this is the battle that's actually going on. So Espina versus Isaac Perales, 0.3 of a second. Thomas Pasquier, I can see, had some kind of issue and was going a little bit slowly, but these two, now this is Espina's chance. If he's now got the momentum, you know, when you're catching another car, you kind of gain this sort of momentum and you keep closing in, keep closing in, keep closing in, and then you can make the move down the inside into turn one. Super late on the brakes. I think Espina is just about got this done, but no, Isaac Perales trying to come back at him, but Espina braked. Espina parks it on the apex and gets it done. Espina into P9. And this is now, well, him reaching a sort of safety. Espina into P9, and I think he's just going to hold on to that position. I can't see him losing that with the pace that he had, but Denis Butula still closing down quite quickly on the number 15 car, number 15 driven by Enrique Polonio, and that is the Motorhome Team Racing Esports. They are in P6, 150.5. They just went to a 150.5 as well, but with some traffic. See how big of an effect these things, how big of an effect this traffic will actually have. How big of an effect this traffic had on the number 9 of Denis Butula. Enrique Polonio actually going quick this lap, so he has kind of realized how dire the situation here is. Jan Nims, I can see improving. At least up to turn 1 he was. Let's see if he can find some more lap time here. This is not this guy, he's coming up to the end of the lap. He gets some nice slipstream from the Audi ahead. We're looking at this more of like a qualifying session between these two cars. One of the bigger battles on track. We've still got Xavi Martinez, and I'm keeping an eye on him versus Hector Pastrana once again. Just almost running into the back of that Audi. That Audi trying to be nice and to let him through, but that just creates dangerous situations. That's what I've always said. It's so easy to create a dangerous situation in a very short space of time by actually trying to be nice. Martinez, issue for Xavi Martinez. That looks like, that was probably in the wall there. So that battle is gone now. But let's see if he can recover here. If it wasn't too bad in the wall. Did he just overtake him on the exit? Wow. Just overtakes Thomas Pasquier on the exit. Let's see if Thomas Pasquier can come back at him. If Xavi Martinez has some damage, he would be able to? No, I think Thomas Pasquier is more likely to have some damage, but Javi Martinez will have to do it all over again and catch up to Davide Notario. That is the car not in front of him. There is one more. Davide Notario, remember, he was one of the drivers fighting for P3, and he was quite comfortably in P3. He was fighting for P2, actually. And then this happened. This was probably a spin from Powers or something happened because he was quite slow in that turn and lost quite a bit of time. Jan Nims, 148.1, so he is going pretty quick. Gonna have some empty road in front of him. Ricardo De Marchi in the BMW, he's in P3. He's enjoying his time because he's got a full lap behind him. Isaac Perales might come back, maybe. Daniel Spitula has stopped gaining so much time, so Enrique Polonio has kind of stabilized that gap there. This battle is back on, I guess, especially if they had some damage. Fernandes Carrasco's 148.205. They're kind of trading these fast lap times. Let's see what Jan Nims can do coming onto the final turn. It's almost like a qualifying session for them. Fernandes Carrasco's, wow, big gain in the first sector, at least in the first part of the first sector. Just looking at their deltas, seeing how quick they're actually going. And Jan Nims across the line, 48.272. They're very consistent, definitely. They're just trying to find some of that pace that may be remaining. I guess they're looking at each other as well. What both of them are doing, because they want to know what would have happened if they would have started on the front row, both of them. Hector Pastrana having some slight contact with someone. Thomas Pasquier coming out of the pits, but wow, very damaged front end to that car. Was it as damaged before? Maybe. Javi Martinez, he's trying to catch up to Davide Notario. He is succeeding in that, but not as fast as maybe he want to. Fernandes Carrasco's kind of on the edge of that improving, not improving, improving, not improving. And Isaac Perales has lost out time. 18 minutes to go in this race. It is full darkness here around the Monza Park, but coming on to the line, this is Fernandes Carrasco's. What is he going to set? It is a 48.265 for him. It is a battle for the fastest lap, even though I don't think you get anything extra for the fastest lap. It's just nice knowing that, well, I think especially for Jan Nims, if he can secure his fastest lap, get a race win so dominant, that's going to be a big, big statement of intent to bring down the domination of Beaver Grease Racing Team. They already have brought down the domination of Beaver Grease Racing Team, but this would be on another level if they could still get that fastest lap of the race. Looking back, Jussi Neirala finally makes his pit stop. 17 minutes to go to the end of the race, so they were quite a bit off sequence there. Let's see where he'll manage to come out. It is just a short splash and dash, probably not taking tires. So rolling down pit road. All the engineers still looking on and analyzing the situation. And he's going to hit the limiter now. Yes, and the car is up and away. And down the straight he's going to run. So he jumps out in P14. Alexander Arnesen 3 seconds behind, so this is still a battle that could happen. Then Hector Pastrana is quite a bit behind. Javi Martinez trying to catch Davide Notario. That battle is not non-existent for the moment. Isaac Paredes has lost out to Power Spina. That's not coming back, that battle, unless there is an incident somewhere. Another battle I'm quite looking at. This is the Dainus Woodvilla versus Enrique Polonio battle. So this is Dainus Woodvilla in the IRT Baklajani car. Incredible recovery. You know, you've seen them so many times outside of the top 10. Look where they are now, just 4 seconds behind Enrique Polonio. And battling for P6 top 5 is going to be a stretch. That's not going to happen today, unfortunately, but still a fantastic recovery, and I think they could be proud of that if they can pull it off. 3.7 seconds with 16 minutes to go. That's possible, but not if you run wide like that. And they've now got Grantas Karetskas behind them. So if I was Dainus Woodvilla, what would I do? I guess get him as close as I can. Then he's going to overtake me. Don't put up too much of a fight, and then get in behind him and work with him. Try to follow him. Grantas Karetskas, one of the fastest. Well, fighting with Jan Nims to be the fastest on track. So I think, yep, this is going to be quite easy for Grantas Karetskas to get the move done. He was a lot quicker through there, but now Dainus Woodvilla drops in right behind him. Dainus Woodvilla lost a bit of time to Enrique Polonio, though now this is the chance for Dainus Woodvilla to get it done. And he's lost a lot of time already. Wow. Wasn't expecting that. I was expecting him to get up close behind and get pulled by the slipstream. Best session lap, Grantas Karetskas 148.000. I think he wanted that 47, to be honest. Let's see what Jan Nims can respond with. If anything, Grantas Karetskas did have the perfect slipstream here. That's for sure. Across the line? No, not an improvement from Jan Nims just yet. But he is... we'll see if he actually tries and takes the risk. I think Grantas Karetskas kind of had to just save face there. Average race time, by the way, average race speed for the race leader, 187 kilometers per hour. Grantas Karetskas, yellows for Grantas Karetskas because he was off. I believe, maybe not hugely off, but a little bit off. Or maybe he just wants slipstream again from Dainus Woodvilla. Dainus Woodvilla not enjoying this, I think, because he's losing time to... Let's say he's going slowly. Dainus Woodvilla, I don't think he's enjoying. Grantas Karetskas had actually quite a bit of damage on the front. He actually got into quite a bit of an incident. Does definitely look out of pace down the straights. I can't find a replay for that, but maybe. Down into the pits, so they actually need to repair the car. This kind of brings in Ricardo De Marchi. Yes, he was a lap behind, but let's see how long this repair for the Beaver Grease Racing Team car will take. This kind of throws it into limbo, and number 3 gets another penalty. They get penalized yet again. This is Javi Martinez trying to make it down the inside of Hector Pastrana. The number 3 car has received another drive-through penalty. That is their first penalty? Oh, no, because we lost count. But I think it's the first penalty for that car of the day. Javi Martinez trying to make a move there. Let's see if Grantas Karetskas will come out of the pit soon. Martinez letting Jan Nims through. Grantas Karatkas still in the pits and still repairing. He's out of the pits now. We'll see where Ricardo De Marchi actually is. This is where Ricardo De Marchi is. They're close, depending on, I guess Grantas Karatkas will put the boosters on and go very quick. But Ricardo De Marchi has actually closed in quite a bit. And this throws a spanner into the works. Or Grantas Karatkas, I don't think he wanted to do that. And now he's having to fight for a position. Xavi Martinez has lost out again. So this is just another battle that we're looking at. So Ricardo De Marchi. There's Dainus Butula as well. And Transport Engineers by Village Tech. So if Dainus Butula can get closer to Enrique Polonio, and if Transport Engineers can get closer to Dainus Butula, we'll have a freeway fight for P6. If not, I don't see many more battles on track here, except, like I said, Xavi Martinez against Hector Pastrana, because Davide Notario did have an incident. Did have a drive-through penalty that, well, at this point I feel bad for that team because they've had so much bad luck that if they didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck at all. Running in P3 and just, yeah, the race went from bad to worse to nightmare to never want to repeat this again. Ricardo De Marchi now has been off. I think he got quite a bit of motivation from seeing Grantas Karatkas close, and then he decided that it's time for him to go off as well. No damage, it looks like, to that car, but that is the chance of P2 gone for sure now. Dainus Butula 3.2. It is just 10 minutes to go in this race. This is your biggest battle. That's for P6, and he can already see the car in front of Enrique Polonio. Enrique Polonio definitely is slower. Let's see what the gap actually is once they cross the line. See how much Dainus Butula has managed to gain. Half a second gained. That might just be enough to catch up. I don't know if it's enough to overtake. So he's going to hope for some lucky traffic breaks, but it doesn't look like they've got any up in front of them, at least for the moment. I don't know if Dainus Butula likes that or doesn't like that, depending on how quick he will be in clear air and how slow Enrique Polonio will be in clear air. Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech University have been closing them down, both of them, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them, even though they are gaining quite a bit. We shouldn't have that many laps. Ricardo De Marchi set a little bit slow, but maybe not too slow. Grantas Karatkas, I think he's going to now calm down and run. Ooh, big slide from the BMW behind because he tried to follow Grantas' line. And we saw that Beaver Grease car be so good over the curbs there. I think the BMW should not try and repeat that because it might end up being into the wall. Jan Nims is... He's not 2 laps ahead. He's 1.5, I think. Still a fantastic showing. A lap ahead. That's a big margin. That's not, you know, it's not a 6-hour race margin. It's massive, especially in the GT3 car around Monza. They've driven a pretty perfect race, I have to say. And well, 7 minutes to go. They just have to keep it clean and keep it on the road, whatever happens. And they'll be in with Isaac Perales. Had some kind of incident, but Davide Notario just had bump with someone. Xavi Martinez has lost time to Hector Pastrana, so that battle is done there. No other real battles that we can see on track. Must pass care. This is in the second chicane. Car started spinning there. We didn't see that for some reason in the beginning of the race. Wow, Grantas Caracas is second up on a delta of I don't know which lap time, but fantastic lap right now from him. Let's see what he can do here. He has got good slipstream from the car ahead. It's not a slow car ahead of him, so he might just benefit from that. See how close he gets. He does get beautifully close here. But everybody just kind of backing off. Oh, that Audi got very, very scared seeing the #1 car come through. Crossing the line. 48.7. No, so it was from the last lap that I saw that delta. I was looking at a 47.0, I thought Grantas Caracas was planning to do here. No, it's just a 48 point. It's just a 48.7. Daniels Woodfull at 2.6. The gap is still coming down. If you look at his onboard, he can now see the car ahead quite clearly. Just got past a bit of lap traffic. The transport engineers, they're clawing back the gap as well. Daniels Woodfull at 50.2. He's just gained 2/10. Transport engineers have gained a second on him. So they're all kind of closing in. But I'm afraid we're going to run out of time, and this incredible looking battle up in front of us might just end up becoming nothing. And that would be a very sad end to this race. Jan Nims, he's still going in the low 48s. We know he doesn't need to do that, but well, it's good that he tries. Guess. He's still on it, and he's showing how consistent and fast he actually is and can be throughout a whole race distance. 2.4, 2.1. I think Daniels Woodfull is really trying his best here. Maybe they've still got a little bit of damage on the car. Maybe it's just how fast he can go at this point, but 2.1 seconds. With 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Where is the race leader actually behind these two? Oh, race leader! He's had an incident. Wow, and he's in the gravel trap. He's struggling to get out. Or is he waiting here? I think he's kind of stuck in the gravel trap. He's trying to get out. I think he was just maybe waiting for a gap to jump out. It looks like that car is still running. But, yeah, still staying alive and still running. That was a scare for the whole team, I think. Ricardo De Marchi now off. And I'm just getting some information that Jan Nims was hit by someone, and that's why he was in that gravel trap and didn't rush getting back on. Maybe that was the correct decision, just to not be involved in more stuff. Daniels Woodfull 1.9 now. Vilnius Transport Engineers, they're clawing back a second per lap. We'll see how much time we actually have. Jan Nims crosses the line with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. By my calculations, it's going to be very close between 2 and 3 laps. I think it's going to depend on his pace. But I think they might just squeeze in 3 laps. If they squeeze in 3 laps, this is enough for transport engineers to get to Daniels Woodfull. And this might be enough for Daniels Woodfull to get to Enrique Bologna. If this does happen, this would be an incredible end to 6 hours of drama. Enrique Bologna is actually catching up to Sven Gerdes, but he's not going to catch 10 seconds there. 1.9, how close? Daniels needs to get within that second. Once you get within that second, then you're kind of looking at a better situation. This is Enrique Bologna. He's definitely catching up to Sven Gerdes, who is having issues by the looks of it. It doesn't look like that car is super quick. That might, 53.4 last time round. Does he have damage or issues? Enrique Bologna still pushing 49.8. 49.8 from Daniels Woodfull. 49.1 from Transport Engineers. This will all come down to that final lap of the race. We'll see where Jan Nims actually is. Is he going to cross before we hit that one? No, I think he's going to start his final lap right now. I think he is. He's going to start the final lap of the race. And, well, we might just have been robbed of an incredible battle for P6. At least it was exciting to watch out for, but Jan Nims starts the final lap of the 6 hours of Monza for AOR Racing Team. They've driven a race where so many others made mistakes, had bad qualifyings, and were involved in all sorts of drama. But these guys, they have actually done it perfectly. Even with these few mistakes that they've had at the very end here, nobody can deny them this win. They've been absolutely on it the whole way through. They've been unstoppable. The pace that they had, the consistency that they had, and even now that they've guaranteed themselves the race win, look at that. Jan Nims, 48.397. He's still pushing on. He doesn't want to relax because he knows that if he relaxes, well, that could be race over for them, or, you know, mistakes could come out of that. Grantas Kratskas, is he waiting for something? No, just for some reason showing him as going slowly. Jan Nims through the Ascari chicane for the final time tonight. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The race clock has elapsed, and now I can confirm to you that Jan Nims will cross the line to win for AOR Racing Team. Jan Nims, perfect race, perfect qualifying. These guys were unstoppable tonight. Race winners for the 6 hours of Monza, AOR Racing Team and Beaver Grease Racing have been dethroned for the first time in Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's not Beaver Grease Racing Team taking the win, but Beaver Grease will come out of the final turn to take a wonderful P2 after starting so far down the grid from P33 to P2. This is Beaver Grease Racing with Grantas Kratskas crossing the line, fastest lap of the race belonging to them as well. This is the team that stayed out of trouble the most. Ricardo De Marchi with the number 2 car, that is the Phil Cornett Motorsport team, stayed out of trouble, and they take an incredible 3rd place after starting in 10th. Congratulations to them, a full Italian squad at an Italian track. Venelin Uzunov will take P4, and that's going to be a wonderful result for them. Sven Gerdes finishes in P5. For Danis Woodvilla, it was just not enough, as it was not enough for Vilnius Tech. And Enrique Polonio can breathe finally after what was a very intense final hour of this race for them, being caught by Danis Woodvilla. But Vilnius Tech, congrats to them, their first escapades in the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. They finish a very deserved P8, maybe deserved to be just a little bit higher. They had that horrible second hour of the race. Venelin Uzunov takes the flag finally for Breaking Point Racing to take their podium, to take their 4th place. Sorry. So these are your results. Grantas Kratskas wins for... no, because there's people disconnected. I'm very sorry. We'll try to get the World Sim Series results to you in a moment, because we see quite a few teams have disconnected. We'll try to get you those results in a moment here. Let's see if we can just do that in a second. Here we go. These are your race results for the 6 hours of Monza. AOR Racing Team takes the win ahead of Beaver Grease Racing and Phil Cronet Motorsport. Breaking Point Racing in P38, La Deutsche Vita in P12, 15 for Motorhome Team Racing Esports IRT Baclarane in P5 for La Deutsche Vita, P6 for Motorhome Racing Esports, P7 for IRT Baclarane, P8 for Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech University, P9 for International Racing Team number 2, P10 for TR Virtual Racing Elite, GC15 finishes 11th, just outside of the top 10, P12 for Last Turn Motorsport, P13 for Breaking Point Racing 2, Shot Clock Racing finishes in P14, 15 for Guta Racing, 16 for Past Team, MTH Esports finishes in 17th, 18 for Manjo Cats Racing, 19 for IRT International Racing Team, 20th for the longest name in World Sim Series history, JCB Dankmula 1 Racing by Brenner Esports, powered by N Serial. 21st for Spaghetti World Racing Team, 22nd for Overheat Racing 1, TR Virtual Racing in 23rd, 24 for Brescia Esports, 25th for No Name Racing, 26th for Firemax Racing Team, 27th for Pinelli Racing 2 Team, Emirle Racing finishes 28th, 29th for BMW Fans, 30th for Animal Racing Purple, Dolza con Furore finishes 31st, Sankors Racing Team, Sankors Sim Racing IRT finishes 32nd, ACRT Sim Racing Team 33rd, 34th for Team 46, 35th for Pinelli Racing 1 Team, 36th for Blue Team, and 37th and last DSQ, final 4 cars DSQ. I think they didn't meet the drive time requirements here. That is Lopen Pro Esports Limited. So thank you everyone for tuning in for the World Sim Series broadcast here from the Monza circuit, and thank you all for watching. It's been a pleasure watching this incredible race with so much drama. Tune in on, and if you want to do these races yourself, because you can, just go to worldsimseries.com and you'll be able to register and race these things yourself. But for tonight, I'm going to say good night to you all, and it's been a pleasure watching this race together with you.